your home of rugby.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Kerry Worthington. The Prime Minister's made an impromptu address to the Gama Festival on arrival in Arnhem Land. Anthony Albanese will make a formal address to the nation's largest festival of Indigenous culture in the country tomorrow. He says he wants to walk with Indigenous Australians towards reconciliation.
My government will be taking up your generous offer of the Uluru Statement from the Heart to walk with First Nations people towards reconciliation.
The Federal Labor Party will take over running the Tasmanian Labor branch to try to end factional infighting. Laura Beavis reports.
Tasmanian Labor's state election campaign last year was derailed by internal conflict, which temporarily blocked the pre-selection of Franklin MP Dean Winter and led to former party president Ben McGregor withdrawing his candidacy in Clark and eventually being ousted as president. The branch will be administered by retired Labor's Senators Nick Sherry and Doug Cameron, and the annual state conference will be replaced by a Tasmanian Policy Forum. The current administrative committee will be suspended. ALP National Secretary Paul Erickson says the national oversight will act as a circuit breaker to rebuild the Tasmanian branch.
Victoria's Chief Health Officer Brett Sutton says the state is in a tricky phase of the pandemic as a new wave and COVID fatigue collide. The state's averaging around 80,000 new COVID cases every week. And while hospitalisations are dropping, the number of people in ICU and on a ventilator both remain in double figures. Professor Sutton says people who are tired of wearing masks, even though it's not mandated, have to think about this being a long haul.
There are countries in the world where this is really well acculturated. You know, East Asia has been wearing masks for decades without a complaint, and it's very much part of their business of going about their day, and I wish we had more of that attitude.
A police operation to crack down on dangerous driving by young men has seen 11 teenagers being caught in the past 24 hours. Police apprehended 6 boys aged between 13 and 18 in Truganina last night after they were allegedly found driving a stolen vehicle with false number plates. And early this morning, officers from the same area arrested 5 males in an allegedly stolen car, charging 2 15-year-olds with stealing. A group of leading climate scientists examining this month's record temperatures in Britain have concluded they were a direct result of man-made climate change. The BBC's Jonah Fisher reports.
The scientists from the World Weather Attribution Network have been running simulations in which they compared the weather we experience in the real world with a hypothetical one without our carbon dioxide emissions and greenhouse gases. The aim has been to work out how much humans are to blame for the record temperatures of last Monday and Tuesday. The answer is a lot. They say the record temperatures would not have been reached without the warming effect of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere.
US officials say shark sightings are on the rise along the New York shoreline, with at least 3 people being bitten in the last month. Experts say the increase in numbers is a sign that conservation efforts have succeeded in helping restore balance to the oceans. Sean Riley from the New York State Environmental Conservation Police says a resurgence of bunkerfish that sharks feed on is a big factor in the increased sightings.
They've had the sharks all the way in 5-10 feet of water, right, 20 feet off the beach in a couple places, but I want to say it's normal for them to be that tight unless they're really chasing some schools of bait fish that are up onto the surface.
Australia's star swimmers are among those in action on the first full night of competition at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. ABC Sports' James Coventry reports.
Ariane Titmus will spearhead Australia's first night in the pool. She begins her program in the heats of the 200 metres freestyle. World record holder Zach Stubblety-Cook will contest the 200 breaststroke and Elijah Whittington will swim in the 400 freestyle. 6 gold medals will be decided at the velodrome on day 1, but the first medals to be awarded will be in triathlon. In the team sports, Australia's cricket and netball teams both start their campaigns. Prince Charles officially opened the Games at this morning's opening ceremony at Birmingham's Alexander Stadium.
And Australia's recorded a convincing victory over South Africa in its opening match of the Women's Rugby Sevens competition at the Games, scoring 6 tries in the 38-0 win. To the weather, a strong wind warning remains in place for East Gippsland. Tomorrow, morning frost, then sunny, expecting a top of 14. Currently, it's 7 degrees. ABC News.
Nominations for your Australian of the Year
are now open.
It's time to reflect on your community
and who you admire.
It's time to show your respect
by nominating
and acknowledging them.
And it's time to celebrate
their story,
their contribution,
and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate an inspirational Australian who you think is worthy at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
This is just getting good at the G.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
To win the game for Collingwood. Elliott kicks. He kicks. He goes.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
The lefty for goal. He's got it.
From 40 brings it back to Decker. 51 metres out. Goes bang.
Sets the crowd alight.
Is it too far out? It's carrying. Oh my! What a finish.
Grandstand AFL.
Towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful fly and mark to Danaher.
What a mark.
From long range, you bet.
The master to the apprentice from 50. Goes bang.
He has split the middle.
What a finish.
This is awesome. Fires, goes, brilliant.
We're gonna be kidding.
He shoots goalward. Jamara's kicked it. What a breakout night for the number 1 pick.
Brings it back superbly. Oh, he's a star.
Charging through 50 to finish. He does.
Never looks like missing.
It's just magnificent.
It's on its way. It looks pretty good. It sails through. He points to the crowd to celebrate.
He's hit it pretty well. Jack Rebound. Superstar.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Wheels around and kicks the sealer.
What a game of footy. One of the all-time greats, that is.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy in the West, and while we're 4 rounds to go in the home and away season, the build-up to this one just feels like a final. The Fremantle Dockers in 5th place. They need to win for their top 4 hopes. Melbourne, well, they began their run to a drought-breaking premiership in round 20 last season, and they stormed from 3rd to a minor premiership and then a flag with an unbeaten 7-game streak. They won the first 10 of this year as well, before it was Fremantle who got them at the MCG. Since that point in time, the Demons are 1-3, they've lost 5. Can they start to build again to potentially another flag? Does it all get underway tonight? So many storylines to talk about. Luke Jackson is in town. How will he perform against his suitors for next season? What damage will Christian Petrarca do after being quiet the last time these two sides met? And how will the Perth Stadium surface hold up after more rain and plenty of replacement grass? Ben Cameron, welcome to you. Clint Wilden in commentary, Sharad Wellingham alongside Cara Antonio, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Ben, it's a patchwork-looking surface we're seeing, not the pristine stadium that we normally get here in the West.
It certainly is. So 1,000 square metres of turf relayed during the week, Clint. Good to see you. And it looks like a patchwork quilt, to be frank. So I'll be really fascinated to see how it holds up, particularly if any rain does arrive today. Clint, I'm really interested in Melbourne. It's always through the frame of the reigning premiers, and I just wonder whether Simon Goodwin this week has had to find his inner Checker Hughes. For those who don't know, Melbourne were once called the Fuchsias until Checker Hughes said, "You're playing like a bunch of fuchsias. I need you to play like demons." And the moniker stuck. And I just wonder whether Simon Goodwin has gone down a similar line, because this week Ruthless has been the buzzword. I've heard it out of the mouths of Simon Goodwin himself, Christian Petrarca, Angus Brayshaw as well. I think they're looking to bring back that pressure. It's dipped right off for Melbourne, and that's really a hunger thing. Can they find that again? Can they bring the heat tonight against the Fremantle Dockers?
Yeah, very exciting, Benny, Clint. Going to be a big game. Friday night footy. Can Freo withstand the pressure that we know that Melbourne are going to throw at them tonight? As you said, Benny, the pressure has probably dropped off a little bit, but they'll have enormous confidence in the last probably 18 months of footy, and they'll know that they can probably take it to another level to what they have been displaying over the last couple of weeks. The pressure, and as you said, Clint, I think that they have just been off in that they were able to grind teams down and know that they could get to the halfway through the third quarter and then turn it up another notch that we saw for those first 10 games during the season where they haven't been able to do that. So if they're going to have that mindset to bring the pressure, can Fremantle withstand it?
I wonder how ruthless our guest is going to be. In the box with us, we're delighted to have the Melbourne president, Kate Roffey. How ruthless will you be today?
Oh, look, I'm just gazing out there at that ground and thinking the last time I was here, I was bopping around down there with the Premiership Cup, so I'm feeling pretty good, actually, I have to say. To be back here in beautiful Perth, it is like coming back home for us, and I know our men are feeling the same way. It's such a great place for us to come and play footy, so I think that ruthlessness is back, and, as you just said, they're 18 months on, you know exactly what you have to do now, and they know they need to step up, and now's the time to do it. So.
An enormous week for the club, another long-term signing. You lock away Angus Brayshaw, you've made sure Petrarca stays for a long time, Oliver stays for a long time. How big is being able to sign players of that standard for substantial periods of time? We're talking, in Oliver's case, till 2030. We know Brayshaw's till 2028, and of course Petrarca extended again to 2029. How important for your football club were those signed?
Yeah, it's really critical for us. So I've been on the board for 9 years, and I've been there since we started that rebuilding phase, we call it, under Ruzi and Jacko, when we went right back to scratch. And people now talk about, you've got Petrarca and you've got Gawn and you've got Oliver, but we drafted those players in, and to watch them build and grow, not just as individuals but as a team over that period of time, has been the critical thing that has got us to where we are now. And that midfield engine that we talk about, you can build a team really around that, and signing up those players for they're going to be Melbourne players for life, and they choose to stay at our club. I know Gus, I had a chat to him. He's a very, very, very thoughtful young man, very considered young man. He did his due diligence, and he wants to stay at Melbourne as they do, because they realise that they're what we call in that premiership window. They're in that premiership window, and they want to stay together, and they really want to build a legacy for the Melbourne Football Club that we haven't had for 57 years. I must be our only living premiership president, surely, because it's 57 years since we last won one. So, they know that they're in a really special period of time, and I think they love being together and staying together and waiting to see what happens over the next 5, 6, 7 years.
The one you haven't got is Luke Jackson. Do you think he will stay? Will he be in red and blue next year?
Yeah, look, I don't talk to Jacko about that at all. He's a young guy, and he's got the pull of a club that he loves, I think, and a home and his family over on the other side of the country. So we don't put any pressure on him to talk about that. We just want him playing the best football for our club at the moment. And whatever Luke does, I'll be supportive of it, and he'll always have my mobile number, and if he's still a D or if he's somewhere else, he can still ring me anytime he needs anything, and I'll be there for him. He'll always be a Melbourne player.
How hard is it from a admin perspective in terms of retention for the young guys that are coming through after you do offer these big term contracts for these established players, and then is there going to be a hole that kind of pops up there?
Yeah, look, I think our list management, I think, are the best in the league. They really look at the long term. So we look at not just who's there now, but who we keep bringing through in terms of refreshing and recycling. So we've got a lot of young players in our list. I just saw Kay Chandler downstairs, a fantastic young guy who's still learning and growing. By the time he's ready to play, some of our other players will be coming out of their prime years, and then we often see midfielders move forward. We see them move back. So at it opens up an opportunity for other players to come through. And always, I know our coaches and our list managers are really mindful, not just now, but what happens in 3 years' time, what happens in 4 years' time. So they're always looking, and I think those young players that are there want to stay at the club because they get the opportunity to learn from these players who are the elite players in the competition. And, you know, we had Sammy Wiedemann was someone last year who probably could have got a starting game in any other side in the AFL, but he chose to stay at Melbourne because he sees that he's learning, he's got a great cultural guide there as a club, and I think they genuinely want to stay and learn and be part of this really fascinating time for our club.
So how much of that is making them feel like they're not only part of a team that's going to be successful, but they're at a club that they want to be at, and it's the draw of staying at the club?
Oh, absolutely critical. I mean, we are so much more than a club just on field. We're off field as well. And like I said, I treat those, you know, the men that I can see running around out there as people. They're people first and players second. And we make sure that we look after them as people first and do what we can for them as people first. And like I said, doesn't matter if someone chooses to move on from our club, they'll still always be a Melbourne football player. And like I said, they will always be able to call me and have a chat. They're people that I care about as individuals, not just players.
Premiership winning president. You like that? Kate Coffey joins us on
I'd like to be double
AFL.
premiership winning president.
Well, we'll get to that in just a moment, but I didn't want to go too early joining us here on Grandstand AFL.
Kate, we've spoken a little bit about Brayshaw, Oliver, Petrarca, the long-term big money deals. It seems to be a trend in the AFL at the moment that deals are back-ended as well. So win while you can and worry about the money a little bit later on. What level of visibility do you have on all of that to make sure that fiscally responsible decisions are being made?
Yeah, they come to us consistently. So our list management team will come to us at board meetings and we'll make sure that we stay within the boundaries of what we can afford, and we make sure that if we're taking all of those long-term contracts are approved at the board level, and we talk very diligently and very deeply with our list managers about what they're doing. So they keep us fully informed of all of those decisions and how it plays out over the long term. So we would never sign someone without knowing how it's going to fit into our future 5, 6, 7 years. That's how far they think ahead, and it comes to the board.
So having
consistently.
Kate. Having that level of visibility, are you confident that with Brayshaw, Oliver and Petrarca you can keep Luke Jackson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's part of the considerations. We're very, very cognizant all the time of managing those salaries for our players.
So that's what I was kind of leaning towards. Do you have to kind of say, look, do you have that hard conversation with a player and say, look, if you want to be part of this club, which is a great football club, and there's the opportunity to be a part of a successful club going forward, are those conversations being had, as you said, with the guys? You might have to, we'll give you a longer term contract, but it might be a little bit less than you could get in the open market?
Yeah, look, I'm sure they do. We don't get, certainly at our level at the board, we don't get that involved with their management groups and the list management. But yeah, that's part of the thing is I'm sure that Chris Petrarca could probably have gone somewhere else for a lot more money than he got at Melbourne. But they want to stay at the football club. And it is part of that thing of balancing out, how you actually manage your list, and our players want to stay at a club that they love and where they know they're supported. And a lot of that, you just talked about the off-field culture thing, a lot of that makes up at times for things where you may not get, the biggest pay deal that you get if you went to another club that might have a huge gap in the salary cap. But those things balance themselves out, and I'm always really pleased when our men and women who play football make those really considered decisions about their future. It sometimes astonishes me when they're so young that they make such considered decisions. We had some of our AFL women, for example, getting offered double what we could possibly pay them at Melbourne, and they still chose to stay at our club.
That's a good sign. Kate, there was a story during the week about Melbourne potentially making some changes limiting board tenures. Why is that important in your mind?
Look, our constitution needs reviewing. It's been we haven't done it since 2006, and really we had to go through a process. We still have postal ballots, and we can't change that without changing the constitution. So we took the opportunity to make a range of constitutional changes to contemporise it. We don't have set terms for board members, and it's just in line with best practice for what we do as company directors in these days. So we put to members the option of introducing set terms for directors, and the members will vote on that in a few weeks' time and see if they do. But it's contemporary best practice. We manage it anyway, so it's not really an issue. But if you're changing the constitution, you might as well bring it all up to date.
Adam Uze is currently going through the process with the GWS job. He's one of your assistant coaches. Generally, it's pretty well endorsed by clubs as an assistant tries to become a senior coach. What are the conversations you've had and senior management have had with Adam as he goes through that process?
Yeah, look, we're a premiership club and people come after your players, they come after your coaches. When you're a premiership club, we expect that. And again, Ooze will make his own choice about what he wants to do. We'll have to move on sometime to be a head coach. That's why you get into the assistant coaching positions. And like I said, whatever he chooses to do, the same. I'm always there for him, and welcome to ring me anytime he might need something wherever he is. So that'll be up to him to decide, and his family. And they're big decisions to make. But if any of our people go on to step up and do better things, we're fully supportive of that. That's a great thing that you've been able to transition some of your assistant coaches into senior leadership roles, albeit it might be at, unfortunately, another club. So we love Ooze. We hope he doesn't go, but if he does go, then we'll, wish him all the best, I'm sure.
Kate Roffey, president of the Melbourne Football Club, is with us. We'll ask you about potentially being a double president in a moment. But first, a couple of the bigger issues going around. Tasmania. Are you able to give your supporters, football supporters, an idea of the Melbourne Football Club's position on Tasmania?
Yeah, look, we haven't actually seen anything as a business case. So we were talking about this before. I've been over here to Perth many times and spoken about this stadium when it was being built and done a lot of media because I've been involved in building major facilities for a long time. And they require very strong business cases before you can make any sort of decision. And we certainly, as a president of a football club, I haven't seen anything decisive around a stadium being built down there or the structure of how that actual team would work down there. And until such time as we're given some more decisive and definitive information around how it's going to work and how it will impact the AFL, I don't think any of us can make any decision on what's going to happen. So we're still just waiting at the moment to see what we're presented with as clubs.
One of the bits of feedback that we hear on our national programs continually from Tasmanians is this talk about another stadium. Why is it important to have a new one? We've got two perfectly usable stadiums. You've been, and you mentioned here, but other venues around the country, you've been at grassroots all the way along to see what stadiums can do. Why would the AFL want a new stadium to put a team into Tasmania?
It's a thing we call stadium economics. So it costs a lot to open up this stadium. For example, so you have to have a certain volume of people in here to actually get it to turn a profit. So they're very difficult things to run. So if you're going to have AFL being played down there, and AFL, we get 50,000 here tonight. We get 60, 70,000 people to a game. That's a small game in AFL. I know NRL and other sports go, 10,000 is big. That's a small game for us. So really, if you're going to get it into the level that you need to for the AFL itself, it has to be a reasonable sized stadium in order to broadcast and to generate those stadium economics. They've certainly spoken about building a $750 million stadium down there, which is a big stadium. I think it's more than what was spent here almost. But, really, I think not necessarily isn't the size, but this is a fantastic stadium here at Optus. I mean, the facilities for corporates, the facilities for broadcast, access to it, those things are really important. And a lot of old stadiums just don't stack up in that sort of, contemporary space, I guess, anymore. And really, you want people coming and enjoying the experience. And I spent a lot of time in the US, and fan experience over there is massive. It's such a huge thing. And, it's really important that you have good venues to give good fan experience, because we've got to spend a lot of money to come to the footy these days.
I'll say this quickly as a WA taxpayer, $1.3 billion for this stadium.
Hardly anything.
Kat, you said you spent a lot of time in the US. We obviously see all the big events like the Super Bowl and World Championships in baseball and things like that. But how does a stadium like Perth stack up to those kind of stadiums?
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic facility. The thing that really is different in the US is really their use of technology. So I went to the Jets and Giants new stadium, and two different teams, two different colours, use the same stadium, and with a flick of a switch they would turn, and I was standing there and the guy said, "What's this?" Flicked the switch and everything turned from red to green with a flick of a switch. you go into the stadium and the internet only allows you to access stuff that they want you to access. So if you're at the Giants game, zero chance of getting any Jets information. So they're a long way ahead in terms of that customer experience and the use of technologies, I think. So this is a stadium here that's built some of that, because the same people build them, Populous and NH and the architects that go around and build the stadiums around the world do them. So every new stadium's always going to be better because they've learned from the last one. But the US are a long way ahead because they've just got, like, one person owns that stadium and they kick in a couple of $1 billion US. You know, Jerry, for the Cowboys stadium, it's got a sliding roof and all sorts. It's, you know, we just don't have that volume of money here in Australia, unfortunately. But it's really worthwhile. I was doing the tennis centre redevelopment, but I spent most of my time in the US with the Jets and the Giants and the Dallas Cowboys and the Mets and the Yankees, and just spending time with them because they are extraordinary in the way they engage their fans.
You've been great to spend so long with us. So last one before we let you go. How much would it mean to Melbourne? You've broken the premiership drought, but you broke it in Perth. To get a premiership, and how confident are you that you can win a premiership this year at the MCG in front of your fans?
Oh, look, I'll always say I'm 100% confident that we'll see. I've got to believe. I kept saying last year, I've got to believe in my team, men and women. Cara just come in, so looking for the double. Look, as Maxie says all the time, he said they're bloody hard things to win once. They're even harder. I think only 5 teams have gone back-to-back with premierships, but I know, and you've luck with injuries, luck with the bounce of the ball, there's all sorts of things, but, you know, they're a good team, our men and our women, and they come out and they play with the right intensity. You've got a bit of luck with injuries and things. I think Maisie and Jake have only played 4 games together all season, so, you know, hopefully they're back together again, and that'll stabilise that back line a bit. You just got to have so much stuff go right there, but, you know, they're good enough, so fingers crossed they'll be... I know they're desperate to win at the MCG because it's their home, but it was extraordinary being here. I was just walking through with some of your stadium crew here, and I said that, you know, it's probably the only time that a premiership will be won here in Perth, and, you know, we won it, so it's a pretty extraordinary thing for the Melbourne Football Club.
It did become your home away from home.
It is our home away from home. We love it here.
Spoke to Gary Pert. You could not buy any Melbourne Demons merchandise for love nor money in
You
Perth,
couldn't buy a red T-shirt at Bonds. My cousins were trying to buy it. They're just like, we couldn't even buy a red shirt at Best and Less. Everything was sold out. It was extraordinary. We had so much support. The people in WA and particularly in Perth have been so good, and we hope a lot of them as the second team here, those who support West Coast, obviously won't support Freo, I'm told. It's like the crosstown rival in South Australia, so hopefully a lot of them will turn up as Melbourne with the second team tonight and be wearing their Melbourne scarves and shirts that they had last year for the grand final.
Tremendous of you to have a chat. Best of luck.
Love it. Love the ground, love the people here in Perth, and hopefully we can go home smiling tonight.
We will see. Kate Roffey, lovely of you to be here. The Melbourne president, great she could join us here on Grandstand AFL. Got a join coming up with some other states will be with us, but Cara Antonio is with us. A bit chaotic outside, Cara.
Yes, hello guys, listeners. Apologies for rocking in late. Thanks for chatting with us, Kate.
It's usually my
well.
job, isn't it?
I know, I was thinking that on the way in. I'm like, Shaz is going to get into me here.
We had the biggest shock ever when we walked into the box and Sharon was already here and you weren't. I was like, what's going on?
I've been on school camping during the day for 3 days as well, and had to come down the freeway, and then getting back up here was a nightmare. So hopefully that means that we're going to have a packed out crowd tonight.
People coming in, yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly right. I think the traffic was definitely building as I was on the way in as well, and yeah, hopefully we get some good numbers even with the little bit of turbulent weather on the way through.
It is always the challenge, and the genuine challenge, to get to this stadium on a Thursday or a Friday night, stuck on the peninsula as it is. Very tricky with all the public transport usually being used just to get people home. That's not trying to make excuses, but it does make it tough to get here, and we've seen that again tonight. Good to have you with us wherever you're listening around the nation. ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. No late changes, by the way, for either Fremantle or for Melbourne. So Cade Chandler, the sub for Melbourne, Bailey Banfield, the sub for Fremantle. Dale Alcock will join us, the president of the Fremantle Dockers. He'll be with us very shortly here on Grandstand AFL, and lots to talk about in this preview as well. We'd love to hear from you. If you'd like to send us a text, 0437 774 774, 0437 774 774. At the moment, Ben Cameron, it's fairly blustery, but the weather, which we were fearing could drop 10 to 15 mils throughout the day in Perth, has stayed away, which is a real plus for this stadium surface, which, if you've just joined us, and Ben said at the very top, it is patchwork quilt-like, a couple of big blocks. What did you say, 1,000 square metres? So basically 2 suburban house blocks have been relaid on Perth Stadium since the last game here.
Absolutely. So you can see a much lighter shade of green in different blocks around the ground. I was awoken this morning, Clint, at about 4 a.m. by a heavy downpour, and my mind immediately went to hopefully the rains come early and won't disrupt the D's and the Dockers.
Well, the rain you'd expect would be here because Bridget Lacey's on the boundary. More from her in just a moment. This is Grandstand AFL.
Imagine a painting of Australian landscape. Now, step inside.
This vast southern continent has captured the imagination of our artists for millennia.
Join Rachel Griffiths on an artistic quest deep into 6 masterpieces.
I'll travel to the exact spot where our beloved artists captured their iconic images.
Great Southern Landscapes.
There it is.
Starts Tuesday, August 9 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Fremantle Dockers hosting the Melbourne Demons at Perth Stadium, the ground where last year the Demons ended their premiership drought, smashing their opponents, the Western Bulldogs, in the grand final. Can they start a surge towards September with a win over the Dockers, who were the side that caused the current blip in form? Melbourne had they'd won their first 10 games of the season and looked untroubled all the way through until round 11, when the Fremantle Dockers rolled them by 38 points at the MCG. Will we see a repeat of that, or will the Demons start to get their premiership defence really going here in the West? If you've just joined us, no late changes to either side. So Bailey Banfield is the sub for the Fremantle Dockers and Cade Chandler the sub for Melbourne. Clint Wilden with you alongside Ben Cameron in commentary, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio. This is the sort of game that will have a major bearing on the top 4. It's second in Melbourne against 5th in Fremantle. The Dockers into this game after their nail-biting and thrilling draw with Richmond last weekend. The Demons come in after going down to the Western Bulldogs. So will they be able to hit back as well? Lots to look forward to. I'll give you this one as well. It is Retro Round. Retro Round. And I would like to say that the Fremantle Dockers president, Dale Alcock, has come in wearing the absolute retro jumper. I'm not sure it matches the green ABC jacket that I've got on or the blue ABC jacket that Ben's got on. We all went retro for you, Dale. Welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Great to be here. Thank you. And I think this has been tagged that it's so bad it's good in terms of design.
Ben Cameron's quote, yes. I actually had one of those, an original back in the day in the cupboard, and I sent it to my dad because I wanted to get him involved. And Dad put it in the cupboard and said, I can't wear that, mate.
So I think we're going to see a little bit of red and green in amongst the purple tonight out there.
I'm told that they've sold out.
Sold out, yep.
Which is remarkable and does show that people will buy anything with a bit of love for retro. I mean that in the nicest sense.
Well, yeah, all the young kids these days, like, they're wearing stuff from the op shops and it looks pretty op shoppy kind of, you know, that retro vibe, and I thought it was an actual vintage one. So it's come. I reckon it's pretty good.
Pretty cool.
I reckon it looks really good.
I love how Fremantle have absolutely embraced Retro Round for this game. Got the old Fremantle logo on the screen, the old Demons logo on the screen here at the stadium too. Lots to chat about with Dale. It's going to be a huge contest, this one. Really intrigued. Where do you see Fremantle at the moment? Memberships just off a record for this club. Do you feel that perhaps with a result here tonight, when finals get confirmed, that the Dockers could get a record membership?
Yeah, look, that we're obviously building towards something big, and I think what we're really looking to do at Fremantle is build sustained success. You know, we want to be in finals year in, year out, and that's really the aim of the game. And as we know with the football club, it's all about football. You know, if we're doing well out there, other things like we talk about merchandise and membership and things like that tend to take care of themselves. So it's about us performing on field. And I think this year we've seen, you know, Fremantle continuing to play well, to win games, but the difference between our best and our worst has got a lot tighter. Our games that we're losing by not a lot. So we're still in those games, and I think that's great to see.
So were finals an expectation at board level at the start of this season? We had seen gradual improvement for the first 2 years since Justin took over, and we did wonder externally whether this would be the year. Internally, did you think finals was where you would be at?
Yes, certainly finals are on our agenda and have been. And, you've all seen our strategic plan. We were quite bold last year in putting that out there. You know, we copped a little bit of criticism from some people saying, well, you know, why are you putting it out there? And, you know, what if you miss on some of those objectives that are there? But we want to really hold ourselves to account and really challenge the club all the way through, from director level, senior executive management, etc., and of course on field.
So that's strategic plan. You came out and said finals or grand flag within 4 years.
Yep.
Do you think you guys are ahead of that this year so far? I think most years you'd be a bit more comfortably inside the top four with the win-loss ratio at the moment.
Yeah, but look, I think you can't predict what year it's going to be, and that kind of bunching up that we're getting, that competition really at the top end of the eight, if you like, that's there. And you know, I think this year is very much a year throughout, you know, all games where on any given weekend, any given game, that if you're a little bit off, you're really going to run the risk of losing. So, look, I think we're very pleased with where we are. We haven't achieved anything yet, so we're really grounded in making sure that we front up every week to every opportunity and give our best. And I think that's what we're going to see tonight. You know, nothing will be taken for granted. And I think after a draw last week, I think both sides in that situation come away from that and go, well, gee, we kind of feel like we haven't had a game. We come away here without a result. And so the boys will be on from the get-go tonight, I'm sure.
Freo President Alcock is with us on Grandstand AFL. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron in commentary. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Sharad Willingham. I'm wondering your thoughts on the current negotiations with the TV broadcast deal. Didn't ask this to Kate Roffey, who we had in before, because Melbourne's situation is very different to WA. How concerned is the football club about the potential loss of free-to-air games in WA, which is something that WA, SA, the expansion states in the north have always had? If some of those games disappear behind a paywall, I know that the money's great, but as a football club, what do you think that could do to football in the states outside of Victoria?
Yeah, look, I think being respectful and understanding, we live in a very large state where we've got population spread, and you know, a lot of that population is quite remote. And we look at free-to-air as being a right, really, in Western Australia to watch our own game. And so from a Fremantle Football Club perspective, we would love to see free-to-air continue. That's our position, and I think that's been echoed by West Coast as well. The real, and we can give that information into the AFL, but at the end of the day, it's on them to then go and negotiate a media deal and get the right outcome. And so that's a real balance issue between that and the commerciality, because, of course, that's what's driving football and junior development, community engagement and the whole bit. So that's our view. Our view is we want to see free-to-air continue, and I think that'll be absolutely the same for the two teams in SA as well.
Do the non-Victorian clubs speak as a group about these sorts of issues?
No, look, and it's not something that we have discussed between other clubs either. That's just our view, Clint. You've asked the question, and we'd like to see it continue.
Dale, I asked this question, or a similar question, to Kate Roffey about what level of visibility she has on the financial decisions that are made from the list management group. What level of visibility do you get at Fremantle on the board?
Yeah, look, we attend the AFL meetings with the AFL executive a couple of times a year. We get to have input into decisions that are kind of yet to be made about, soft cap and, whether it should be increased and stuff like that.
What about with Luke Jackson? How aware are you of what Fremantle's bid looks like, and what can you say to some of the public speculation that has been circulating around the figures that have been offered to Luke Jackson?
How did I know you'd ask that question, Ben?
You know me too well.
Yeah. Look, every one of the 18 AFL clubs would love to have a player like Luke Jackson in their team. So, that's my starting position. Beyond that, as a non-exec director, as president of the club, we leave that with list management, with football, and we keep it very tight around any negotiations we're doing with players. And I think I've found that to be the best way for that to be managed. And also, too, I don't like us to be talking about players that are playing and contracted at other clubs, because any of those negotiations will continue, and we'll find out in the fullness of time. But respectful of, he's over here playing a game tonight, and he'll go about it, we'll go about it, and those things will take care of themselves down the track.
So while not talking about any player in particular,
yep,
has there been a change in the way that Fremantle decided to go about recruiting? Because it had appeared, and we've seen over a period of time, the Dockers would try to bring in a key forward. We've seen that continually in Fremantle's history. And then when Justin Longmuir arrived, and it changed the year before that, of course, the likes of Peter Bell, it seemed to be that Freo would go to the draft. There was a decision, we're going to the draft. If we can add a player at good value, we will through trades, but we're back to the drafts. Has there been a change in that philosophy?
I think the biggest change in philosophy at Fremantle, and it was really with Peter coming into his role, is that we've got to hire players, we've got to bring players in either from the draft or trade absolute best character, get the values and character correct and can play. And I think if we're critical of our performance up to that point, we were bringing players in that could play, and we, in some occasions, or on some occasions, had a few issues in terms of culture within the club. So that has been the biggest change at Fremantle. Of course, we're managing the list and looking at where we need to kind of understand where we need to either draft or bring players in, and that's just an ongoing one for us. But no, look, I think it's still a mixture of the draft and also bringing in and trading players. That'll continue. But I think for me the fundamental one, and you can see it now, I have a view that within any organisation, it's got to be cultural and it's got to be character driven, and the same in business, in my business, the same as the football club. If you build the right culture and the right values, then that'll hold you on the right path. Of course, you've got to have talent. There's no point having talent if you haven't got the right culture in the organisation.
I think I once asked you about the similarities between building a home and building a football club, and you spoke about the need for good foundations. I think the COVID marshal, Peter Bell, I think a lot of us sit out here and think that he's a future CEO at the Fremantle Football Club, without shipping out Simon, who's doing a tremendous job at the moment.
I was going to say, have you spoken to Simon on this?
I have a very, very strong relationship with Simon. He's a good man. But do you see Peter Bell as a future CEO of the football club?
Gee whiz, you're really asking the searching questions tonight, aren't you? Look, I think we're building a really great crew and really great management at Fremantle. That's my first point. And Belly does an amazing job, and he is the sergeant. To answer your first point around COVID and the pandemic, he is like the sergeant major in that place. In terms, like, there's AFL protocols, and then there's the Peter Bell COVID protocols. And, when Fifey came back through the waffle, Peter was just beside himself, because it was kind of like everyone ran out. And I think Belly thought that, Fifey could go and play that game, get him in, get him out, out through the back door really quick. But, of course, everyone wanted to kind of have a piece of him. And Belly was going spare, because he's going, is this a super spreader event? So, look, to that point, I think the disciplined approach that Peter's got and that kind of care factor, he's a lot to do with what's going on and the improvement in our football. Simon's doing an amazing job from the get-go in joining Fremantle and has really brought great connection within the club. And you guys have also seen, the hiring that we've done in terms of various management roles within the club and so forth. So it's not just about our football program; it's across the club, and we're in a far better place. Where Peter Bell heads for the future and develops, there's great runway, there's great opportunity there. He's a great person, and he's a legend of our club.
I was actually out on the ground that day when Nat Fyfe was getting mobbed, and I was actually...
You wanted a selfie? You wanted a selfie?
No, I was filming it for social media for the ABC, but 1 metre Peter was actually next to me, and I gave him a whack on the arm, and he was very upset with all the people crowding Nathan Fyfe. I said, you should have seen this coming, Peter. You should have run a mask out to him or something.
Oh, dear.
Dale, hard-hitting questions from me, not really. Rory loves hair. What are your thoughts, and what was the do you know what the process was behind that?
No, look, you're asking the wrong person, because hair isn't a great issue for me. It's not of great interest. But I often say to people, if I had hair, I'd probably treat it with some respect. That first week, I don't quite know what went wrong there. Obviously, it was sort of peroxide, but it needed a little bit more work.
He went again, didn't he?
Yeah, kind of did, because it kind of had a bit of ginge about the blondness of it, but we kind of saw it. And I think there might have been a hairdresser in Perth involved with straightening it up in the following week there. But, it's interesting with Lobby. When there's a bit of attention on him, he's gone for a little bit more.
Last one from me, on a serious note. Griffin Logue, how impressed have you been with him this season? He's kind of the utility, isn't he, in the group, plays back, plays forward and just plays his role. How impressed have you been?
Yeah, look, hugely impressed, to come from the back to the forward. And there's some great... production that's going on within the club there around the backman. If anyone hasn't seen it, go and have a look at the backman. There's just a great little skit that's been done there too with Brennan Cox and Luke Ryan. So some irreverence there. But look, I think it's really been terrific to see, and the versatility that we've got now that's proven in Griff, and he's loving it. He's found a place there where he's contributing, and his athleticism is incredible. And he's in a really happy place, and you can kind of see it even in the Old Bull Young Buck series that's going on with him and Dave Mundy. They're having a lot of fun, and that's fantastic for the club. It's fantastic for our supporters as well to see. And the reason I mention that, it's kind of an irreverence, it's an outlet, and it's got a lot of focus and attention from our supporters as well. And that culturally, they're fantastic things to have within a football club.
Not necessarily a normal question for a president, but if this has happened, the president would know, just in the way football clubs work. Has Rory Lobb come to the club and said that he wants a trade at the end of the year?
You can answer that one yourself, I reckon. Rory, what would the term be? Rory is contracted with our club until the end of next year, and he is a well-regarded player playing a great game this season, and we love him to bits, and he's a genuine member of our football club and will remain so.
I think the coach is happier that he didn't have to answer that for a change. Two relatively serious ones to finish. Yep. The surface here, you're a tenant of this stadium, it's outstanding, but is this good enough?
Yeah, look, I think we've got to keep it in context. Middle of winter, we know all of the issues here going on in terms of the usage. We have arguably the best stadium in the Southern Hemisphere, one of the best in the world, and we are one tenant. AFL is one tenant, and we know that we've had soccer, we've had rugby here, and we've had high rainfall. So, the ground staff and the staff and management of Optus do a great job, and it is what it is. And I think we've had roughly about 1,000 square metres of turf relayed this week. And that's a huge commitment. But that's no different to what I see when I've been over east to Marvel midweek, when we've met with the AFL at Marvel and had our meetings there. And midweek I'm seeing turf being replaced, and then that weekend the game being played. So, it's something that's going on all the time. And that's a tough gig, so I'm not critical of Optus, I'm not critical of the ground staff. It's had heavy demand, heavy usage. If we've got a stadium like this and the investment in it, it's got to be used. It's got to have that turnover going on. So, no, look, I think it's also equal for both sides. Both teams are going to play here, and I think we're also fortunate tonight that it seemed about 4 o'clock this afternoon was the last bit of rain, and hopefully that'll hold off as well.
And the last one, again, we asked Kate when she was in here, is there a position from the Fremantle Football Club yet on Tasmania?
No. What did Kate tell you?
Melbourne are still waiting to see.
Yeah, look, the AFL's been pretty upfront with us that, that'll be information that comes back to us, to each of the 18 clubs in August. I think it'll be later in August. And we need to see the full body of that information. And there's lots of opinions around on it. And, one thing about Tasmania, it is a die-hard AFL state. We understand that. Personally, I think it's been well serviced by the AFL too in terms of relationship of Hawthorn and North Melbourne over years. But there's a real push on from Tasmania. Good on them. But it's got to be right for the AFL and it's got to be right for the 18 clubs.
Dale, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks so much. And all I can say to close out is go Freo. All the best. Have a great call, guys.
You look resplendent. The green shoulders, the purple chest, the red bottoms. It is something to behold, the old Freo retro tracksuit.
Looks great, doesn't it?
It does.
I still haven't got one, actually. They've all been sold out, so can you... Yeah, all right, I'll come and grab it later, Dale.
Cara, if you can't somehow find your way into getting one of those tracksuits, I'll be so terribly disappointed. Let's turn our attention to what is to come with the full preview after 6 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock if you're in the east. But there's a bit to talk about in this one, and we do appreciate having both presidents on here on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Kate Roffey joining us from the Melbourne Football Club, and then Dale Alcock just then from the Fremantle Football Club. Bit of news floating around as well. Simon Goodwin has told the pay TV broadcasters that Angus Brayshaw will go back into the midfield for tonight's game. So that will be interesting to see what happens.
Tagging role, maybe.
Yeah.
The other big news is that
brother on brother.
Yeah.
Aish is expected to go to Oliver at the start.
There you go.
So, obviously, he went to Oliver in the second half of the round 11 meeting, and that coincided with Fremantle turning their fortunes around.
That will be really looking forward to see what sort of job he can do on him. And I'm also interested to see, as negative as this may sound, the whole Nat Fyfe controversy. Pre-Nat Fyfe returning, Fremantle 12 games, 9 wins, 3 losses. Since Nat Fyfe, their dual Brownlow medalist and skipper return, the Dockers' record is 6 games, 3 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw. They did appear, as harsh as this sounds with a player of Nat Fyfe's quality, certainly in the midfield, Sharrod Wellingham, to be so much better when Nat Fyfe wasn't playing.
I know, it almost hurts to say, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's like, how does that actually stack up when you've got a player of his ilk coming into the side and adjusting? And I think I may have said it before he came back, that it just changes the dynamic for that midfield a little bit in terms of the way the guys are. I know they probably go out there standing tall and knowing they've got a player of his ability and his ability to impact on a game, but it just changes the dynamic and the way those young guys who have gelled together so well are able to operate and have that confidence. He comes in there and has such a presence where Caleb Sarong might not have the state to go, no, Fyfe, you go over there. And it just, those little bits of kind of confidence, I want to call it confidence, but those little bits of interplay that happen at stoppages and things like that have a huge impact on the way that they play out.
And you were really ahead of your time with your analysis surrounding that, Sharrod. I distinctly remember before Fyfe came back, you spoke about how dynamic and fleet-footed and mobile this midfield was with Brayshaw, Sarong and Brodie, and how the impact of a bullocking Nat Fyfe might change that. And, seemingly it hasn't been quite as effective since he's come back.
It hasn't, but there were patches in one of the games in the last couple of weeks where he came in as that extra mid from that half forward position, and I think he had a really positive impact on the game and was able to still allow those guys who were playing through the midfield to play their role. And he was, I think he kicked 3 goals in a half, and had a different impact. He didn't have his 5 to 10 clearances a game, and relied so heavily upon in that midfield. Just go up there and pinch hit, but allow those guys who have done it so well throughout the year and have changed the way that midfield dynamic works. It's the same as what Mundy's been doing throughout the whole season. He's not the number one go-to guy in there. He's going in there and adding what he can when he can. And I think that works really well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight with the Brownlow medalist out of the side. And like I said at the start then, it doesn't add up when you say it. It doesn't add up.
Does it, in your opinion, Cara, does it change when you have a character who is such a strong character like Nat Fyfe coming into a group that has been functioning a certain way?
Yes, and I think he's the captain of the footy club. So,
which again instantly means players then sort of look a little bit towards him.
Yeah, and I think it's been pretty evident throughout this season, especially at the start, that the team and especially the midfield have been functioning quite well without him. So I would have loved to have seen him play a little bit more. Obviously, he's been injured, but up forward and coming into finals and finding his feet a little bit more, because obviously that's not a natural position for him. I think that's where he fits in the side. I think the young group coming through in the midfield, have been able to prove themselves over this season. And again, we saw a couple of weeks ago when push came to shove, Fyfe went in for a couple.
Changed the dynamic.
And they've got that up their sleeve. But I would have loved to have seen how he would go in the lead up to finals up forward, because he's hard to match up on up forward. We know he's great aerially above his head, but again, a strong character, a strong presence. I would say yes in answer to your question. But again, he's out now, and we know how good this young group is. So it's going to be really exciting to see, how they go tonight without him, which they've been able to do quite well earlier.
Rory Lobb, you asked the hard-hitting question about his hair colour, which I did get.
I've got to be careful with the president. I can't ask too many, like you, Benny.
Yeah, well, you just give him the Dorothy Dixer, and then I'll come in and...
Absolutely.
Betty is our sledgehammer here on Grandstand.
Velvet sledgehammer, like Lloydie.
Like Lloydie. I left the velvet out, just the sledgehammer. What difference does it make, whether or not he ends up playing at Fremantle next year? And the signs suggest, even though, as they're at pains to say that he's under contract, that he won't be. But how important is he to what Fremantle are trying to do this season? They missed him desperately against Richmond. He's back. How key could he be tonight for Fremantle's chances of getting the win here at Perth Stadium against the Melbourne Demons?
Oh, massively. Without him up forward, you rely on Taberner to be that lone, tall forward, with the likes of obviously Griffin Logue, as we spoke about with Dale, having that defensive mindset up forward. But when Lobb is on, he's on. Like, we saw him kick a bag a couple of weeks ago, and they did miss him. They missed the representation down the line, and again, it was proven that they lost without him in the smallest of Drew without him. So I think he, again, regardless of what he does post this season, I think in any player's mind, their focus is on the rest of this season and what they can do with the club that they're currently at and the jumper that they're currently wearing. So I've no doubt he'll have a pretty big impact tonight.
The jumper that they're currently wearing, well, it's old school, Ben Cameron, worn by the Dockers for their away games between 1998 and 2000, regarded as the 3D jumper. It's got the diagonal anchor across the front, a green stripe, then a red stripe on either side of that, a white stripe on either side of that, and then purple shorts and purple socks. There's a bit going on. Anchors away, goals all day is the banner that they've run out between. This, I think you described it best. So bad it's good, the Fremantle Dockers jumper tonight.
And I've heard Corbin Middlemass speaking during the week about the fact that the way the jumper was designed, this was an original away jumper for the Dockers, so traditionally worn with the white shorts, but the way the anchor is slanted, that's because the anchor is planted in the west and he's being tugged east. So like if you docked an anchor, that's what would happen. When Fremantle were obviously playing an away game in the east, I also put it up on socials during the week, but incredibly, David Mundy tonight completes the set. The Fremantle Dockers have worn 32 unique jumper designs in their history. That includes all manner of home and away jumpers, special jumpers like Indigenous round jumpers, Purple Haze jumpers, Starlight Foundation jumpers. This is the only one David Mundy had never previously worn. He's out there right now on the green stuff of Perth Stadium wearing his 32nd unique Fremantle jumper.
That is an incredible stat for the 37-year-old. For what it's worth too, they've worn this jumper, the Dockers, against Melbourne on 3 separate occasions. Twice they lost. In 98 at the MCG, went down by 23 points. In 2000 at the Docklands, they were belted by 83. But perhaps it's best known for when it was being worn by Tony Modra in 1999 at the MCG. Freo won by 54 points, and Tony Modra that day kicked 10 goals. As the Demons make their way out of the race, they all join at the start of the banner, and they'll burst through with Max Gawn determined as their skipper to see them take the 4 points back to the east. Lever and Hunt return for Melbourne. Tomlinson is out of the side. He's been omitted. Harms out through concussion, and Bedford was managed. Well, for the Fremantle Dockers, as we mentioned before, Lobb is the inclusion. Banfield misses out. He's the sub tonight, the Medi sub, and Fife goes out with a hamstring injury. These sides, first time that they've ever met at Perth Stadium, though the Demons, as we mentioned, they do like this ground. They played here 8 times. They've won on 5 occasions, losing 3. And of those 5 wins, one, of course, the 2021 Grand Final. They've won their past 4 times. They've headed west, the Demons. Can they continue that sort of run tonight on Grandstand AFL?
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
A handful of brands took the very extraordinary step of telling their sponsored runners that they could run in Nikes.
He has not lost his hunger to win or to be a world champion.
She's 6'9". She's always going to be 6'9". That's always a commodity, especially in women's basketball.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. You can find us on the Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's the Dockers and the Demons in the West on Grandstand AFL. Ben Cameron and I have got into the spirit of retro round, Ben. Love your old school, I guess it's a baseball top, you would say. The baseball jacket, ABC.
Bomber jacket.
Bomber jacket.
Bomber jacket.
College jumper.
College bomber jacket style. It's actually audio technician Marty, who's worked at the ABC for nigh on 4 decades. So I saw it on Twitter during the week, and I messaged Marty and said, Marty, you don't happen to have this, do you? Could I please borrow it for the night? And he's kindly allowed me to. So here we are. And you've got the green television jacket on.
Yes, which wasn't just worn by Graham and the Colonel, though everyone has sent Twitter messages about Graham and the Colonel. No, it was actually worn by a lot of ABC great sportcasters along the way through cricket and football, WAFL, lawn bowls, for example. Yeah, when I saw Ben wearing that, I thought, no, it's off to wardrobe I go, and drag this one out of the very back.
Not to reference Corby again, but he did mention during the week, it's bizarre we don't have a heritage round anymore. I mean, it's an easy way to engage your fans, isn't it? This is one of the sensible things he said, of which there are a few, but it makes sense to me. Like, it's an easy time to wear an old jumper, to engage with your supporter base, and teams are sort of left to do it willy-nilly of their own accord.
Team clubs do it for training. You know, when I was playing, you'd go bring your junior jumper day, and you'd come down and try and fit into your high school or Colts over here, or your TAC Cup or whatever they called it over in the East Coast at that stage. So I reckon it's a really good, enjoyable way to spice up the season.
Have I missed something? Are not all teams engaging in retro round? Is that the...
No, it was a little bit of a paid television extravaganza, which I would say Fremantle have absolutely adopted.
Grasped it.
Above and beyond.
And I think that's a good thing. I mean, there is an argument where the one thing that the AFL probably doesn't need is another themed round. I will accept that. But if you're going to have a themed round, one that would be a plus, and every fan in this stadium has loved it. Look at the amount of green and red about. Fremantle, of course, just adopting purple and the 3 white chevrons, but you look around the crowd, everyone has decided to get right into retro round here in the West, and I would imagine every other club would do exactly the same when given the opportunity. So, yeah, it's great to see those clubs that have adopted it. And Melbourne wearing the jumper that they changed to when television really came in, the much lighter blue as opposed to the darker blue tonight, of course, with the away shorts on too. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron. This is a massive game. The build-up has been finals-like in the West. There's been so much speculation on how this game will pan out. So much pressure too on the home side, the Fremantle Dockers, and their chances of finishing in the top 4. They do seem to rely on getting the 4 points tonight against the Demons, who would like to kickstart their season again after being absolutely dominant in the opening 10 rounds of the year. How will this pan out? Keen to get the thoughts of our experts before we get started. Sharad Wellingham, the Premiership Pie, All-Australian Cara Antonio on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, well, Clint, we spoke about it quickly with Kate pre-game, and the messaging out of Melbourne has been ruthless from Simon Goodwin and a lot of their senior players through the week. So can they bring that? Can they bring enough heat around the contest? They have been really reliant on the contest. They'll have a lot of confidence. I said it earlier. They'll have a lot of confidence, even though they haven't been great over the last 6 or 7 weeks. They'll have a lot of confidence in the back end of the year, and these last 4 weeks leading into finals are really, really crucial in your confidence that you do take into the finals. But they'll know that they can go to another level. They're still really relying on that contested footy through the big bulls in Petrarca, Oliver, Viney, and obviously the impact that big Max Gawn has on the game. But they're not really doing that well in clearances. They're 12th in the league for clearances, which isn't a great stat for such a good midfield. But they are constantly able to rely on that contested football, which they do bring. Can they bring that enough? They're 15th in the league for tackles, which I think is a really, really another slightly damning stat for them. How can they bring enough pressure and ruthlessness around the football when they are 15th in the league for tackles? If they can up that and put enough pressure on Fremantle, it'll go a long way to them being able to win field position. And as we know, field position is key. They got beaten up last time around the contest by Fremantle, and who were able to get them working defensively, and Melbourne just weren't able to work hard enough defensively. I think that if the messaging has sunk in during the week from Goody and the leaders at Melbourne, and they have that mindset to come over and be ruthless, be hard in the contest, win some clearances, it'll go a long way to them locking the ball in their forward half and controlling. I mean, we haven't got the rain yet, but if any rain does come through, getting a few scores on the board early and locking it in your forward half will be massive for Melbourne. And then can Fremantle go out and do what they did last time, beat them up around the contest and then work them really hard offensively, and can Melbourne keep up with them on the defensive side?
Yeah, I have no doubt that throughout the week they would have scouted obviously the D scouted Fremantle and looked at the vision from last time they met, and they wouldn't have been happy with how they were obviously beaten quite convincingly, and Fremantle were just allowed to chip their way through their zone and their press, which again obviously teams have followed because they've lost quite a few on the trot, the Ds. But what for me, I'm really just excited. Again, Friday night footy, but the matchups for me. So, the Brayshaw potential brother-on-brother, Angus on Andy will be one to watch early. Does Griffin Logue start forward and play a defensive role on Lever, perhaps, to chop off that? They're a great intercept team, the Ds, we know that, and they penetrate off, create a lot of scoring opportunities from halfback. So I would love to see Logue play a role up forward. That probably frees up, probably Taberner if May takes Lob. So
Logue's got enough of it. He's got a big tank, so he'll be able to work up the ground and be that release option up on the wing, allow Taberner and Lob to stay deep, because if he can draw either Lever or May up a little bit, they really like to stay deep and almost swivel either side of that defensive 50, and if they can be drawn up at all, as you're calling, if they can make that happen, that'll go a long way.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And you mentioned as well, Shaz, inside. So you mentioned the clearances to the Ds, and their contested ball, they're high up there, but even the hit-outs, the number 12 for hit-outs. So Sean Darcy's obviously had a tremendous season so far. What does that look like when he's not in? Obviously, Rory Lobb may go in, but I'm really interested to see that ruck inside battle. Who will get hands on first? And we know that the team that gets it out on the outer, like your Langdons are dangerous. Aish has been fantastic for Freo. What does that look like? I think this will be a really evenly matched match tonight, and it will have a finals feel to it as well, being these two teams in the contest.
Just on that ruck battle, I think it'll be really, really big. Darcy's obviously developed so well this year, but both ruckmen really do like to control both ends of the ground. Whereas you see a lot of ruckmen won't go inside their forward 50. They'll leave that to a forward to ruck. Both guys like to go inside their forward 50 and take those forward 50 rucks. But then on the other side, both work really hard defensively to clog up that space in their defensive 50. So it's a really interesting one, and I think a really exciting matchup for tonight's game.
Ben Cameron's had an eye on the toss of the coin. Ben?
Alex Pearce going in there for the Dockers. Max Gawn winning the toss. Melbourne will kick to the city end of the ground in the first term.
Let's head downstairs and find out what are things like whenever she's with us on Grandstand AFL. It seems to rain, but it's holding off at the moment, Bridget Lacey.
Good evening. Yes, Clint, it is for now. Not raining. I felt like we had a few drops a few minutes ago. I'm pretty worried. I have been all week about this forecast. I can tell you there is a cold, blustery wind at the moment. It's about 15 degrees, but it feels more like 8 or 9 degrees down here. We're keeping a close eye on the surface tonight. It is damp and cold underfoot out there tonight, and obviously we've got a new section there, but we expect it to be toughest on the broadcast or this side of the ground for the players. So interesting watch on that. Starting benches for both sides from Fremantle, Caleb Sarong, David Mundy, Heath Chapman and Travis Collier, with the Medi-sub Bailey Banfield, and from Melbourne, Charlie Spargo, Trent Rivers, Sam Wiedemann, Tom Sparrow, and their Medi-sub is Kate Chandler.
Which way are you tipping, Sharad?
I'm going to tip Fremantle.
Freo
for me.
Melbourne in a close one for me.
This will be fascinating. It's going to be Darcy against Jackson to get us started. They might be teammates next year. Here we go on Grandstand AFL.
So Darcy loses the tap to Jackson. Now loose footy. Brodie onto it. Gives the handball away to Brayshaw. Off towards Akers. Now Clark off half-back for the Dockers. Kicks towards half-forward. Coming up Frederick. Now he has to go again at ground level. Getting involved Langdon. Langdon on the wing. Sweeps a handball forward for Jackson for the D's. Brayshaw for the Dockers. Comes in and wins it. Handball to Darcy. Handball to Pearce. Handball back to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Now Akers. Aish. Back to Akers, almost run down. The Dockers right back to halfback. And Young, a dangerous kick. Jordan comes across, brings it to ground. There for the Dockers, though, Walker. Handball away towards Ryan. Bad bounce for Henry. It allows in Jordan again. Ryan beats him to the footy. He's tackled to ground and will get a ball up between wing and right half forward for Fremantle.
So Logue on lever. On lever.
And the other one was right as well. Brayshaw going to the midfield, but it looks like he's going to Brodie at the moment.
Ball thrown up. One down by Darcy, but it came to Brayshaw of the Demons. Got it back to Jordan. Kicks around the body towards right half forward. Walker couldn't mark. Gawn punches it forward. Pickett's onto it. Tries to scoop it up one-handed. Still going with it. Couldn't quite control the football. Young picks it up for the Dockers to Brodie. He'll run towards left half back and then kick towards the commentary wing, and May spoils. He was behind Logue but got his fist to the footy. It's over for a boundary throw-in between left half back and centre wing for Fremantle.
There he is, Logue, is that release option, a long way from where May wants to be.
And apologies, I said on lever. He's playing hard on May there.
Jackson wins the tap down to Petrarca. Quick snap towards half forward in the Gawn direction. Pearce beats him to the footy, knocks it down. Pickett onto it. He evades the Walker tackle. Now on the left, a centering ball inside 50. No mark taken. Langdon. Handball away to Neil Bullen. Hunt snaps from 45. Floating towards goal. It's across the face. A minor score. Henry getting back. He juggles the mark through. I think it's through for a behind, but we'll check it.
I think he may have taken it cleanly.
But behind the line.
So they're going to check if it was in front of the line. The umpire doesn't have a great view here.
It's clearly over the line. You can see daylight between the post and the ball when he marks it, so it should be a behind to start for the D's. A minor score, 2.5 minutes in as the heavens open. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, this is a bit early for this to be happening, guys. But yes, I can confirm that it's coming down, and it's coming down with quite a bit of ferocity, I would say, for this early stage. So
it is pelting down. It lasted, less than 3 minutes before the rain arrived. The kick's to the outer side. Langdon's there to mop up. Gives it to Hunt. He'll kick around the body for Melbourne towards left half forward. Good mark, Fritsch. Read it well up against Akers. He has it at left half forward. Runs towards the boundary and right up against it. Puts it inside forward 50. Cox with the spoil for the Dockers. Down to Young. Tackled by Petrarca. Ball's been held in. Ball up will be the call. Aish continues to stand right next to Oliver. as it's thrown up. Gawn got the touch down to Viney. His kick was into traffic. Might have come off the chest of Pickett and then over the boundary line for a throw-in again. 30 out from Melbourne's attacking goal. As Ben said at the start, they won the toss and they're headed to the city end, or the right of our broadcast position in this term. Both rucks had a touch. Spills down Petrarca at the back. Harassed. Great tackle. Akers got him one way, Clark the other. And it's holding the ball, and Clark will have the free kick for Fremantle between fullback and centre-half back. Melbourne with the only score of the game. 4 minutes gone, they lead by behind.
So in the driving rain, Clark kicks long towards the wing. Through the hands of Jackson, out the back it goes. Petty onto it for the D's. Sweeps a handball away to Brayshaw. This is Angus. Kicks the Demons to half forward. Clark gets a hand to it, bursting through Viney. Clean gather. Handball away to Gawn. Handball to Pickett. Pickett snaps from the pocket. Pickett misses, a little narrow. A minor score, a couple of behinds to start for the D's. Fremantle yet to score through the opening 4.5 minutes. 5 inside 50s to naught in the early exchanges.
Ryan has the kicking duties for Fremantle. He'll look to bring it out towards left half back. High kick wanted Cox. Melksham brought it to ground. He's able to gather and then picks it up right next to the boundary. Kicks back towards full forward. Decent battle here. Fritsch was the player he was looking for. Ryan's able to spoil it over his shoulder. And it's through for another rush behind. Melbourne 3 behinds. Freo yet to score. Indeed, Freo really yet to go forward the centre line. 5 gone in the opening term.
So the D's winning the territory battle early on as Clark goes short with the kick to the pocket. Randy Brayshaw, left back pocket for the Dockers. His brother went and stood him at the opening centre bounce, and a handshake beforehand as Andy Brayshaw kicks towards the wing. Lever can't mark. Darcy Rose for the Dockers. Frederick loses it in a tackle. It comes back to Darcy. He knocks it out to Henry, gives it off to Brodie. A snap towards the wing for Freo. Jackson 2 hands to it. He doesn't take the mark. Now Salem at ground level. Off towards Jordan. Handball towards Angus Brayshaw. Frederick steals it beautifully. His handball stolen by Viney. Dumps it on the left boot. Long kick towards full forward. It'll drift out. Out of bounds on the full. The Dockers to get it back. Cox to have it in their left back pocket. 3 behinds to no score. 6 minutes in.
It's been all one-way traffic. Melbourne haven't been able to take full toll on the scoreboard yet. Cox beyond defensive 50. Stretching, Taberner couldn't mark. Darcy met by Lever coming the other way. It's spilled out. Well taken by Hibbert, who wheels around. Wobbles a kick towards right half forward. Neil Bullen harassed by Ryan. Ball spilled free. Taken by Jordan of the Demons. Goes back to Jackson. Jackson will kick around the body with the left. It'll tumble inside forward 50. No mark taken. Pickett was out after it. It spilled down and then wrapped up. Trying to get to it was Hunt. He was tackled by Walker. It's centre half forward for Melbourne. Ball thrown aloft. Darcy will get there first. Palmed it down to Brodie. Oh, well tackled Petrarca. He just got the kick away though. Oliver wanted it. Salem got there first for the Demons. Hand pass to Viney. Tackled immediately by Brayshaw. Ball squirts out the back in the slippery conditions. To Brodie. It comes again to Henry. Now to Ace to Brodie. A hurried kick away down the throat though of Lever, who marks on centre wing for the Demons. They're 3 behind. The Dockers yet to score. 7 gone in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Lever back in the team. Right shoulder strap. Kicks towards half forward. Gawn can't take the mark. Picking it up, Aish for the Dockers at half back. Gives it off to Andy Brayshaw. Handball to Mundy. Handball to Schultz. Schultz feigns one way. Gives it back to Mundy. Mundy a kick towards half forward. Mays there. He spoils it away from Logan. We see it out. A throw in at left half forward for Fremantle. 3 behinds Melbourne. Fremantle yet to score through the opening 7.5 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, 32 unique jumper designs for the Dockers in their history. David Mundy completes the set tonight.
The throw-in, Darcy at the front, won it down. Oliver's out after it. Can't gather inside his defensive 50. Frederick tries to tap it away. Kick well smothered here from Sarong. Melbourne move it towards right half back. Petrarca thought he was tackled by Young. Ball spilled out. It came back to him, and then Young got him a second time. And will ball it up. Freo fans want an incorrect disposal. Jackson flies in the ruck contest. Won it down. Petrarca knocks it backwards. Oliver able to gather. Got a hand pass away. Wrapped up Jordan. Beautifully done then by Henry. It came to Aish. Kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. Lob couldn't quite gather. May then tackled. Hand pass in trouble. Schultz might have been taken without it. They say play on the officials. Scooped up by Hibbard. He'll kick beyond defensive 50. Big pack flies. No mark taken, but the Demons are away from right half back.
And here they go, surging down the northern wing. Petrarca is gesticulating at them. Now he kicks long. Pickett in good position. And Pickett marks 25 out directly in front.
That was just really silly by Sean Darcy. There was a 3-on-1 on 50. Massive shove in the back to Max Gawn. Advantage. Everyone was down and the Ds were out.
Yeah, they went down like bowling balls.
They did.
Bowling pins.
Just wasn't needed though. Really undisciplined.
Keziah Pickett. 6 goals a fortnight ago in Alice Springs. That traditional canter, he comes in and he kicks the D's first of the night. They're 1-3-9. Fremantle yet to score almost 10 minutes into the opening term. You're on Grandstand AFL. Sharad Wellingham, Cara Antonio.
Just ask a question. The reason the Fremantle faithful are so annoyed is they, and I think they might have an argument, Schultz, was he held by Petty in the goal square?
Oh, yes, but he added Mayo to it. I think that was
he tried to draw the attention of the umpire. It was probably there.
There was no representation at the on ground level. The 3 talls were by themselves, and the smalls are out. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't have said so. I think there was a bit of Mayo added there. Yes, the crowd might be upset, but play on.
Demons, they raced away when they got that opportunity. Surging down the commentary wing. Their first goal of the night. Darcy wins it down for the restart for the Dockers. It comes to Sarong. He'll kick towards right half forward. Had too much on it over the top of Collier. To be marked there by Rivers. Kicks Melbourne back towards centre wing out of side. He's able to hit Brayshaw on the chest. Angus Brayshaw on a bit of a run. Then sends it deep inside the forward 50 into the left forward pocket. No mark taken at the back. Melksham responds quickest. Gets to it. Hard up against the boundary. Fires a pass inboard. Neil Bullen couldn't take it. Fritsch breaks the Sarong tackle and then snaps around the body. Oh, that's remarkable. High fives are plenty for Fritsch. And so he should get them from his teammates. 2-3-15 the Demons. The Dockers yet to score. 11 gone in the first term. Fritsch, a fantastic finish.
Excellent by Melksham, I think it was there, just to keep the ball in, have that composure on the boundary line, turn back inside, and obviously a bullet pass, a little bit of dew and a little bit of wet on the ground, but fantastic finish by Fritz. For the small frame he is, he's an incredible player, and the way that he uses his body against his bigger, taller, probably stronger opponents is what I'm most impressed with his game.
Kicked 6 goals, 2 in last year's grand final at this venue.
Was he stiff to not get Norm Smith?
Had a fair case for it, didn't he?
He did.
In the middle, Gawn jumps over the top of Darcy, wins it down to Petrarca, away to Angus Brayshaw, tumbles the D's back in attacking 50, unable to mark Wiedemann, spills out the back to Sparrow, dribbles his shot on goal. The D's are there, so too the Dockers, getting involved. Young, he spills it. Now trying to pick it up, Oliver. Young goes again, barges through. Can't quite find a way through. And we'll get a ball up 20 metres out from the attacking goal for the D's.
No, 39 disposals to Petrarca. He was amazing.
He was good. Kicked a couple.
Throwing up, comes down. Spargo gathers, throws it on the boot. He's been able to bounce it through. Oh, it's all the Demons. What a start for Melbourne in the West. Charlie Spargo threw it on the boot. Are they going to send this upstairs? Yes, they are. Did it touch someone on the way through? Let's have another look. Dockers player, is it Chapman who thinks he might have just been able to get the fingertip on it? He's done well, Spargo, to get the kick away from between two Dockers.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look to me definitive, though, does it there?
What did the umpire call? I didn't see.
Didn't spot the soft call.
We're no closer to knowing from looking at that, are we?
No. Well, I don't have a problem with that myself. Umpire's call, so it is a goal. There was no evidence there.
No, it wasn't enough to turn it over, was it?
No. There was an umpire nearby. I thought he got it away cleanly. There was no obvious movement on the ball. There was no obvious flick of the fingertips from Chapman. Happy where I sit that Melbourne have got 3-3-21 and the Dockers are yet to score. Who wouldn't be happy would be Justin Longmuir, though.
Just aren't really able to penetrate any ball movement through the wings at the moment, are they?
No.
Melbourne doing a really good job with Lever and May, as we called, just setting up behind them, and the brick wall is just impenetrable at the moment.
We mentioned ruthless has been the buzzword. It's been a ruthless start from the D's. Perfect bounce back in the middle, lob into the ruck. Off both ruck's hands, down to Petrarca, off to his great mate Oliver. Squeezes a kick forward. Onto it's a wrong handball errant though. Ryan comes and picks it up for the Dockers. Runs straight into a Neil Bullen tackle. Loses it. It spills out to Mundy though. Gives it off to Young. He goes on that left leg out towards the wing and turns it over. Mark taken there by Rivers. So Rivers there for the D's on the logo. Runs around, kicks long towards the forward pocket, looking for a mark. Pearce able to bring it down. Young onto the footy. Handball back to Pearce. Pearce will snap towards the wing for the Dockers.
Ball bounces towards the boundary line. It's with Langdon, though. Sweeps a hand pass back to Rivers. Steps away from Collier. Gets a kick into the left forward pocket. Dawn went up. Couldn't mark. Spilled off Fritsch down to Pearce for the Dockers. Hand pass back into traffic and then holding the ball to call. He's not getting rid of it quickly enough. Max Gawn will be able to have a shot. He'll be putting boots of ball from about 45 metres out. It's a 45-degree angle to the left-hand side.
So it wasn't a holding the ball for... Yeah, so it was incorrect disposal.
Good tackle from the big
Really
ruckman.
good tackle.
Absolutely wrapped him up, Max Gawn. He's sort of juggled it, and then lost it. Gawn, a hop, skip and a jump. And he kicks towards goal. It's going to be across the face. In fact, it's out of bounds on the full. He's missed the lot to the right-hand side. No change to that score. 3-3-21 the Demons. Freo yet to score. 16 gone in the first.
Cox with a kick towards left half back for Chapman, who wants to switch it quickly to Ryan, who goes for a little run. Collier's out on the southern wing. He marks on his chest. He's a little unsure of where to go next. Holds it up. Skips back off the mark, stabs it short. A good kick to Sarong. So Fremantle trying to work something down the southern wing. Sarong called to play on. He kicks long towards half forward. Lever comes across. And that's what the D's do. Lever intercepts across half back for Melbourne. They've had all of the early scoring, 3-3-21 to no score.
Lever, then he decides to turn it over. It's down the throat of Sarong, who sends it back to Ryan at right half-back. A switch will play to Chapman at left half-back for Fremantle. Akers is on the wing. He'll go a little bit shorter than that, though, to Clark. Clark about 3 metres in from the boundary at left half-back.
Just unable to get it past the centre wing at the moment.
Demons have been miserly, as they have been all year. Fremantle kicks towards left half-forward. Big pack up, off hands. David Mundy roving by. Gets the kick away despite the pressure from Petty. Inside forward 50. Salem slaps it backwards. Viney had it. Couldn't quite get a hand pass away. Hunt was lurking. And then it's taken over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in about 48 out from Freo's attacking goal. Taberner, the last player up in that little pack. Melbourne's lead, 21 points. They're 3-3 to blot, zip.
Jackson trying to take it out of the ruck. Eventually it comes to Brody. His kick stolen by Salem. Kicks the D's back towards the wing. And there to fist it away. Clark for the Dockers. A throw-in just forward of halfway for Fremantle.
Inside 50s, 13-3 to Melbourne.
The contested possession that we spoke about, Melbourne doing really well at 32-19 at the moment.
Jackson works his way to the front, wins it down to Sparrow. Handball away to Oliver. Kicks a mongrel punt towards half forward in the Spargo direction. Young there, can't quite take the mark for the Dockers. Now he goes again. Picking it up, though, Melksham gets it out to Spargo. Kick smothered. A desperate effort from Chapman, who tries to lift the Dockers. They've been under siege to start this first term. 18 and a half minutes in, 3-3-21. Fremantle yet to score. They trail the D's.
Grandstand AFL, Perth Stadium, ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Lobb takes clean possession. Hand pass, though, straight down the throat of Jordan under no pressure at all. Jordan gives it back to Angus Brayshaw. Kicks the Demons into the right forward pocket. Wanted Gawn. Pearce spoils it away over the line for a throw-in. 48 out from Melbourne's attacking goal.
Lobb's got to do better in that situation. He's got the ball clean out of the ruck. Take some territory. They haven't been able to get the ball up the field at all.
Boundary umpire unfurls. Gawn got a fist on it. Went down to Walker, though, of the Dockers, to Brayshaw. Hand passes on the bounce to Akers, just beyond his defensive 50 at left half back. He'll kick high up into the air. Flying Jackson in a big pack. Spills down for the Demons to Salem, though. Gives it out to Jordan, just forward of centre wing, commentary side. Heads into the right forward pocket. Spoil came from Ryan. Brayshaw went out after it, couldn't gather. Ryan could. He's tackled, got a hand pass away to Brodie. Hands it back to Brayshaw. To Brodie again at left half back. To Mundy. Hand pass to Aish. Back to Mundy. Finally puts boot to ball for the Dockers. A clever little pass short to Akers, who marks at left half back. Melbourne 3-3-21. The Dockers still yet to score. We've gone into time on in the opening term.
They've struggled to go forward of centre, Fremantle, as Akers moves it on to Aish, who kicks to centre half back, and the mark taken by Ryan. The switch is on for the Dockers. How about a Mark Young? Sweeps it over the top to Walker. Tries to take on Spargo. He does. Kicks towards the forward pocket. May and Logue, they both go to ground. The ball goes over the top. It skims through for the first score of the night for the Dockers. A minor score. They're one behind Melbourne, 3-3-21. Time on in the first term. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Jake Lever just limped to the bench and the Doc's having a look at him now, and it's obviously not a hard tag on Clayton Oliver because he came to the bench and James Aish went back on the ground just as Clayton Oliver was coming to the bench.
Just saw a replay. Landed awkwardly. The ankle sort of twisted underneath him, Lever, as the Demons through the middle. Sparrow kicks long to a one-on-one contest inside forward 50. Breaking away, though, Chapman was so cool up against Melksham. He's able to gather, and then he sends it to Mundy, who marks it left half back. Player of such potential, Chapman. Ball in the hands of the veteran. Sells some candy to get around his opponent. That was nicely done. Kicks towards left half forward, but then puts it out of bounds on the full. Jaden Hunt will take that as a win after Mundy was able to just stroll by him a moment ago. The Demons will have the free kick at right half back. They lead by 20 points. 21 and a bit gone in the opening term. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
So Stephen May on his left boot kicks long towards a pack on the wing. Off the hands it skims and goes out of play for a throw-in on the wing. 3-3-21 Melbourne. Fremantle one behind. Almost 22 minutes into this opening term. Concern for the D's with Jake Lever. They wouldn't want to lose him on the stroke of the finals. Both rucks with hands on it. Brodie picks it up, gets a 15-metre kick forward for the Dockers. Hunt can't gather. Walters can. Handball error, and it goes straight back to Hunt. Handball to Jordan, to Petrarca. Now Salem. He'll kick the D's forward of the wing towards Wiedemann. Pearce in front of him. Does really well. Juggles the mark. Completes it. On the defensive point of the square for the Dockers, they trail by 20 points Fremantle. The D's with the opening 3 goals of the game. They lead 21-1, 22 and a half minutes in.
Sent it to Henry, to Brodie. Dangerous kick to Walters, who stood there as May closed in on him. He took the mark and plays on quickly over the top to Logue. Has to get rid of it. Oh, Hunt runs him down. He just got the hand pass away. Was trying to settle for a shot on goal. Well done, Jaden Hunt. Would not give up. And quite rightly, Demons fans Demons supporters give him a huge roar at the goal at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground. Thrown back in. Darcy got it down to Walters, who fires a goal. He's missed a lot by a long way. Missing to the left-hand side from the left forward pocket. Still just one behind to the Dockers. 3-3-21 to the Demons. 23 gone in the first. Great effort before from Hunt.
So Hibberd A long kick out of the D50 for Melbourne. It goes over the top of Pearce, who slipped over and tumbles out. A throw in. I feel like that chase from Hunt tells you a lot about what you need to know from Melbourne, their mindset. Simon Goodwin said during the week the cornerstone of Melbourne is good defence, and their pressure has dropped. Their pressure rating this year ranked 18th, the worst in the comp. And Hunt just bringing some of that defensive heat from the throw-in. Ball comes down in front of Jackson and players pile on another ball up.
You can clearly tell that was a messaging throughout the week. Their pressure's been outstanding.
Jackson jumps over the top of Darcy. He'll get a free kick as well. Darcy shepherding him out of it. Jackson handball to Salem. Short kick, trying to find Neil Bullen. Over the top it goes. Viney will run onto it. Petrarca bursting by. Runs to 50 out. Just got pressured by Henry on the kick. It dribbles towards full forward. Picked up by Ryan for the Dockers. Off to Walker. Short kick. Just finds Brayshaw.
On by hand to Aish. Oh, burning away. Walker showed a clean pair of heels. Gave it to Log. Continued his run. Walker stabs it inside forward 50. Tried to gather by Logue. Into his back perhaps. May, yes, says the umpire. May, a little wry smile. Logue pops up quickly, kicks short and finds Brayshaw. And he'll go back and have a shot for Fremantle in the right forward pocket. Andrew Brayshaw, ball in hand. First genuine opportunity for the Dockers tonight to put one between the big sticks.
All set up from that willingness from Walker to run and carry it under the wing, wasn't it? It was just confidence that you like to see from young players.
Brayshaw sends it towards goal. He's not a noted set shot. He's missed. Out to the right-hand side. Two behinds for Freo. 3-3-21 Melbourne. 25 gone in the first. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Good news for the D's. Jake Lever's back on his feet. He looks to be okay with that ankle issue.
Short kick into the back pocket. Now Hibberd goes long in the Langdon direction. The former Docker. He fumbles it and Pearce does the same. Knocks it out. We'll get a throw in right half forward for Fremantle. The Brayshaw family in attendance tonight. Watching on as the two brothers, Angus and Andy, go head-to-head. It was actually Angus who grew up a Dockers fan as a kid. Darcy takes it out of the ruck, bounces it inside 50 for the Dockers. May's there for the D's, gives it off to Langdon. His kick, quick, and it lands on the lap of Ace. 60 out from the Dockers' goal. He'll go into the pocket, trying to find Taberner. Two hands to it, doesn't mark. At the fall of the ball, Hibberd. Loose ball at the attacking goal square for the Dockers. The top of it, a legging free kick. And it'll go the way of Fremantle. Taberner's got the footy, but it'll go to Frederick.
Yeah, one of the I can't recall who it was, but kind of slid in and took out Frederick's legs. Just watching the replay now.
Yeah, Hibberd's just come down below.
He's going to snap on the left. A casual approach, the desired result. And didn't the Dockers need that? Their first major of the night after the D's kicked the first three. Melbourne 3-3-21 leading Fremantle 1-8. 27 minutes into the opening term. Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham.
Better pressure there inside forward 50 from the Dockers. And again, just the willingness to want the ground ball. Unfortunate for Hibbert, but I think that was the fair call in the end. Just dove forward trying to smother something that really wasn't there to be smothered. And wow, the Dockers needed that one. Melbourne well and truly on top in this first quarter.
Just aren't utilising the width of the ground at the moment. They're playing very skinny down the wing. I know that it's been a wet day and it might have been the mindset, but they've got to still continue to try and explore those wide options and use their legs.
Not a great bounce from the umpire. They should bring that back, I think. And they will.
They're playing into Melbourne's hands. The Levers and the Mays want that long down the line to chop it off, so they probably need to reassess at quarter time.
Brodie leads the disposal winners. He's had 11 times. Viney 9, the best for the Demons. Viney tries to bring the ball away from the restart, but slid over the top of it without Aish to gather. Hand pass to Henry. Went straight into Brayshaw of the Melbourne variety, and Angus wrapped him up, took him to ground. Now it took literally one step and then was crunched. No prior. Gaunt wins it down to Salem, to Viney for the Demons. Hand passed over the top to anyone in particular. So Young's happy to run onto it for Freo. Gives it to Frederick. Frederick kicks inside forward 50. He wants Taberner against him, but Taberner juggled it Mark not paid, lost it again to Walters, who bounces it through for the Dockers from right in front and from 20 outs. They've gone back-to-back with goals, the Dockers. Sonny Walters delivers when needed. 3-3-21 the Demons, 2-2-14 Fremantle, 28 gone in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Good use of legs again. It was Frederick this time through the middle of the ground, grabbed the ball and just took off, left Gawn in his wake, and a long, clear, big contested contest at the top of the goal square, and then Michael Walters crumbing very well and sneaking a nice low dart down below the oncoming defender. It was really well worked. And nice of Tamina to have the game awareness to continue to try and get the ball out. Obviously heard the call to play on, and good game awareness.
So Melbourne kicked the first 3. The Dockers have kicked the next 2. Oliver receives it from Gawn in the middle. Tries to dribble a kick forward. Viney picks it up. Handball to Petrarca. Handball to Gawn. Long kick to full forward for the D's. Cox is able to spoil it down. Jackson onto it. Tries to snap on goal. It's smothered. Well done there from Cox. He stayed with the player. Ricochets out, a throw-in in the left forward pocket.
It's probably emphasised by his hair, but don't you reckon Jackson just always looks like he's bouncing and
he does.
He's ready to go?
He does.
It's on the balls of his feet. Throw-in in the left forward pocket for the D's. Jackson and Darcy. Darcy wins the tap. Oliver, though, with the football. Darcy picks it up. Big bump on Brayshaw. That was Andy as he tried to kick. Off to Sarong, and then Cox a clear and kick for the Dockers.
Big pack up at right half back for Fremantle. Spills down to Sarong. Gets the kick away. Waiting underneath it, Lobb. Marks just shy of the wing. Plays on quickly by hand to Logue. Steps inside Langdon. Runs to the Logo southern wing. Pass inboard to Brayshaw. Andrew was run down. Got a hand pass away though. Under pressure. Sarong goes forward. Petrarca got in the way. Salem won it for the Demons. Gave it back to Pickett. Flares it out to Spargo, who marks it left half back. Still, the Demons lead by 7, half an hour gone in the first.
The fourth generation league footballer, Spargo, chips it short to Viney. The second gen footballer off to the run of Hunt. Drives the D's long inside 50. Fritsch at the back, fumbles, gathers, puts on the afterburners, snaps his second. Dynamic from the D's. From half-back to full forward in a flash. And they're back out by 13. 4-3-27 to 2-2-14. 31 minutes into the first.
Just shows what happens when you turn the ball over against a really good side. They punish you up the other end. And again, I don't know if it was play on by Brayshaw. He clearly took a step off. But the Dockers were out. They had an out number ahead of the footy. And a little mistake like that. Demons far too good on the rebound. And we're able to hit the scoreboard in Fritsch.
I know he kicked it, but Fritsch running onto his wrong side had Wiedering, I think it was, at the top of the goal square, 15 metres out, directly in front, all on his own.
Yeah.
I know he's missed a couple of those.
Wiedemann it was, who was in good space, and it's been called out for his selfishness.
Had the blinkers on, but it worked on that occasion as Gawn wins it down from the restart. It comes to Aish. Kicks the Dockers inside their attacking 50. 2-on-2 battle. May won it down. Spilled there to Walters. Under pressure. Knocked away by Lever. Picked up there by Brayshaw of the Demons. Angus kicks around the body. At right half back. Aish brought it to ground. Sarong had it. Was tackled immediately by Petrarca. Ball up the call. Thrown up into the air. Both rucks had a go at it. Petrarca was at the drop. Gave it out to Angus Brayshaw. Handed it on to Oliver. Kicks towards the Logo. Commentary wing. Jackson going through. Won it to ground. Short hand pass. Straight away to Neil Bourne. Wrapped up by Ryan. Big tackle, but the ball jarred out. Jackson moves it in the direction of Wiedemann. He can't mark. Jackson following up again. Kicks towards Pickett. The ball is in mid-air. As the siren sounded, Pickett turned. He was on his way in towards goal. Siren got him first. The Demons 4-3-27. Fremantle 2-2-14. Melbourne kicking the opening 3 goals of the game. Fremantle responded with the next 2. And then Bailey Fritsch with his second ensured that the Demons have a 13-point lead at quarter time. The goal kickers for Melbourne, 2 to Fritsch. Singles to Spargo and to Pickett. While for Fremantle, their goal kickers, Walters and Frederick. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
My friends and I love the footy. Oh, we spend the whole week waiting for the next game. And before you know it, the ABC has the footy on the radio again.
It's the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
He likes it before it even crosses the line.
2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
It's going, it's there.
Light up your week with the best call in the game.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital. The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
And here they go, surging down the northern wing. Petrarca is gesticulating at them. Now he kicks long. Pickett in good position. And Pickett marks 25 out directly in front. Isaiah Pickett, that traditional canter, he comes in and he kicks the D's first of the night.
Neil Bullen couldn't take it. Fritsch breaks the Sarong tackle and then snaps around the body. Oh, that's remarkable. High fives are plenty for Fritsch. Throwing up, comes down. Spargo gathers, throws it on the boot. He's been able to bounce it through. Oh, it's all the Demons. What a start.
Loose ball at the attacking goal square for the Dockers. The top of it, a legging free kick. And it'll go the way of Fremantle. It'll go to Frederick. He's going to snap on the left. A casual approach, the desired result, and didn't the Dockers need that?
Frederick kicks inside forward 50. He wants Taberner against him, but Taberner juggled it. Mark not paid, lost it again to Walters, who bounces it through for the Dockers. From right in front and from 20 out. They've gone back-to-back with goals, the Dockers.
We're off to the run of Hunt. Drives the D's long inside 50. Fritsch at the back. Fumbles. Gathers. Puts on the afterburners. Snaps his second. Dynamic from the D's.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy from WA, and it's the Demons who have made this their home away from home, who lead by 13 points at quarter time. 4-3-27 to the Dockers, 2-2-14. Fremantle celebrating their retro round with an old school away jumper being worn tonight, the one they wore between 1998 and 2000. The 3D diagonal anchor would be the best way to put it. End of fashion. The retro music in the background as well. They're singing Oh Yeah. I reckon if you're a Demons fan, you'd be singing Oh Yeah as well with the way that they started, Cara Antonio and Sharad Willingham.
Oh, yeah, the D's off to a flyer. Clearly a clear message throughout the week. Post, I suppose, the back end of their season. They've been pretty poor in their pressure and around the contest. So they've come out and absolutely dominated this first quarter. To Fremantle's credit, they've hung in there. We're able to keep a couple of goals, due to just the pressure around the ball, but also that dare and dash off halfback. And I think it was Walker and Frederick with their ball. When they've got ball in hand, they're exciting. They break the lines, they're explosive, and they give something exciting up ahead of the footy. So for me, Fremantle, when they beat Melbourne earlier in the season, they were able to chip their way through their defensive press, where tonight Melbourne have owned the corridor, they've owned those short ones, they've closed in those options for Fremantle. So the only option they've had is to go long down the line, which the likes of Lever and May love those scenarios because they can chop it off, and their ability to bounce back off, they've got numbers around, and they've been able to kick goals. So for me, reassess ball movement method at quarter time for the Dockers, because you need to be able to break those lines. You need to be able to run through and kick through the Melbourne defensive structure, because it's clearly not working as well as the last time they met.
The inside 50s are telling Ben Cameron. 21 inside 50s for Melbourne, 10 to Fremantle. What do the other stats tell us?
Yeah, that's the main one that stands out, jumps off the page, 21 to 10. In terms of contested possessions as well, Melbourne already plus 15, which is a big turnaround from the last time they met. Fremantle 1 contested possessions plus 12 on that day. Clearances, Fremantle actually lead that 13 to 11. Overall disposals, Fremantle 113, Melbourne 104. Leading ball winners, Viney with 12, Salem 9, Petrarca 9. Then for the Dockers, Aish with 11, Brodie with 11 as well. And importantly, Melbourne leading by 13 points.
Kevin from Myrtleford sends us a text, enjoying the call, team. Melbourne a different side tonight. And M from Melbourne, like the WA games, saying my favourite team commentating, enjoying as usual. Don't forget last week's game with the Doggies. I hope it doesn't end the same way. Go the Pies. In reference to your comment about David Mundy, 32 different jumpers, Ben. Someone says, let's hope the 33rd he wears is a premiership jumper. Well, they'll need to get a bit of a wriggle on the Fremantle Dockers if they're to finish top 4, which you would suggest would be their only genuine chance of going on and winning a premiership with all the flying that is required from WA. Melbourne with the 13-point advantage at quarter time. Ball back in the centre. And the Demons continue on with things. Let's find out. Gawn wins the tap down. Viney chasing out after it. Taps it away from himself and Money and then overruns it. Sparrow's able to hand pass off the deck though. Gave it to Lever for the Demons. Kicks towards Neil Bullen. Spoiled by Clark. Centre wing, southern side of the ground. Looking to pick it up here, Viney. Did well, got a hand pass away to Sparrow, though his hand pass intercepted. Andrew Brayshaw got it. Gave it to Mundy, the 37-year-old. Hands it on again on centre wing to Akers. Kicks towards left half forward. Can't find Taberner. It's across the line for a throw-in. About 55 out from Fremantle's attacking goal. The Dockers kicking to the city end in this term, the right of our broadcast position. Opening 45 seconds of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Ball spun back into play. Darcy slaps it down, but Viney onto the footy. He's had a lot of it early. He sends the D's with a long kick towards half forward. Mark taken there by Melksham. He elects to play on, runs to 50, will kick into the pocket. It's wide of the target and tumbles through for a minor score. So the D's with a behind to start, 4-4-28, plays 2-2-14. 1 minute and change into the second term.
Want to send us a text? 0437 774 774 is the number to do so. Ryan with the kick in, sends it long beyond defensive 50 to Lobb. Takes front position in the marking contest, able to outmark Petty. Still with the platinum hair, peroxide as he has for the last couple of weeks, Rory Lobb. And he'll kick towards right half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Logue stretches. Can't bring it down. Salem at the drop and then tackled by Henry over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. Right half forward for Fremantle. Wherever you are, we'll have a Commonwealth Games update with Ned Hall at half-time. The restart. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's coming the way of the Demons. Oliver will have it. He'll go on a short run and he'll kick towards left half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Pearce right underneath it. Couldn't mark against Wiedemann. Pickett chases the ball through. Gathers and then tackled by Darcy and Henry. And he's taken high. Henry, the player, infringing. Pickett has it at left half forward for the Demons.
He stabs it inside 50 and Petrarca on the lead. He marks 47 metres out, a slight angle to the left-hand side. So that's going to be somewhat controversial with the focus on the high tackle rule.
I think that was a free kick, though. He didn't raise his...
He still leant into it so far that unless you're tackling him in that kind of chest, like almost from the pec to the waist, you're not going to be able to control them.
So Petrarca on the runway. Boot to ball from right on the arc of 50. He shanks it wide left. Out of bounds on the full.
It's a really tough one because as you come through, you're told to pin the arms and make sure that they can't free the ball. And so your instinct is to tackle them, but you're almost going to have to start changing that with players leaning into the tackle so much.
So Walker with the free kick for the Dockers in their back pocket. He goes long towards the contest. Spoilt by Taberner down in front. Darcy, handball away towards Henry. Now Mundy, handball to Logue. Dockers across half-back. Sarong onto Young. Now Clark. Up they go the corridor now. Handball away to Pearce. Handball back to Young. The Dockers on the southern wing.
Young kicks long towards left half forward. Rivers up and spoils it over the line. There's a few players with some problems. Let's go downstairs. Bridget Lacey
Yeah, first it was Christian Petrarca. He looked in a heap of pain. It looked like he copped one in the back. And now there's a Fremantle player down in the middle of the ground and the Doc's running out to him. He looks in worse pain than what Petrarca was.
Petrarca's having a long conversation too with Darcy. Not sure exactly what the cause for the frustration was from the restart. It comes inboard to Young for the Dockers, to Mundy. Hand pass inside forward 50. Rivers is there. Petrarca bounces a clearing kick towards right half back for the Demons. Oh, Viney, brilliant. Dragged the football in, spun away from Pearce, got away from Brayshaw, handed it on to Sparrow, now moves it to Langdon. He'll put Melbourne towards full forward. Fritsch goes to ground, bounces over the back though. Jordan in best position, he kicks the goal. They just went end to end, and they've now got their fifth. 5-4-34 the Demons, 2-2-14 the Dockers, 4 and a bit gone in the second.
Still going on, plenty between Petrarca and Darcy as well. He mustn't have, I don't know what he's done, but it was behind play and really, really not happy with him and letting him know all about it. Got to stick tough here, Darcy. Can't let an established player like Petrarca intimidate him like this. I know he's an absolute star of the game at the moment, but someone like Petrarca coming at you and rattling you like that, you've got to stick tough.
Oliver went to him as well, and David Mundy actually had to go and stand in the way.
It's like Dad having to come and protect you. In back play, it was a little
not much in it.
Punch in the back of Christian Petrarca, who wasn't very happy with it. Heard the thoughts of Carl Antonio. Bounce back in the middle. Darcy slaps it down, going after it. Brody, Oliver right there with him. Picks it up, handball away towards Henry. He kicks the Dockers towards half forward, in good position. Mark taken by Hunt. He kicks quickly to Jordan for the D's on the wing. And the goal kicker from moments ago, Jordan. Long kick towards half forward. Pearson also Gawn wrestle. Gawn better at ground level, gathers the footy. Handball inside 50 there for the D's. Young onto it, wins it for Freo, off to Frederick. He snaps into the middle of the ground. Coming up, trying to mark Logue. He can't quite. Hibbard right there with him. Eventually knocks it towards Angus Brayshaw, who gives it to Jordan. Switches across the ground, and the mark taken by Lever. Outer edge of the centre square. D's on the southern wing.
Lever plays on and finds Langdon, the former Docker, hence the reaction. Kicks from just forward of centre wing. Inside forward 50. Pickett flew, couldn't mark. Spilled down though to Spargo. His hand pass intercepted by Walker. Gives it back to Pearce for the Dockers. Tries to go beyond defensive 50 through the hands of Spargo. The Demons can't keep it in. The throw-in will be the call. 60 out from their attacking goal. They're heading to the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium, the left of our broadcast position in this turn. They lead by 20 points. 7 minutes into the second. Darcy against Jackson. Darcy got two hands to it, won it down. Spilt it though. Spilled to Angus Brayshaw. Kicks the Demons towards Gawn. Front position, and he outmarks Pearce. Pickett ran through to say a word or two to Alex Pearce, and he knocks him over. The umpire says no, nothing more with that. You can get up, and Gawn decides to improve the angle by moving it inboard, and he finds Langdon, who was all on his own and could take an uncontested mark. He'll still have to kick from 50, but it certainly made the angle a little bit easier.
Strong body work there from Gawn. And was that 15? Right on 15, I would have said, but a bit further out. Langdon's got a nice boot on him, so this will be an interesting one.
The former Docker, Ed Langdon, he kicks from 49 metres out. It looked good off the boot. It sails through for a goal. Max Gawn on the goal line celebrating as it sailed over the top of his head. And this is an impressive lead now for the Demons at the 8-minute mark of the second term. Melbourne's lead is out to 26 points, 6-4-40 to Fremantle, 2-2-14 on Grandstand AFL, thanks to ABC Sport.
Just, again, they're getting into Darcy off the ball. Not much in it. We've seen the replay, but they've clearly connected, or something's been said during the week, because they're all out there for each other tonight. And I've seen a completely different Melbourne to what we've witnessed kind of the last 4 weeks. So it's impressive. They've just got to keep going and hit the scoreboard, because we know the best pressure is that scoreboard pressure to win your games and forget about this off-ball stuff.
So the D's have kicked 3 on the bounce for the second time tonight, in between the Dockers with 2 of their own from the restart. Brayshaw, Angus going hard at the footy. He's still over it. It's locked in.
And if I'm one of Darcy's teammates, I want him to just stand up and be even taller, make a physical impact at every contest.
He wins the tap here. Henry comes in and gathers in traffic. Slick handball away to Waish. Drives it low towards full forward for Freo. Taverner can't juggle the mark. Hibbard's back there. Handball knocked down. It's rushed through. A minor score. Fremantle move to 2-3-15. Melbourne 6-4-40. They lead by 25 points 9 minutes into this second term.
Lucky to get away with that one, and he's obviously mouthing off at the umpire because I think he's got a 50 here. Schultz.
Lockie Schultz has given away 50, I think, for a comment or two. He thought he should have been given an incorrect disposal free for that tackle on the goal square. So did the Fremantle fans. Look, I don't think it was there, but that's what he was unhappy about. And whatever he said is seen May brought up to centre half back. He moves it to Petty at right half back. And fires the pass out to Hunt, who marks hard up against the boundary at right half back. The inboard pass is to Hibbert. Freo faithful unhappy with how proceedings are going. Certainly well behind on the scoreboard at the moment. The kick is towards right half forward. Gawn in the middle of 2 Freo players. It's brought to ground. Brodie at the drop. Hand pass straight to Angus Brayshaw. He'll kick Melbourne again towards right half forward. No mark taken. Players went underneath it. Mundy gathered the bouncing footy. Down to Young. Back to Mundy. Has to get rid of it. Calmly just chips the ball to Aish, who plays on by a hand to Brodie on centre wing.
He gives a handball away to Frederick. The Dockers are away down the southern wing. Long kick inside 50. Logan, good position. And he takes the mark. Salem closing late. He couldn't impact it. Logue marks 35 metres out. Worse than a 45-degree angle deep in the left forward pocket. Wants to centre at the bare 15. And he spots up the man who started it all. Frederick marks 35 metres out on a 30-degree angle left of centre.
Frederick doing a really good job of being that link through the middle at the moment and using his legs.
Absolutely. I said it at quarter time. When him and the likes of Walker get ball in hand, they're exciting and they're creating something forward of the centre.
Fremantle needs something to spark them to life. Frederick on the set shot. It won't be this. Wide right. A bad miss. 24 points. The D's advantage. 11 and a half minutes into the second.
Stephen May, the fluoro yellow boots, kicks the yellow Sharon beyond defensive 50. It travels the pack and bounces on the logo. Trying to gather it. Here's Walker. Well tackled by Viney. Just got the ball out though. Pickett scoops it up. Can't escape the Sarong tackle. Threw the ball on the boot. Bounced across half forward for Fremantle. Brodie had it. Hand pass to Walker. Set upon immediately by Viney. It's been held to him. Good tackle by Viney. Ball up just inside forward 50 for Freo. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Andrew Brayshaw was really sore after that contest with Pickett. Gee, he's hard.
That one down by Jackson. Came in the direction of Sarong. Tackled by 2 Melbourne players, but got the ball free though to Mundy. Now towards Andrew Brayshaw to Schultz. Hand passing in the direction of Young. Tapped it to his own advantage under real pressure. Got a hand pass away to Brodie. That was well done from Young to Schultz. The short pass was poor. It's intercepted on the bounce by Viney. Sold some candy. Tried to get around Pearce. He got taken high according to the umpire.
Not the umpire right in front of him though, was it?
No, it was the non-controlling umpire behind him that made the call straight away. Viney looked to step around Pearce and he's got him over the shoulder. Despite the protestations of the Perth faithful.
Has he?
I reckon he has.
I think that has absolutely clotheslined him across the chest.
That's a free kick.
You think it's a free kick?
That has got him straight across the chest, and then as he's fallen,
that's a free kick.
It appeared.
I'm with Cara Show. I reckon it's a free kick. Benny, you'll be very quiet in the corner.
Yeah, I think it's a free kick.
I hate to disagree with you, Shaz. Viney right in front. He'll kick from 45 metres out. Tap through by Lobb. Sharrod will say football justice prevails.
I think this new rule is really confusing for everyone, and it's clearly confusing for the fans, the players and the umpires, and clearly us up here. So
from behind, from the left hand, we're looking at a left hand camera now. That has crossed him straight across the bicep.
But, and it has gone up. The player hasn't contributed to it, the player with the ball. It's still gone up and made contact with the neck in the tackling process.
His arm looks like, but it hasn't actually hit across his shoulder.
I think
at all.
Not a bad argument there, Shaz. My immediate reaction was free kick, but I think it looked bad because
it stopped him dead.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sarong with the long kick towards the wing. Lob can't take the mark. Brody at ground level. Gawn gets involved. High free kick here. It'll go to Brody in the Dockers.
That one was there.
By the way,
can we all agree?
It's not like I don't enjoy agreeing with you. I like a bit of biffo in the box. It's good.
No, it's good.
More of it, I say.
Brody stabs it short to Brayshaw. This is Andy for the Dockers. Comes infield to Clark. Alongside the logo, he marks on the relayed turf here at Perth Stadium. 1,000 square metres of it. Clark stabs it short back to Andy Brayshaw. Melbourne lead by 25 points. Brayshaw totally unsure where to go. He'll stab it short for Walters. Walters can't go up and mark it. He fumbles it out. And a throw in between wing and right half forward for the Dockers. And it's been a little bit like that for them tonight whenever they've tried to go forward of halfway. Quarter hour mark, second term. Melbourne by 25.
Ball put back into play. Lob for the Dockers. Won it down against Gawn to Brody, to Frederick. Gets away eventually from the Sparrow tackle. Clark, I thought, was taken high on that occasion. The umpire may just pull it up. Freo fans furious. One down here by Lob. They've seen the replay. I'm watching the action as it comes to Sarong. Taps it towards the boundary line. Hand pass back inboard to Brody, who was taken over the line by Brayshaw, and he'll get the free kick on this occasion. Bronx cheer circles Perth Stadium. Inboard pass to Andrew Brayshaw of the Dockers. Glanced inboard for a moment and then will send it towards the teeth of goal. Big pack up. The fist came from May, spilled down to Lever. Got a hand pass away, but then was taken by Walters, and that was high. Which, considering the height difference, pretty good effort to actually get up that high from Walters. Lever's got the free kick in the left-back pocket. There's a bit going on at the moment, but on the scoreboard, Melbourne 6-5-41 to Freo 2-4-16, 17 gone in the second.
Lever a long kick. Lob flies opposed to Gawn. Petrarca roves little 1-2 with Brayshaw. Now a kick towards half forward. Onto the chest of Spargo. He looks inside 50. He's a little unsure. He'll send it to the pocket. And in some space, the mark taken there by Melksham. 45 metres out, 45-degree angle left of centre.
They're quick on the spread, aren't they, the Ds? They know exactly...
They're getting a lot of numbers to the drop of the contest, aren't they?
Yes, correct, they are.
And then from that, they're just working really, really hard offensively.
And they're splitting the Fremantle defenders further up the ground.
19 premiership players in the D side tonight. Jake Melksham, not one of those, as was well documented earlier this year. He's played the last two games. Crosses the 50. The drop punt, it starts out to the right. It won't come back. A minor score.
There's a contentious issue there, isn't it?
Melbourne by 26 points here on Grandstand AFL.
Very well done from you, Ben. Brendan Cox trots away from his defensive goal square. Sends it towards the commentary wing. Petty brought it to ground. Brody off the deck. Got a hand pass away to Sarong. Evades the attempt at Angus Brayshaw tackle. Sends it back across half back to Darcy. Had to juggle it. Was able to mark it. He'll kick across half back. Waiting for it was Akers. We've heard the steps of Langdon. He was calm and took the mark and pops it back towards the boundary at left half back with Clark marking. Jordan Clark congested ahead of him down the southern wing. Will he switch play? He's got two options on. One of them is Ryan. The other is Chapman. It goes to Ryan, who marks just inside his defensive 50. Now Fremantle look to burst away. The kick is to Sarong. Goes right at his bootlaces. He's told to move it on. He stabs it forward to Chapman. This is nicely worked now. Fremantle have moved it towards centre wing.
Melbourne are doing a really good job at swinging defensively and working really hard to clog up space.
Chapman steps inside Petrarca. He slipped over Petrarca. Chapman continued on and then kicked into the right forward pocket. May was so content just to go up and take the mark. He's got it defensively for the Demons in the left back pocket. Melbourne are 6-6-42. Freo 2-4-16. 19 gone in the second.
May on his left leg. He kicks towards the wing. Big pack forms. Down at ground level, Neil Bullen coming through. Does well together. Handball to Petrarca. Handball to Jackson. Goes for a run. Brayshaw gets him. Caught cold. Runs him down and lets him know. Be careful, Andy. He could be your teammate next year. He gave him a little shove in the back. It's all about tonight.
Kind of stuff you love talking about day one pre-season.
The Dockers down the northern wing. Quick kick from Brody, chopped off. And the mark taken there by May. Melbourne by 26 points. Almost time on in the second.
May hands it off to Rivers to Viney. To Rivers across centre half back to Hunt through the centre square. Kicks to the outer side. This is Spargo who marks. Takes a second to assess what's ahead of him. Kicks to Milksham, marking in front of Cox. 55 from goal at right half forward. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. Big fly. Pearce at the back. Won it down and bounced back to him off Andrew Brayshaw. Hands it to Sarong. Now it's with Collier for Fremantle. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Goes past Lobb. Couldn't get to it up against May. It'll sit inside the boundary line. Tried to be picked up by Darcy. Got a little nudge. And he takes the ball over the line for a throw-in. Right beneath our broadcast position here on the northern wing. Melbourne leads 6-6-42. The Dockers are 2-4-16. 21 gone in the second.
Darcy and Jackson. Jackson trying to jump over the top of him. Hooks it down towards Viney. He's had a big day so far. Shovels out a handball, but Brody picks it up for the Dockers. Coming through Aish. Handball away to Andy Brayshaw. And now Aish again, a little 1-2 with Darcy. He runs down the northern wing. Kicks towards half forward. Langdon's there. He goes back and marks for the D's at centre half back. Former Docker going with the Adamuze jumper, long sleeves with them rolled up. A little bit of the white showing. He kicks short to Oliver, who sends it out towards Hunt on the wing. Overshoots the target. Hunt has to track it, and he carries it out. We'll get a throw-in on the southern wing. Melbourne by 26. 21 minutes and change into this second term. The last goal from that man, Ed Langdon, coming at the 8-minute mark.
It'll be Jackson against Darcy on the logo, southern side. They both had a tap. Spilled out to the Demons through Langdon. He kicked around the body and spots Spargo marking hard up against the boundary line. He's got it at right half forward. Has to pause. And some Demons charge forward. Puts it into the right forward pocket. Rich! Leading out marks. Right up against the boundary line. He'll look to bring it inboard. The kick was almost perfectly weighted to Oliver. Fremantle just able to bring it to ground. Petrarca, hurried kick forward. Fremantle had some numbers here. Pickett shoots on goal. Soccer style off the ground. Can't convert this time. A minor score. 6-7-43 Melbourne. 2-4-16 the Dockers. 22 gone in the second.
So the Demons still with the last 3 goals in this game. Scoreless or goalless for a while now. Cox, a high kick towards halfback. Lever brings it to ground. Angus Brayshaw onto it, gives it off to Rivers, sends the D's back inside 50, looking for a marker. Fritsch flies, he can't complete it. Over the boundary it goes, a throw in left forward pocket for the D's.
Really impressive how well Melbourne are getting numbers to that drop of the footy. I said it just a couple of minutes ago, but they're just swarming the drop of the footy and then able to spread from it so well tonight.
Wiedemann to do the ruck work. That's for the D's. Darcy outpoints him on this occasion. It ricochets back to Darcy. Oliver picks it up. Handball out. Quick snap on goal from Melksham. And he bends it through. Melksham extends the D's lead. As we approach half-time, they're 7-7-49. The Dockers 2-4-16. It's 33 points. 23 minutes into the second. Cara Antonio and Sherrod Wellingham.
Just making the most of their opportunities, the D's. I mean, they probably could have had a couple more. They've kicked 3 goals for this quarter with the 12 inside forward 50s. The Dockers, on the other hand, have had the 5 and only the 2 points. So that's the difference. Taking their opportunities when they're forward half of centre and hitting those targets, taking the game on. And you're right, Shaz, that their work rate for me and their discipline to play their role at the contest, but then away in the spread and allowing, obviously, to give themselves many opportunities forward half of the ball.
Freo's last goal at the 29-minute mark of the opening term. Goalless in this one. Melbourne taking full control, and they'll get a free kick for a push, a centre bounce. Ball comes back to Gawn. Trots back. And now kicks high and long. It'll land inside the forward 50 for the Demons. Alex Pearce punches it away. Down to Collier. Tackled immediately, but the ball jarred out to Sarong. He'll kick Fremantle to centre wing, southern side. Taberner couldn't get there. It bounced well for Hibberd for the Demons. Hand pass to Langdon. Had to leap up into the air, right up against the boundary. Couldn't drag it in. It's over for a throw-in. Closing in on half-time. 7-7 plays 2-4. Demons in front of the Dockers. Gawn won it down on the logo. Came to Neil Bullen. Got a hurried kick away towards right half forward. Wiedemann couldn't mark. Trying to tap it forward. Spargo picked it up. Tackled by Pearce. Taken to ground. No Pryor. Ball up at right half forward for the Demons.
Umpire puts it aloft. Gawn knocks it down to Petrarca. Somehow gets a kick away. Bouncing ball half forward. Spargo's able to pick it up. Handball back into the middle. Salem snaps them back to half forward. Gawn with a lot of it. Doesn't complete it. Aish goes in and picks it up for the Dockers. Handball out to Henry. Stops, props, retreats. Oh, Walker slips over. Fritsch, he tries to get onto it. Walker recovers well. Halves it, allows his teammates to arrive. Clark does well. Handball out to Henry. Handball to Walker. And Walker now goes for a run through half-back for the Dockers.
He took a bounce and then sent it towards the logo commentary wing, but Salem front position takes the mark for Melbourne. So often the Demons defenders exactly where they need to be. Salem tells everyone, let's just calm down for a moment. He'll kick towards left half forward. Good battle off the hands of Darcy. Spilled out the back to Walker. Got it to Mundy. Kicks down the commentary wing. Bounces past Salem, sliding forward. Allowed teammate Rivers to pick it up. Was tackled by Walters, but it spilled out okay for the Demons. It came to Salem. Now towards Jordan. Hand pass to Petrarca, who steps over the boundary line with Mundy right with him. Ball in beneath our broadcast position here on the northern wing.
See, that's holding the ball. For me, if you're not disposing of it, that's incorrectly. That's holding the ball.
From the throw-in, bounces off the bonce of Darcy, down towards Mundy, gives it off to Clark, snaps the Dockers to half forward. Bouncing ball, Taberner punches it on. Walters soccers it on. Collier picks it up. Handball to Walters, snaps from 30, tumbles through his second. And once again, boy, didn't Fremantle need that. Their first goal since Michael Walters when he kicked his first in the 28th minute of the opening term. It's back to 27 points. Melbourne 7-7-49, Fremantle 3-4-22, closing in on halftime.
Must have been watching the soccer last week because the little toe poke out, I think, to Collier.
I thought Collier was going to soccer it on as well.
But the clean pick up, the ground ball, and then to stay involved, Walters, that's his bread and butter. On the left, over the shoulder. Lucky bounce because Lobb was in the goal square, so he wouldn't have been happy if that had hit the post or gone through the other side.
Impacted with 2 goals and did have that other third attempt as well, so having a nice impact on the game so far.
Walters with the through ball. Disappointed that there was no cross from Collier, but the strike was lovely. They needed
nutmeg
one.
too, I reckon, in there.
Here you go, Melbourne. The outer side, and they've been pinged for a throw. Oliver got tackled. Just heaved it away. Umpire spots it. Aish with the free kick for Fremantle towards left half forward. Hibberd threw himself at the football. Couldn't mark. Spills down to Langdon. Back to Hibberd. The kick finds Oliver again. He's just shy of the logo southern wing. Kicks towards right half forward. Ball's allowed to bounce. Chapman will get to it first for Fremantle. Under pressure from Wiedemann. Kicks around the body. High up in the air. Oliver marks. He's 80 from goal. He won't be having the long-range torpedo from there. That is half-time. Freo would be so relieved to get that late goal from Michael Walters. It just keeps them in touch when Melbourne looked like they were going to head to the half with a term of complete domination. 7-7-49 Melbourne, 3-4-22 the Dockers. And in that quarter, Melbourne kicked 3 goals 4 to Fremantle's 1 goal 2. For the Melbourne Football Club, 2 to Fritsch. And the other goal kickers, Pickett, Jordan, Melksham, Langdon and Spargo. While for Fremantle, Walters has 2. Frederick, their other goal kicker. What was a 13-point lead to the Demons at quarter time has become a 27-point lead at the main break. We'll get an update from the Commonwealth Games with Ned Hall very shortly, and also get the latest news. But before all of that, let's hear from our experts. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Premiership Pie, Sharad Willingham, All-Australian, Cara Antoni.
It was more of the same from Melbourne, really. Just able to get numbers. I said it a couple of times. Get numbers to the drop of the ball, and their ability to then use their work rate offensively, just outshining Fremantle at the moment, who I think improved that quarter. Definitely showed a lot more than that first quarter. I think they definitely got caught on the back foot early on in that first quarter. So some really, really, questionable decisions, which is something that I love at the footy. You come and you want to hear the crowd roar and ask for free kicks and them not be given, and then, the ability of Fremantle to the ability of Melbourne to just hold up Fremantle. They're sliding defensively so well across either side of the ground and just forcing Fremantle to make a decision and kick long down the line, and then Melbourne just get numbers to that contest and then swarming forward off them. Not really, monstering them in the clearances or anything. It's pretty, so it's 20-21 in favour of Melbourne, so definitely not monstering them in the clearances, but just working smarter and working harder to each contest.
Yeah, agreed. They're controlling the game, really, Melbourne. When they've got the ball in hand, they're controlling it. When Fremantle have got their ball in hand, I feel like they're controlling it as well with their defensive press and
forcing them where they want to go defensively.
Correct, and they've got the game on their terms. For me, I like that Melbourne, when they do know when to go quicker, they use it to their advantage, and they know when to hold it up and wait, and they're being a little bit more patient. The connection from Fremantle, so the backs and mids to their forwards, they're breaking down at half forward, and we mentioned earlier in the call, so that half forward kind of connection. Nothing really from Taberner so far. Lobb hasn't shown too much, and Griffith Logue's obviously playing a role down there, but there's no one really presenting up and being a presence up there, so someone needs to stand up forward half of the ground for Freo. Melbourne are winning in the tackles, the contested ball and the ground ball gets. So all stats relating to their effort
mindset.
And that's clearly, again, was the message throughout the week and before the game. So you'd be happy, no doubt, as the Melbourne coaching staff going into halftime. A few missed opportunities for me, a few outs on the full. There probably could be a couple more goals up, and they're keeping kind of Freo in it, really. Only 27 points, that's nothing in a game of football with another half to play.
What if Freo have to go in there and kind of go, what can we do? What do they have to go in there and do? Do they have to be braver coming out of defence? Braver or more brave? More brave coming out of defence. Take a little bit more of a risk without being careless. They've got to kind of not play into Melbourne's defensive structure so much and have a little bit more confidence exiting their D50.
Yeah, well, you want the ball in the hands of people like Clark. I mean, he's only had the 8 touches. He has been fantastic in previous weeks with ball in hand. We know, how well he disposes of it. I mean, the likes of Walker, he's had the ball in his hand a couple of times and breaking the line. He's got a bit of dare and flash, which would be nice. But apart from that, for me, it starts from halfback, and it's that connection that they're lacking. They need presence up forward, they need the big men to stand up, and they need the smalls at the feet, because as you mentioned, Melbourne are doing that quite well, whereas Freo on the other hand, I feel like they're all running kind of separate and they're not working together. There's a lack of connection there.
I want to see Freo continue to keep the ground big, but that's going to rely on them working hard to get to those contests when they do have to resort to kicking, or if Melbourne are kicking to a contest, they've still got to keep the ground big and provide options offensively. But then if the last resort is, all right, we've got to go down the line, or they manage to force Melbourne to go down the line, they've got to then work really hard and get 4 or 5 to the feet of that contest, which is where they're getting outdone at the moment. And that's something that, I don't know, is it the roles that, I mean, we've seen Frederick and Walker up the ground a little bit, having a good impact, breaking the lines a couple of times, which has been their only really eye-catching ball movement. Are they getting too high up the ground and not getting to the contest where they should be? I don't know, but they've got to try and manufacture something, but still not allow Melbourne to cut them open any further. So it's that really big balancing act of trying to be a little bit more daring, but you can't afford to get scored against.
Well, you saw it, I think, it was probably in that first 10 minutes. The first one, they go inside, that 45 inside to the corridor. Then the half-backers are involved and they switch it out to fat side, and they're ending up chaining it out and getting kind of Melbourne on the bounce. And we've only seen that once or twice tonight. That's how score is created against this Melbourne team. We've seen it in the past, 4 or 5 weeks when teams have been able to expose Melbourne's defence, but they're just not playing with enough dare and risk really tonight, and they're not going to be able to win the game how they're currently playing. So something needs to be kind of tweaked or changed at half time to be able to, again, provide more opportunities up forward with the big men standing up to be able to hit that scoreboard.
Okay. Grant has summed this up really well, sending us a text on 0437 774 774. Evening, guys. Your comment on the clothesline pretty much shows exactly the problem with the rule. No one knows what the call will be or who it will come from.
100% agree.
No, I completely agree that it looked over the shoulder, and it would have looked over the shoulder from the umpire's point of view.
So I'll ask you this.
Non-officiating umpire called that.
Correct.
The one right in front, who was literally 15 metres and the correct side, so front on to Viney, saw that it went straight across his chest and hit his bicep. So was it Pearce?
Alex Pearce on Viney, yes.
So Pearce's arms has gone straight across his bicep, but then as he's fallen, it would have looked like it's hit above, but it didn't contact him at all.
So this is where I think we disagree. I thought there was contact to the neck as he went down. You're saying there was no contact at all.
I don't think there was any contact.
Because I agree with you where the contact first was.
Yeah, and it's dropped him, but then as Pearce's arm has continued on that... No, it hasn't slid up. It's continued almost on that same plane. And so as he's stopped and dropped, it's looked like it would have taken his head off. But Viney's below... I reckon there would have been a good 2 or 3 inches between Pearce's arm, and it would have looked like it was right across his jaw. But he's actually stopped him so hard and fast that it's dropped him below.
See,
it wasn't like he hooked him. You know those ones where
I agree with that. You hook. But we go back to the point, if you make contact with the neck, and I would argue that, well, in this case, there hasn't been a contribution from Viney to make it.
He didn't make it look like it at all.
Yeah, so he's sort of gone backwards, but that's entirely in the action of being tackled. So I still think that's a free kick because, again, this is where we'll have to hopefully see another replay. But even though Pearce has got him across the chest, the arm has gone up and made contact with his neck. And that's where... So my argument is that's as harsh as that is on Alex Pearce...
If it's made contact, that's a free kick.
Yeah.
But from the angle that I saw, and the other angle looks like he's taking his head off.
Yeah.
But the angle that I saw, it stops him so hard and fast that he almost drops down, and his above his shoulder misses Pearce's arm. Okay. It's just a bone crunching stop, and he's almost flopped him straight onto his back. And so, but it wasn't that one where you almost hook him in and then the arm gets straight over the shoulder. It wasn't that one. And Viney didn't, accentuate the high at all. It was more so just the force of it dropped him. I think it was a great stop. And it would have looked like he took his head off. It would have looked, but he didn't quite, I don't think.
Where were you at this, Cara?
I just want to go back to last week, I think it was, where the AFL, rules committee, whatever they call themselves, come out and, want to change the rule or, interpretation the rule. It's always been if the person getting tackled creates the tackle and it comes high, it's not a free kick, it's play on. But just because one player in particular that plays for the Collingwood Football Club has been smart enough, I think, in winning a number of free kicks, they've all of a sudden got this focus on that one. It just ruins the game. Like, we're having a good discussion about it. Like, I think the umpire's got a split decision to make it. I think watching that was a free kick. If you slow it down, you probably, Viney leans into it, but it's a free kick. Like, let's move on. I don't know why we're continuously trying to change and make the game harder to commentate, to play, and to umpire.
We're making it harder to adjudicate. The umpires have got
it's
the worst
so hard.
Like, that is so hard to make.
Ridiculous,
that
isn't it?
Split second call. They are never ever going to look at the replay and go, "Oops, I got that wrong." Yeah. It's
at full speed. I give that a free kick.
Every day of the week.
But your point about which umpire made the decision is interesting. And why do we talk about it? Because it led to a shot on goal.
Yep, exactly.
That he missed. So
that he missed.
The footy gods.
As I said, the footy gods said, no. Bit of justice
in regards to Ginnivan, like, I completely agree. Just because someone has been put in the spotlight, a young kid coming through gets thrown into the spotlight because of a rule that he's managed to make the best of, and I would absolutely hate it when I was a player if I was going to go try and tackle him. Like, I'd be, going at him like Redmond did. But that's the beauty of it. Don't change the game every time
it's ridiculous.
Something comes up that you don't like.
I agree. And the one last week where he got his head taken off and something other play on, that unbelievable, ridiculous. I think it's an art, and good on him.
And especially after one of the greatest footballers of our era has built a career around drawing these high tackles, plays his 350th game for Geelong, is a legend of the game. And then the young guy from Collingwood comes in game 25 or something, and they feel they need to change the rules.
It's been an interesting discussion point for a couple of minutes, though. Let's pause here at Perth Stadium. As I said, Ned Hall with the Commonwealth Games update coming up in just a second. Melbourne lead at half-time, 7-7-49. So the Dockers 3-4-22. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. Border Force has confirmed 4 asylum seeker boats were intercepted by authorities during the first full month of the new Labor government. In the latest Operation Sovereign Borders update, the agencies revealed 125 Sri Lankan asylum seekers were intercepted during June, the most recorded in a single month since early 2015. A single vessel carrying 12 Sri Lankans was intercepted by Border Force on Election Day in May. The Prime Minister's made an impromptu address to the Garma Festival on arrival into Arnhem Land. Anthony Albanese will make a formal address to the nation's largest festival of Indigenous culture in the country tomorrow. He says he wants to walk with Indigenous Australians towards reconciliation. An Australian tourist has been injured after falling into a sinkhole of hot water at Rotorua in New Zealand. The hole opened up on a road into a local village. It's now been closed off to the public. The Australian woman's been taken to hospital. She's being treated for serious injuries. And the Ukrainian military is preparing for a counter-offensive in a crucial southern region as Russian rockets rain down across the country. A key bridge into the city of Kherson is out of action after Ukrainian forces struck it with long-range rockets supplied by the United States. ABC News.
When I'm 90.
When I'm 90.
We'll celebrate our 90th birthday definitely together. Oh, the dance moves.
I've got a real life party trick. He's right here.
Scott's favourite party trick, he pulls out the sprinkler on the dance floor.
That's my signature move.
Oh, I think the party for turning 90 is going to be huge.
It'll be a birthday month. Maybe 90 though, we should go big. Do a birthday year.
Yeah. Happy birthday, ABC. Yours for 90 years.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Handed it on to Sparrow. Now moves it to Langdon. He'll put Melbourne towards full forward. Fritsch goes to the ground. Bounces over the back though. Jordan in best position. He kicks the goal. They just went end to end and they've now got their fifth. Gawn decides to improve the angle by moving it inboard. and he finds Langdon, who was all on his own and could take an uncontested mark. Former Docker, Ed Langdon, he kicks from 49 metres out. It looked good off the boot. It sails through for a goal.
Handball to Jackson, goes for a run. Brayshaw gets him. Caught cold. Runs him down and lets him know. Oliver picks it up. Handball out. Quick snap on goal from Melksham. And he bends it through. Melksham extends the D's lead. Walters soccers it on. Collier picks it up. Handball to Walters. Snaps from 30. Tumbles through his second. And once again, boy, didn't Fremantle need that.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's half-time at Perth Stadium. The Demons in front, 7-7-49 to the Dockers, 3-4-22. There's a bit of sport going on all around the world. Let's get an update, of course, at the Commonwealth Games. Ned Hall. Hello, Ned.
Good evening, Clint. And we'll start at Edgbaston, one of Birmingham's more recognisable sporting venues, where Australia are taking on New Zealand in the women's T20 cricket. It's just come to the conclusion of the Indian innings. They won the toss, chose to bat, and posted a fairly decent 8 for 154. Harmanpreet Kaur there at the end, who made 52 of 34 deliveries. The star for Australia there, Jess Jonathan, who picked up 4 for 22. I can also tell you it's been very busy at the Sandwell Aquatic Centre with the Australians in the pool tonight. Lots of big names in action and all of them safely through to finals, which will take place in the early hours of tomorrow morning, around 4 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Everybody so far has made it through to the finals. The most recent one, Zach Stubblety-Cook, qualifying fastest for his final, which will be in that later session in the men's 200-metre breaststroke. Also safely through there was Matt Wilson. In the women's 200-metre freestyle, Ariana Titmus fastest for the final, Molly O'Callaghan second fastest, and Maddie Wilson third fastest, and they will compete again overnight, as will Kaya Melverton and Jenna Forrester in the women's 400 metres IM. Melverton second fastest into that final. Matt Horton, Elijah Winnington and Sam Short also through safely into the final of the men's 400 metres freestyle. The only event in this evening session of swimming for the Australians is the mixed 4x100 metre freestyle relay, which will get underway in around 5 or so minutes' time. On the rugby field, which is being played at Coventry Stadium, the Sevens rugby there, good wins for both the men and women in their opening matches. The women beat South Africa 38-0 in their opening match, a couple of tries each for Charlotte Caslick and Madison Levi. The men beat Jamaica 62-0. Hat-trick for Samu Karevi in that one. And at the Velodrome, it's the Lee Valley Velodrome, incidentally, where the Olympic Games took place as part of the London Olympics. Not quite in Birmingham, but plenty of success on the track so far. No medals up for grabs there, but safely through to the final. The women's tandem B sprint there, Jess Gallagher and Caitlin Ward into the B final in the women's team sprint qualifying. The Australians in that one as well. And the pursuit cycling has just got underway as well in the team sprint qualifying. Australia get to find out how they'll do. Finally, I'll tell you about the first medal Australia has won this evening. A bronze in the men's sprint distance final. It's gone to Matthew Hauser from Queensland, who finished in behind New Zealand's Hayden Wild, who got silver behind the first gold medalist of the Games, England's Alex Yee, who got home just ahead of the Kiwi, who led for the whole race and got penalised within sight of the finish line for Yee to run on and take gold. And that is the latest from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, Ben.
Thank you, Ned. Great work. A comprehensive wrap, as always, the opening day of competition at the Com Games. Here at Perth Stadium, Friday night football, Melbourne leading 7-7-49 to Fremantle 3-4-22. Some of the numbers: contested possessions, Melbourne plus 18 in that area. Inside 50s, what a discrepancy here, 36-16. That's a big differential through to half-time. The tackles, Melbourne 32 to Fremantle 31. Marks inside 50, 6-3 the way of the D's. Individual ball winners, Jack Viney has been immense. He's had it 18 times, has done a number of impressive things. 9 contested possessions, 4 inside 50s. Petrarca with 16, Brayshaw with 13. That's Angus, of course. Then for the Dockers, Will Brodie with 22, Aish with 18, and Andy Brayshaw with 18 for the Dockers as well. Melbourne by 27 points.
Team's back out in position. It's the LED light show continues to sparkle around Perth Stadium. Already 22 disposals, as you heard then a short time ago. Rugby league games to bring you up to date with as well. Storm beat the Warriors by 12 points and 67 minutes gone. The Eels lead the Panthers by 20. The two Brayshaw brothers stand next to each other as we get this second half underway. Clearance comes to the Dockers, down to Mundy, and kicking inside forward 50.
Great mark.
Tremendous grab. Aish got the kick away. And in the right position was Lever. He was able to drag it in, coming across with real courage and crashing to the ground. And then Lever, still troubled by that ankle as he kicks towards left half back. No mark taken. The Dockers had it through Clark, gave it to Mundy. Now to Akers. Popped the hand pass over the top to Mundy. Was meant to feed it back to Akers. It was a little bit low for him to gather. And it's over the boundary for a throw-in.
Southern side of the ground. It was the third quarter in the round 11 meeting that the Fremantle Dockers put a blitz on and really won that game. Can they do it again here? Jackson trying to take it out of the ruck. Following him in is Darcy. Able to get a handball away. Slapping it forward, Oliver, but straight to Akers. He snaps the Dockers back towards half forward. Going back with the flight, Langdon. Can't take the mark. Lowe gets involved. Langdon wins it though. Knocks it off to Hibberd. Hibberd will kick the D's towards the wing. Jackson goes up. Does he complete the mark? He does. Did well. He marks on the logo. Gives off the handball to Langdon. Feeds the handball out wide to Angus Brayshaw, who goes for a little run. Low ball in towards the pocket. Mark taken there by Melksham. He kicks towards goal. It's across the face. A minor score behind. Melbourne out by 28 points. They're 7-8-50. Fremantle 3-4-22. That's the first score of the second half.
So Ryan with the kicking duties for Fremantle. Long towards right half back, but turns it over. Down the throat of Melksham again. Sends it back towards full forward. Waiting underneath it, Fritsch. Couldn't mark. Pickett wins it down. Great smother, Young. Pickett snapping around the body from right full forward. Young at full stretch. Was able to get the smother on. Saw it spin away and over the boundary for a throw in at right full forward. It's Young standing next to Petrarca. Aish again next to Oliver as it's thrown back in. Darcy got the tap on. Comes down to Pickett though. Swept the hand pass back towards the corridor. Fritsch waits. Ducks the tackle of Akers. Goes to ground. Held in. Ball up. Still plenty of push and shove off the balls. It's thrown aloft again. Darcy won it down. Walker towards the boundary line. Was tackled immediately. It's been held in here. Balled up once more. Still deep inside Melbourne's forward 50. They lead 7-8 to 3-4. 3 gone in the third.
Umpire puts it aloft. Deep in the left forward pocket for the D's. Cozzy Pickett buzzing around as he always is. Coming through Oliver. Handball away, but Andy Brayshaw steals it for the Dockers. To Cox, to Ryan, to Henry in the back pocket. His kick hangs in the air. It just gets to Mundy. He's able to mark 40 out from his defensive goal. Bites off the kick towards Schultz. And he misses it out of bounds on the full. So the D's to get it back.
There's some genuine ill feeling here between Ryan and Fritsch.
So Jordan with the kick for the D's. He drives it long towards the pocket. Big pack forms. Spoiled by Darcy. Down to Henry. Handball away to Walker. Tackle applied by Oliver. He'll take him to ground. Ball up. 25 out from the D's goal. They lead by 28 points. Early stages of the second half.
So keep an eye on that as Darcy palmed it down. Petrarca tried to gather, couldn't. Young does. Tackled by Petrarca, no prior. Umpire will ball it up. And little spot fires breaking out all around the ground all evening. It's gone, won it towards the boundary line. Pickett collected it, tackled by Young. No inch given by either of these sides at the moment. Fremantle can't afford to let another goal go. Melbourne desperate to try and land a telling blow. Darcy palmed it down. Petrarca again tries to gather in the right forward pocket. His hand passes straight over the boundary line. for another throw-in. Contested possessions, Melbourne 95 to the Dockers 77. And a stat the Demons are leading as they lead on the scoreboard fairly handsomely. Gawn palms it down to Petrarca, breaks one tackle, can get away from Andrew Brayshaw. Hand pass back though to Angus Brayshaw. Kicks towards full forward. Melksham got a hand pass backwards. Spargo overran it, scooped up by Akers. Gave it to Mundy for the Dockers, and then to Walker, who'll kick towards right half back.
Ryan's having a mark there for the Dockers. They break around the southern wing. Nothing he likes as of yet. Can Fremantle find the all-important first goal of this second half? Ryan with the high kick to the logo. Over the head of the pack it goes, trying to gather their lobby. Can't. Salem's there for the D's. Handball to Hunt. Short kick around the boundary line, and Fritsch, he comes up and marks. Fritsch, he kicks a well-weighted ball towards Angus Brayshaw, drops the mark, gathers on the bounce. He's bumped off his kick, and his kick spills towards Henry for the Dockers. Takes the defensive mark, flares his kick out to Walters. Has Schultz further out wide on the wing. And that's where he'll go. The D's have done well to get back. The Dockers attack stifled. Schultz will come infield and find Henry.
Henry sends it into the middle of the ground, waiting for it. Walker, who marks. Trots back for Fremantle. He could send it, and he does so, to Pearce. Between right half back and centre wing. Fremantle want their team to move it on. So Pearce goes on a run and then punches it towards right half forward. Petty was up, couldn't mark. Frederick tries to gather, surrounded by Demons. Oliver brings it away. Hand pass to Jackson. Hand pass Langdon. Hand pass Oliver. Hand pass Petty. Still inside his defensive 50 in the left back pocket. Kicks high up into the air. Waiting underneath it, Viney. Good mark. He would have heard Frederick coming. Viney plays on to the run of Hunt. Moving it forward by hand to Neil Bullen. Back to Hunt. Couldn't take it cleanly. Tapped it twice to his own advantage. Almost overran it. Ricocheted off his knees. And to Mundy, who mops up for Fremantle on centre wing southern side. To Andrew Brayshaw, and he'll pop it out to Young, who'll mark right up against the boundary.
So Young wants to bite off the kick into the middle. It has to be good. It is. Onto the chest of Clark. Clark will go short. Spots up Andy Brayshaw.
Have to stop going sideways and use some run and carry from behind here, Fremantle.
Brayshaw goes out wide to Akers, who will drive it long towards full forward, looking for a marker. No one able to take it. Logue follows up at ground level. Petty picks it up, loses it. Frederick goes in. Lots of players around the footy. Ball up, forward pocket for Freo. Lots of stats around Fremantle. Lack of dare in recent weeks. Ranked 18th for mark and play on percentage. From the tap, down to Mundy. Quick snap on goal from the vet. And he misses the lot left. Or right, in fact. What you needed to know was that he missed the lot. Out of bounds on the full. Left back pocket now for the D's. 28 points their advantage. 8 minutes into this third term.
Salem twirls the yellow footy around in his hand and now kicks towards left half back. Only one player wanted it. Aish attacked the footy and he took the mark. He's got it 60 from goal. Puts it towards full forward. Lever got a touch on it. Spill down out the back. Logue has it and he kicks the goal. One of the biggest crumbing forwards you're never likely to see. Read it beautifully. Able to gather and kicks Fremantle's fourth. Melbourne's lead has come to 22 points. 7-8-50 the Demons. Freo move to be 4-4-28. 9 minutes gone in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
What I liked about that ball in from Aish was it wasn't a high loopy one calling on the levers and your maze. It was a little bit flatter. It was to the fatter side of the ground. And to be honest, Taberner at least competed, and Griff Logue was just in the right place at the right time, and the defender gone forward. He's played a role tonight, but it's nice that he gets a little bit of a reward on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I like it. I think it was a little bit of a change-up in terms of their inside 50, as you said, but it's all they've really got at the moment. They need to have some fast inside 50s and have a hit-up target.
Gawn, beautiful backhand down for Angus Brayshaw. Gets the handball to Petrarca, loops one over the top. Gawn's out the front, tries to turn back into the traffic, loses it. Stealing at Aish for the Dockers. Now he retreats. Handball away to Wakers. Loops a handball to Lobb. Lobb will kick Freo forward of the wing. The D's are out there. And May's able to mark. He'll come infield with his kick. For the helmet-wearing Angus Brayshaw, the re-signed Angus Brayshaw. Moves it on to Petrarca. Short kick to Sparrow. Attacking edge of the square. Sparrow looks inside 50. Nothing he likes just yet. He'll set it up towards full forward. Lobb's there. He takes the defensive mark. At fullback for Freo. Lobb doing the defensive work. Melbourne lead by 22 points, 10 minutes into the third.
So Lobb towards left half back. Lever front position. Tavern was able to get a touch on it. Spilled out the side. Henry can't keep it in. He was looking to tap it to his own advantage. He would have been racing away down the northern wing if he'd been just able to get a little bit more contact on the footy. Throw in instead. Right half forward for Melbourne. Lobb with the more telling tap. Comes out towards Brodie. Near the boundary line. Goes to Henry. Oh, not a great hand pass to Brodie. Sets him a real task. And then the Demons are able to apply some pressure. And they see it over the line for a throw-in. Battling away in there. Oliver, and it was Sparrow who, in the end, saw it over the line. Lobb versus Gawn. Rucks do battle. Gawn won it down to Petrarca, to Angus Brayshaw. Kicks Melbourne inside the forward 50. It's a beautiful kick around the body, and he finds Fritsch, who marks. 45 from goal, a couple of metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket.
It's a ball that he just put on his boot. I don't know if he deliberately went for that angle, but kind of called on the forward to come at the ball, and Fritsch read it really well off the boot. There was nothing really Chapman could have done. Tough pocket, this one, especially as a lefty.
He's got 2 goals, Bailey Fritsch, tonight. Boots cross the 50. Looked okay off the boot. Oh, that's wonderful. What a goal. He's got his 3rd. And Melbourne have their 8th. 8-8-56, the Demons. 4-4-28. A stunning goal. There's no real crowd celebration. All the Demons fans are at the complete opposite end of the ground, at the Farmer Freeway end. But Bailey Fritsch, that was all class.
He was pretty quick to point to the crowd. Came off the boot perfectly, didn't it?
Lovely set shot.
Great ruck knock from Gawn just prior to it as well.
Finish as slick as that hair. Doesn't move for Bailey Fritsch.
He knew what as soon as he took the mark, he was pointing straight at goal. Babe Ruth out into the outfield as well, wasn't he?
He's a great kick. Bounce in the middle. Gawn and Lobb go at it. Gawn takes it out of there. Tumbles it inside, attacking 50 for the D's. Young low down, doesn't take the defensive mark for the Dockers. Still going. Jackson comes through. Picks it up. Gets a handball away. Flying shot will come from Spargo. Towards goal it goes. In the goal square, Wiedemann. How did he manage that? He marks. He plays on and goals. The umpire's being a spoiled sport. He says come back and kick the said shot.
Well, he's just sticking to the rules because he marked the ball, so he has to go back behind the mark.
Wiedemann snaps around the corner and kicks the Mage up. And the D's have 2 in a couple of minutes. And they're out by 34 points. 9-8-62 plays 4-4-28. 14 minutes into the third term on Grandstand AFL. Sure, Rollingham, when did you become so sensible?
Never. Those ones are really annoying when it's in open play or something, and they play on past the mark, and no, you got to bring it back, and it just halts the whole momentum. But a really, really good mark then by Wiedemann.
Kept front position, didn't he? Just read the ball really nicely.
One of those ones where you're kind of waiting to expect from the back that the ball will pop out, but no, he's just managed to protect it really nicely and come away with the mark.
So 34 points, the biggest lead of the game so far. Melbourne had taken control as Gawn takes the ball from the restart, bounces it forward. Sparrow moved it on and found Oliver. Oliver just got his way through, and from 51 metres out goes towards goal. He just misses to the right-hand side. That would have been almost a knockout blow, even at the 14-minute mark of the third term. 9-9 plays 4-4, 35 points to the good Melbourne on Grandstand AFL.
So Ryan with the kick in for the Dockers. He drives it long towards the wing. Gawn will come across. He can't take the mark. Ball spills down at ground level. Brody soccers it on for the Dockers. Going after it, Rivers. It'll tumble to the line and out for a throw-in on the wing. As Clint mentioned, 34 points, the biggest lead of the night for the D's. Umpire brings it back in. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. There's a holding free kick. It's going to go the way of the D's. It'll go to Oliver. Or it will be Gawn, in fact. By Gawn with the footy. Waits his kick towards Petrarca, who pushes off Brody, takes the mark, looks long inside 50, drives it deep in the Wiedemann direction. Young fisted away. Spargo tracking it to the line, trying to soccer it through. It just beats his boot through for a minor score. So 36 points. Now the D's advantage. 9-10-64 plays 4-4-28. Quarter hour mark of the third.
Right. It's a quiet Perth Stadium now. Kicks towards the southern wing. Load can't mark. Lever at the back. Gathers for Melbourne. Gave it to Rivers. Hand pass was behind Langdon. It's over the line for a throw-in. You can hear the murmurs of discontent.
Pretty decent crowd here tonight as well.
So above 40. Friday night footy. Rare Friday night standalone game for the Dockers. But they're not under the bright lights doing their fans any favours. Free kick to Darcy in this. Now the fans find their voice. Darcy kicks towards right half forward. Lobb can't mark. At the drop though, Walters pops it inside forward 50, leading out Schultz. Marks encouraged with Lever coming the other way. He'll take possession of the football about 35 from goal. He'll kick, starting his run up in line with the right hand behind post.
Sonny Walters has been really good tonight. He's played his role, he's hit the scoreboard, but he's also been able to create and bring other players into the game, especially on that one there, inviting Schultz to the ball, and a nice courageous mark.
Lachie Schultz, normally a very good set shot. There's the commentary curse in full effect. He's missed, hitting the right-hand goal post. It's almost the dictionary definition of the commentary curse, Ben Cameron. 9-10-64 to 4-5-29. The Demons over the Dockers, 18 gone in the third.
So May with the kick in, long towards the southern wing. Jackson at the front of the pack. Out the side it goes. It's mopped up there by Mundy. Handball to Young. Back to Mundy. On the logo, stabs a low pass, looking for a leading Schultz. He's got it. Up at high half forward for the Dockers. Schultz will elect to go long towards full forward. In good position, Lever. It's spoilt down though, loose footy. Picking it up, Sarong. He's tackled quickly. Umpire circles, holding the ball. I didn't think there was an awful lot of prior opportunity. There was. He tried to fend off. It was a fend off. Correct decision. So Viney with the free kick at fullback for the D's.
Goes towards centre wing, southern side. No mark, spilled down. Young gathers off the deck for the Dockers. Gave it to Ryan. Now to Mundy. On a short run, he'll put it into the right forward pocket. May stretches. Brought it down one-handed. Couldn't gather it though. Picked up off the deck by Rivers. There's a Demon down after all of that. Rivers kicked beyond defensive 50. Has only found Mundy, who marks it right half forward. They're going to have to pause here. Bridget Lacey, what have you got for us?
Yeah, it's Christian Salem who's down and hurt for the D's. Obviously in that last marking contest, he's just getting to his feet now with the trainer is just on his haunches now and the doctor's running out.
May's bumped into Brayshaw and then Brayshaw's collected Salem. Didn't know anything about it, but that's the reason why Salem was taken high in the head. And there's blood pouring from his face as he comes off the ground. We'll need more than just the odd bit of running repairs. It's a cut above the nose, I think. Is he running to the shoulder or the head? It's a head clash with Brayshaw.
Oh, the D's players on the bench watching the replay put their head in their hands.
Yeah, it's not pretty. Not pretty at all. Salem makes his way off the ground. It's just one of those accidents in running. So Mundy now gets told to move it on. And he'll kick into the right forward pocket. Gawn won it down for the Demons. Leaping up, Viney got tackled straight away. Umpire, will he call holding the ball here? No. The non-controlling umpire was thinking about it for a moment. Instead, it's going to be a ball up in the right forward pocket. The Demons' lead remains 35 points.
Darcy flicks it down to Brody. Kick smothered there by Viney. He's quickly onto the loose footy. Gives it off to Sparrow, who tumbles a kick towards the wing for the D's. Pearce backpedals. He takes the mark for the Dockers. Chips it short to the long sleeve Daesh. Fremantle about 80 metres out from their attacking goal. Ace drives it long into the pocket in the low direction. And he takes it at the back of the pack. 25 out, deep in the right forward pocket.
Good deeper entry there from the Dockers.
And it's the first time we've seen tonight where they've set up a nice wall defensively and had those in-out-in plays.
Griffin Lowe kicked the Dockers' last goal. That came at the 8-minute mark of this third term. The D's have kicked 2 since. To keep Fremantle in touch, he kicks it into the man on the mark. Speaking of touched, it ricochets away towards the top of the goal square. Petty's there for the D's. He gives it off to Rivers, who whacks it long.
Might have been the 30 seconds up for Logue. It was called play on, and as we saw with Frederick last week, they were quick enough to respond there, the Demons. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Christian Salem's headed down to the rooms with the doctor to try and fix up that cut that's running blood all down his face.
He stepped around, which allowed play on to be called and Petty to go in and close him down. As Viney, meantime, has possession of the football. Ugly kick in the middle of the ground. It runs along the deck. Neil Bullen overruns it. Walker got it away to Sarong for the Dockers. Kicks towards centre half forward and he finds Lobb, who marks on the attacking edge of the centre square. He'll put it out towards right half forward. Henry's there and he marks. Again, a congested forward line. What we do with it? Sends it to right full forward, and the only player to react really was Hibberd, who goes sliding out to mark for Melbourne, right up against the boundary line.
It's just not the kick. You want the kick more central. That's where all your players and numbers are. Much easier to kick from directly in front of the goals.
A long kick towards the wing. Front and square Sarong gives it off to Chapman. Kicks the Dockers high inside 50. Lobs there. So too Taberner. Neither can mark. Jackson Rose gives it off to Hunt. A high spiral towards the logo. No player can get underneath it. It bounces on the deck. Spoiled on by Melksham. Pearce onto the end of the footy. Handball to Chapman. Little fumble. Now Pickett's all over him. He's got him in a tackle. The umpire will ball it up. Southern wing. 23 minutes into the third. Melbourne lead by 35 points here on Grandstand AFL.
Jackson won it down. Melbourne will get a free kick here. Sparrow going through was taken in the back. The Fremantle tackle. His kick is chopped off, intercepted by Walters. Leapt up in front of Neil Bullen to take the mark at centre half back. He goes short to Sarong. Hand pass over the top to Andrew Brayshaw. Back to Sarong for Fremantle. Forced to backtrack to Chapman. He's at right half back. Kicks in the direction of Henry, leading towards the boundary line on centre wing, southern side. Can't quite control it before it's over for a throw-in. Melbourne's lead remains 35 points, 24 gone in the third. Thrown in and then socketed forward by Darcy. It was inventive. Sat there for Langdon for Melbourne to go back by hand. Hibberd couldn't pick it up cleanly. Sarong applies pressure. Langdon lends support for the Demons. Gave it to Viney. The kick to Jackson. Couldn't take the mark. It's there for Petrarca though. Sweeps the hand pass inboard to Sparrow. Runs past the logo. Kicks inside forward 50. Juggled mark but taken by Melksham. He's at the top of the 50-metre arc. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. Trying to get to it, Pickett. Walker's right with him. Pickett gathered beautifully. Turned, centres the football. Leaping up into the air. Wiedemann couldn't mark it. Spilled down to Clark for the Dockers. He gives it to Cox. And Cox by hand over the top, wants Sarong to run onto it.
Sarong gets onto the footy at right half back for the Dockers. He kicks towards the wing. Viney comes across. Takes the intercept mark for the D's. He moves it on quickly, nice and short to Petrarca. Petrarca runs around, low ball into the pocket, looking for a target. Fritsch has paid the mark. And Pearce goes down for the Dockers. And he looks a little sore. He'll get to his feet. But Fritsch with the sticky fingers. He marks 5 metres in from the boundary line, 25 metres out. And a blood rule for Alex Pearce, who'll come from the ground.
That's the difference tonight. 10 inside forward 50 marks to Melbourne to only the 5 for Freo. They're sticking them when they're coming in, and they've got plenty of more options in their forward 50. Much more dangerous tonight.
Bailey Fritsch will have to kick it from the left forward pocket. As a left footer, he's going to go with the drop punt. Here's a classy finish up. Bailey Fritsch. 6 goals in last year's grand final. Many other years would have won the medal. Alex Pearce comes from the ground. Slow, deliberate approach. Boundary tight on his left. Fritsch shanks it across the face, and Cox fists it out. We'll get a throw in deep in the right forward pocket. Here for the D's. 35 points to the good, almost three-quarter time on Grandstand AFL.
Ball spun back into play. Jackson. More Telling's happy in front. Bounced away from Sarong at full stretch. Couldn't gather. Jackson tried to soccer it off the ground. Clark going through. Booted it out of bounds on the full, which will mean Spargo will have a free kick at right full forward. He can snap around the body if he wants. Could have gone back to Brayshaw, who now tells him to calm down and take the snap. He'll play on, wheel around. Oh, he liked it the moment and left the boot. He's got a second. And the Demons had their 10. And they pushed that lead out to a game-high 41 points. 10-10-70 Melbourne. Fremantle 4-5-29. We've gone 27 minutes into the third term. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, no, the news doesn't get any better for Fremantle fans, unfortunately. It started raining again, and the combination tonight of the rain and that wind has been, I would have to say, quite unpleasant.
Just cleaner and more efficient, aren't they, at the moment, Melbourne? They're hitting their targets out in front of their running teammates, which is just allowing them to break lines really easily. Yep. In the contest, they're able to be sharp with their hands, just looking a step above at the moment.
Gawn wins the tap, going after it. Dawesh gives it off to Brodie, kicks the Dockers inside 50. Walters can't quite take the mark, he was impeded. He'll get a free kick. Walters plays on while the man on the mark was caught unawares, chips to the pocket, and Brodie's able to take it 20 metres out, close to the boundary line.
He knew exactly what he was doing there, Walters. He was a little bit cheeky, asking the question to the umpire where the Melbourne defender on the mark kind of looked sideways and caught him off guard. Very smart.
So Brodie in the left forward pocket, setting up for the drop punt. He shanks it badly. Misses the lot out of bounds on the full. It's been that kind of night for the Dockers. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Christian Salem's come back up from the rooms, and he's had some repairs on that nose, and he looks ready to come back on.
It is persisting down at Perth Stadium as the Demons threw Hibberd beyond defensive 50. Wiedemann was up, couldn't mark. Gawn's kick was smothered. Came back to Darcy. Threw it on the boot for the Dockers. It bounced in play? No. Just over the boundary line at right half back for Melbourne. In fact, the rain is tumbling down. It's almost coming in at a 45-degree angle from the city end. Bucketing. Kick down the line for the Demons. Heads towards right half forward, and Chapman has to take it over. It'll be a throw-in right half forward from Melbourne. 10-10-70 to 4-5-29 is their lead. Half an hour gone in the third. Ball back into play. Gawn palms it forward. Just really whacks it. Almost martial arts style. Ball heads towards the boundary and about 52 out from the Demons' attacking goal. It finds the line. Inside 50s, 47 of 27. In favour of Melbourne. They dominated the marks inside forward 50 as well as Darcy in front position got a touch on it, spilled straight out towards Jordan. Couldn't do anything with it, was tackled immediately. Gawn wins the tap once more. Petrarca looks to emerge with it. Young tackles him. Ball hits the deck. Petrarca put his body over it. Still there's a chance to get rid of it here. Coming in from the side was Neil Bullen. Over all of that was Brodie. Umpire says, no, we'll ball it up at right half forward for the D's.
Umpire puts it up. Darcy brings it down. Brodie hacks it out of midair. Forward for the Dockers. Coming up, Taberner. Spoiled by May. Angus Brayshaw there. Handball to Hibbert. A little fumble. Handball back to Brayshaw. Now Angus kicks a high ball towards half forward. Going up, Akers spoils it down. Gawn rows for the D's. Kicks inside 50. Jackson juggles. Jackson doesn't quite mark. Clark soccers it out of there. Angus Brayshaw onto it again. Snaps into the pocket. Petrarca trying to control it. Coming through Ryan. He grubbers a kick towards the wing.
Angus Brayshaw in front of Darcy. They both lost their footing. Umpire spots a free kick. It's the Demons. Angus Brayshaw will get it back eventually. Now 80 from goal. Trots inboard. Puts it into the right forward pocket. Gawn went up. Oh, Gawn marks. So casually, just put his hands in front. Players all around him. Ended up cradling it to his chest. Oh, here it is. We'll go back and have a shot. We'll start hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket. He'll be kicking from 40 out.
Marks inside forward 50 in these conditions are gold. The rain is absolutely pelting down here at Perth Stadium, and the big skipper up forward clunks one of those. It just needs to go through now.
Max Gawn has one out of bounds on the full tonight in wet and slippery conditions. Kicks towards goal. He's missed. This does count as a score. A minor one, though, kicking it behind to the right. 10-11-71 the Demons. 4-5-29 the Dockers as the rain tumbles down. 32 minutes gone in the third.
Long kick in towards the edge of the centre square. No mark taken. Darcy, a big tackle. The D's have gone after him physically tonight. And he enacted a little revenge there on Jaden Hunt. He gets up gingerly. Gawn jumps into Darcy. Wins the tap down. Brodie after the footy. A wet, slippery cake of soap the footy now in the rain. The D's will enjoy it more than the Dockers. They lead by a large 42 points at three-quarter time here on Grandstand AFL.
So a 13-point lead at quarter time for the Demons became 27 at the half, and as Ben said, now out to 42. The goal kickers for them, Fritsch has got 3, Spargo with 2, singles to Langdon, Melksham, Jordan, Wiedemann and Pickett. While for Fremantle, Walters, their only multiple goal kicker. Griffin Logue's got 1 and Michael Frederick with 1 as well. In that quarter, they kicked 3 goals for Melbourne. Fremantle been able to add just 1 goal, 1. 10-11-71 the Demons, 4-5-29 the Dockers. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Ready to hit the road and go exploring? Backroads is back. From Katherine in the top end to WA. From the New South Wales Riverina and Tassie's King Island to way out back. Join me, Heather Hewitt, and some of my fellow guest explorers for a journey to some of this country's most remote towns, full of surprising and memorable characters.
All new Backroads. New adventures Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
60 from goal. Puts it towards full forward. Lever. Got a touch on a spill down out the back. Logue has it and he kicks the goal. One of the biggest drumming forwards you're never likely to see. The Angus Brayshaw kicks Melbourne inside the forward 50. It's a beautiful kick around the body and he finds Fritsch who marks. He's got 2 goals, Bailey Fritsch, tonight. Boots cross the 50. Looked okay off the boot. Oh, that's wonderful. What a goal. He's got his third.
Flying shot will come from Spargo. Towards goal it goes. In the goal square, Wiedemann. How did he manage that? He marks. Wiedemann snaps around the corner and kicks the major. And the D's have to in a couple of minutes.
Clark going through, booted it out of bounds on the full, which will mean Spargo will have a free kick at right full forward. He'll play on, wheel around. Oh, he liked the moment it left the boot. He's got a second, and the Demons have their 10.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
They won the premiership at this ground last season. Will they kickstart again their flag campaign in round 20 at Perth Stadium up against a fellow finals contender? Melbourne are making it look easy. In the wet, 10-11-71. They lead Fremantle 4-5-29 on Grandstand AFL, where our experts tonight, Premiership Pie, Sharad Willingham, and All-Australian Cara Antonio.
Well, Melbourne are well and truly in control of this game. Fremantle obviously kicked the one in that quarter, but again, as we've spoken about at half-time, they've come out with a purpose tonight, Melbourne. It's clearly an important game for both clubs, but Melbourne are well and truly on top in all areas of the game. They're plus 23 for inside forward 50s. They're plus 28 for contested ball, and the intercept possessions plus 13, and that's again where Fremantle unfortunately can't get any kind of ball. That's
no ball movement.
No, and that looks exciting and looks hard to defend. It's way too easy for Melbourne to pick off and for Melbourne to rebound. It clearly bounce back the other way and catch the Fremantle defenders off guard. So the marks inside forward 50 as well, I mentioned, they're plus 5, and the tackles, they've had 12 of those inside forward 50 and created more opportunities for himself to hit the scoreboard.
Melbourne have just, for mine, been so much cleaner, more willing to provide options and be there for their teammate when they do win the ball, and they're winning it, like I've said 3 or 4 times, they're winning it off getting numbers to the drop of the footy at long contests. So the ball's coming in down the wing, they're pinning them in. They're pinning Fremantle in so well that their only option is to kick it long down the line.
Yeah.
But then they're getting so many numbers there. And I know it's really hard when you're trying to make options for the kicker as a Fremantle player to then go, all right, I'm not being used, I've got to get back to the contest down the line. But that's what they need to do, because Melbourne have done such a good job at zoning off and taking everything away. Their defenders have worked up the ground really well to get in line with the ball carrier and then set up that defensive cluster through the middle of the ground and just take every option away. Make the ground really small. They're all playing inside that 60 to 70 metre bubble that they're just no options. So Fremantle look up and they just go, gee whiz, there's a lot of red and blue everywhere. Kick down the line and Melbourne get numbers to the ball. It's just an absolute, I don't know, it's not like it's a coaching masterstroke, but it's an effort and structural game plan that's really, really worked and just taken all of Fremantle's strengths away from them today.
Contested possessions plus 28 for Melbourne. The tackles, Fremantle have had 3 more. The clearances, 30 to 28, the way of the D's. Leading ball winners, Will Brodie up to 27, Mundy 27, Ace 23 for the D's, Petrarca 24, Viney 24, Angus Brayshaw with 22.
On the text line, hi everyone, great call. The high tackle rule is ambiguous and impossible to enforce consistently. And Dean says, in regards to the Pearce tackle on Viney, is it possible to agree with all of you, but to point out that umpires have no slow-mo or replays?
No, exactly right.
Yeah, spot on, Dean. I'd have called that every time if I was in the unenviable position of being an umpire. They're compelled to call that tackle high with no obvious duck or shrug. I agree with what you're saying. It's one of the toughest games you could officiate in the world. Has Tabiner had a kick today? Asked Deb Williams. Ben Cameron?
He's had one.
Had one kick.
That's his only disposal.
100% efficiency.
That's 1 plus. As Gawn wins it down to restart. Comes to Mundy, though, of the Dockers. Hand passes up the corridor. Aish elects to soccer at forward. It worked out okay. Hit Collier on the chest at centre-half forward. He'll send it towards goal, Collier. But he'll miss to the right-hand side.
Didn't the crowd just want to will that one in? Begging for it.
They were almost trying to just, yell it in. Breathe in at the city end and suck it towards the goal. Bridget Lacey quickly downstairs.
You mentioned Matt Taberner. He started this quarter on the bench as well.
May ambles to the pocket, kicks long towards a contest. Through the hands of Cox it goes. Clark at the back. Handball to Mundy. His handball a little too hot for Cox. Melksham goes in. Mundy a heavy tackle. Takes him to ground. We'll get a throw up on the wing. Umpire pops it up. Gorn down for Oliver. Squeezes a kick out. Picking it up quickly, Rivers shovels out a handball. Now Sparrow running forward of the wing for the D's. Kicks towards Fritsch. Fritsch trying to control it. Ryan right there with him. Slaps towards the boundary. Slaps to keep it in. Handball to himself. Ryan goes to ground. Fritsch picks it up. He centres it. Looking for Spargo. Spargo can't mark. Akers is there for the Dockers. He kicks laterally. And the mark taken there by Cox. The one time you want Fritsch to be unselfish. Would have been a heck of a goal if he could have finished it. Melbourne by 41 points, 90 seconds into the fourth.
Needs to find the blinkers as Cox sends it towards the commentary wing. Lever brought it to ground. Aish going through, had it. Lever tackled him. Ball came out the side. Jordan looked to slap it back into play for a moment. It's actually been held to him in the Sarong tackle. Oliver goes in just to give Sarong a push. Sarong gives him a shove back. Ball to be put back in right beneath the grandstand AFL commentary position on the northern wing. Spun back into play. Darcy palmed it down. Got it inboard. Andrew Brayshaw looked to tap it to Frederick's advantage. Salem got in the way though. Gave it to Viney. Kicks Melbourne to left half forward. Picked up off the ground by Sparrow. Broke the Sarong tackle. 55 from goal. He kicks towards full forward. Cox front position. Couldn't take the mark under pressure from Melksham. It spills to ground. Diving over the top of it, Chapman. He's tackled immediately by Spargo. Ball up the cool. Looking for the ruck nominations. It's taken a while. Darcy will get there eventually against Wiedemann. Missed it. Lundy's kick was smothered. Came out to Akers though of the Dockers. Tried to work it onto Pearce. Immediately under pressure on the ground. Melksham right with him. Picked up by Ryan. Gave it to Akers to Chapman. I'm not sure where that hand pass was meant to go. Langdon got onto it immediately. Came back towards Fritsch. Got upended after he got the kick away that has then spilt. The mark would have been tough under the slippery conditions from Young. He could only carry it across the line. It'll be a throw-in at left full forward for Melbourne. 10-11-71 the Demons. 4-6-30 the Dockers. 3 gone in the last.
Umpire brings it back in. Past the hands of Darcy it goes. Akers can't quite gather it. Goes to ground. Picked up by Oliver. Handball to Petrarca. Off to Viney. He's had himself a night. He snaps on goal. He misses. It goes across the face. A minor score. But he's out by 42 points, 3.5 minutes into the fourth term on Grandstand AFL.
Let's move towards the northern wing. Logue is up and marking.
Just lack of offensive work rate, just all standing still, waiting.
Played on by hand, they shared around it, came back to Logue from Brayshaw and then moved it on towards Aish, who was upended and will get the free kick here. Sarong goes in to remonstrate with Sparrow, who gave away the free kick. So too does Griffin Logue running by. Aish forced to head towards the interchange gates to actually get the football.
Away by Lob as well. Yeah. Not doing any favours for his teammates.
Nope. Sends it inboard onto where the new turf is in the commentary wing. Brayshaw marks. Andrew Brayshaw on a bit of a run. Kicks high and long towards right half forward. Darcy front position against Gawn. Brought it to ground. Sarong picks it up. Hard up against the boundary line. Kicked into the right forward pocket. The ball takes a tumble and then spins to the right. It's over for a boundary throw-in. It's saying about 25 out from Freo's attacking goal. They're going to the right of our broadcast position, the city end of Perth Stadium in this term. 10-12-72 the Demons, 4-6-30 the Dockers on Grandstand AFL.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Dockers. Darcy swats it down onto it. Hunt. He might have been bumped off his kick. Umpire lets them play. Petty picks it up. Shovels out a handball away to Jordan. Back feeds a handball back to Rivers. Groping at the footy. Drops it initially, then kicks beyond the defensive 50. Coming up Brayshaw. He can't take the mark. Spills loose. Rivers keeps it moving forward. And Angus Brayshaw knocks it out. Gives his brother a shove. And we'll get a throw in between wing and half forward. Sarong comes and gives Angus a little palm in the chest. Throw in on the wing. Gone in front of Lobb. Tries to take it out of the ruck. Leaves it behind. Young picks it up. Kicks on his left leg towards half forward. Looking for Darcy. Diving out. Big Sean Darcy. He can't trap it. We'll get a throw in. 55 around from the attacking goal for the Dockers. The D's by 42. As it was at three-quarter time. We're now 5.5 minutes into this final term.
Ball back into play. Gawn palmed it down. Two-handed against Lobb. Oliver sliding back. Lovely hand pass to Sparrow. Pops a hand pass back again to Jordan. Hand passes to Brayshaw. He's at left half back and he gets a kick away. Angus Brayshaw for the Demons. Comes towards the commentary wing. Offhand, spilled down to Sparrow. Tackled by Aish over the boundary. Between centre wing and left half forward for Melbourne. Jackson has gone forward. Cox stands next to him. Ball back into play. Gawn punches it straight back over the boundary line. That'll be out of bounds on the full. Free kick coming the way of the Dockers. They need a spark here, Fremantle. The game's beyond them, but big crowd, say around 40,000 in tonight. Give them something to think about. As Brody with the free kick heads towards right half forward and Gawn sees it over the line for another throw-in. That score remains. Great if you're a Demon, less so if you're a Freo supporter. Melbourne lead by 42 points, 7 minutes gone in the last.
Darcy punches it forward for the Dockers. Sarong tracking it towards the boundary. He gathers as he carries it out. So another throw in. Umpire unfurls. Darcy and Gawn in a wrestle. Gawn the clear palm down. Coming through Sarong. He can't gather it. Brody just sockers it forward for the Dockers. Towards half forward. Logue paddles. He gathers. Back to goal. Feeds it back towards Akers. He kicks into the pocket looking for Taberner. Petty leads him to the ball. And he takes the defensive mark. 40 out from the D's defensive goal.
Overtook him then when leading to the footy.
42 points the D's advantage.
Kick to the outer wing. Jackson got a little nudge underneath it illegally by Cox. And he'll have the footy. Humorous moment as the Demons ran out at the start of the game. A cheeky Fremantle fan had hung a Fremantle Guernsey with Jackson 6 over the fence. Jake Melksham walking by, grabbed it and threw it onto the turf. Kick towards right half forward for the Demons. Brody emerges with it. Come back here to Clark. Sends the Dockers into the left back pocket. And this is Young who marks. Young kicks back to Clark. Not sure Melksham should have thrown it to ground, but I guess there's the argument. Could have perhaps been asking for it. Kick for the Dockers back towards the southern wing. Viney at the drop. Got a hand pass away as was tackled. Hunt to Langdon. Oh, Petty set upon immediately. That's going to be holding the ball. Great tackle. Akers wrapped him up just forward of the wing. Now what can Fremantle do as they'll kick towards left half forward?
Akers kicks long inside 50. Lobb will launch at it. Doesn't complete the mark. Darcy hacks it out of midair. Frederick going back with the flight. He takes the mark. In the left forward pocket for the Dockers.
Nice little toe poke there. Out of midair from Sean Darcy. And again, Frederick just really protected that ball in the air, knew exactly where it was going to fall and took a really nice chest mark.
To save a little bit of respectability. Frederick snaps truly. Fremantle's fifth. Melbourne 10-12-72. Fremantle 5-6-36. It's a 36-point advantage. A couple for Freddie. 10 minutes into this fourth term on Grandstand AFL.
It is only Fremantle's fifth goal, but Melbourne have only scored the 10. I mean, if they can quell their scoring for the rest of the game, and even if they just put on 2 or 3 more, super important when it comes to how tight the ladder is.
You just feel like someone needs to take the game by the scruff of the neck for Freo and go, jump on my back, this is how we need to win the game, this is how we're going to win, which you haven't seen yet. So someone needs to have a bit of dare and take one through the middle, bite off something. We haven't seen that yet. So, again, there's still a bit of time. Anything's possible.
Thrown aloft. Jackson got his fingertips to it. Came, though, to Sarong. Sarong kicked around the body for the Dockers. Inside their attacking 50. It's allowed to bounce low. Coming out, meets it to Frederick. Could he kick another one? Could he get two in a matter of seconds? No, he's missed to the left-hand side. Defensive play, though. Minor score for Fremantle.
The D's bring it in quickly to the back pocket. Mark taken there by Jordan. Jordan will kick long towards the wing. Darcy goes up. Big Sean, he's able to mark. Darcy wheels around onto the left. Kicks long inside 50. Lob will go at the footy. Petty's right there. May comes down with it. No mark paid, obviously. Loose footy. Lots of them around it. Walters trying to shrug free. Feeds it out to Lob. Jams it on the right boot. Floats it towards goal. Langdon again. That defensive wingman. He gets back and takes the mark in the right back pocket. Melbourne leading by 35 points. The Boos with a former Docker in Langdon.
Crowd of 46,313 in tonight. As Langdon's kick is turned over, Cox takes the mark for Fremantle at left half forward. Puts it back to full forward. Lob leading out. Couldn't mark. Spilled down Walters. Crowd fans wanted him to be given a free kick for taking high, but instead, Levers tackled him after he grabbed the football.
Is it lack of effort?
Well, no, they're saying...
How is he supposed to dispose of that?
That's ridiculous.
They said if you duck your head, that will be prior opportunity. I don't love it. I'm just saying that's what they said. And they'll say that's the right decision.
Yeah. He probably did try to draw a free kick. It wasn't a free kick, and then he gives away one because he has put his head down as Levers come in to affect the tackle. Good call, Ben Cameron.
My sentiment's similar to yours.
Yeah.
It's where we are.
That's yuck.
Brodie kicks laterally to the logo and Walker.
That's a stoppage every day in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was trying to draw a free kick.
No, he just ducked his head.
Walker gives it off to Young, who heaves on the left inside attacking 50. Taberner comes in from the side, pisses it away. And out of play will get a throw in. Matt Taberner, a quiet night, one kick. One.
I know we can't... Yeah, do we put Cox forward and have a little bit of a different look forward, but then who do Fremantle put in their back line to change things up?
Umpire spins it in. Darcy slaps it down. Brodie going after it towards the boundary line, and again it's out. And try again 45 metres around from the attacking goal for the Fremantle Dockers, wearing the 3D anchor tonight. These leading by 35 points.
Yeah, seen the replay again. Walters does put his head down, but I'm sure there's a free kick in that at all. The Rucks go to ground from the contest.
It's not like he's trying to draw one, is it? It's not like he's doing the duck to draw a high tackle.
If anything, he was sort of trying to
ram off.
Yeah, trying to ram his way through. I think Ben's right. To the letter of the law, it's there, but it's not great. Anyway, restart again. Here's Walters through the legs of Henry under real pressure from Viney. Andrew Brayshaw goes through, picks it up off the turf, spun his way out of trouble, went back by hand to Pearce, will then pop it short to Conks, who marks in front of the interchange gates. Commentary side of the ground. It's more congested than an airline security screening in front of him. Kicks towards right half forward. There's going to be a free kick. It's a holding decision. It'll come the way of Taberner. Hence the cheers around the ground from the Fremantle supporters. Taberner kicks the lob at full forward. Spoil came from Lever, got a fist to it. Back though to Henry. 50 out from goal at right half forward. Back to Lob, who marks. Or has it been touched on the way through? According to the officials, it was. And it's going to be a throw-in instead.
Melbourne's sitting back going, we can do no wrong tonight.
Yeah, not sure that May got a hand on that before the first purchase was the hands of Lob. Nonetheless, it's been thrown back in. Brayshaw got a hand pass away. Walters hands it back to Mundy. Mundy, 49 out from goal. Kicks towards the sticks, but he's missed everything. It's out of bounds on the full. That'll allow Freo fans to vent their frustration once more. 16 gone in the final term. Melbourne's lead remains 35 points.
In the back pocket, Hibberd goes long. Cox goes up and he takes the mark for the Dockers. 55 metres out from their attacking goal. Gives it off to Young. From 55, he unloads towards the goal square, coming across Lever. He puts his fist through it, a throw in the right forward pocket.
Lever's left his opponent from 30 metres away to impact that spoil. It's just
that kick invites it, doesn't it? You need to kick it out to the fat side, get the forward to lead to that place that you want him to.
Logue doing the ruck work. Jackson opposed to him. Jackson comes down with the footy. Accidental spiral beyond the defensive arc for the D's. Bringing it down, Cox going after it. There is Akers. Viney with the clearing kick. Out towards the open side of the ground. Race is on. Langdon and Walker. Langdon gets there. Walker worries him out of it. Pickett comes in. Now the Dockers arrive through Collier. Picking it up, Sparrow. Handball away to Langdon. Stops, props. Kicks laterally and Hibberd marks. Melbourne by 35 points. Hibberd on the defensive point of the square. Drives it long. Wiedemann going up. Doesn't come down with the footy. Loose footy now for the D's. Viney. Handball away towards Neil Bullen. Gives it off to Petrarca. Kicks inside 50. Lands in the lap of Melksham. Gives it off to Cozzy Pickett. Speeds into goal. Runs away with the game. His second. The D's out by 41. 11-12-78 to 5-7-37. 17 minutes into the fourth.
As you've said, Shaz, all game just more cleaner, moving the ball, but the lack of pressure there from the Dockers, a little bit questionable for mine. Melbourne clearly, again, have numbers to the contest.
So many numbers. You look at that contest, the balls hit the ground and there are 5 Melbourne players sweating on that contest, and then are just there, clean inside. As soon as someone's out facing goal, on the boot.
It's a work rate thing for me, though, don't you?
Yeah, massively.
Willing to work for your teammate.
Well, they're working hard defensively to cut off options, but then working hard offensively as well.
The restart. Darcy won it down against Jackson, who went a little bit early. It came to Mundy by hand, and now to Andrew Brayshaw. Kicks inside forward 50. Lob sliding out, couldn't mark. Schultz gathers, kicks around the body, needed a lucky bounce. He was back there anyway. Made sure of it, tapping it through for a rush behind.
Starting to succumb to a little bit of perceived pressure as well, I think, Fremantle.
40 points the difference, 11-12 plays 5-8, 18 gone in the last.
Hibberd with the kick in, running to the left back pocket, brings it towards the northern wing. Gawn and Wiedemann are there. Fritsch gathers at ground level, gives it off to Petrarca. Kicks out in front of Neil Bullen. Bouncing ball close to the boundary line. Going with him, Clark. The ball pitches just in play. And Clark carries it out. A throw in again between wing and left half forward for the D's. Demons leading by 40 points. Darcy and Gawn. Darcy brings it down. Going after it, Mundy. Picks it up. Handball away to Brodie. Brodie jams it on the right boot. He kicks around the boundary. Bouncing ball. Hibberd is there for the D's. Gathers in play. Takes on Logue. Logue slips to ground. Hibberd a handball away to Petty. Petty's kick right around the boundary. Just to Brayshaw. Angus Marks just in the field of play for the D's. Neutral territory on the northern wing. D's by 40 points. 19.5 into the fourth.
Brayshaw for Melbourne, kicks in the direction of Gawn, stretches, couldn't mark. Jackson, though, behind, had it, handed it off to Neil Bullen, pops it in towards Fritsch, who marks in the left forward pocket. 37 from goal. He won't have the shot. He tried to find Pickett. Kick missed its target. Young was there to mop up for Fremantle. Sends it out towards Collier, who marks at left half back. Collier has to kick to a one-on-one on the logo. Logue with a lot to do. Hibberd won it down. Got it to Lever. Just came to Salem by hand. Hand pass back towards Langdon. And Langdon will stab it short to Spargo, marking just shy of right half forward. Could be a costly result for Fremantle. They could drop as low as 7th if both Sydney and Carlton win this weekend. You'd expect them to. They're favourites against, well, for Sydney, the Giants, and Carlton, Adelaide. As the ball's moved to Viney at right half forward. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Big pack up off hands. Ryan is there for the Dockers. He'll move it short to Henry, who marks.
Henry kicks beyond the defensive arc for the Dockers, and Taberner marks. Gets some encouragement, gives a handball away to Brodie, to Andy Brayshaw, to Collier. He muddles his bounce up and he gets run down by Angus Brayshaw. And that sums up the night for the Dockers. They were off to the races until they weren't. The disobedient ball just wouldn't bounce back to Trav Collier. As Angus Brayshaw kicks laterally, and the mark taken by Lever. Lever will kick around the southern wing. Looking for a marker. Darcy punching it down. Now Henry picks it up. He picks it up out of the field of play. And we'll get a throw in. Southern side of the ground. 46,313 is the attendance, as Clint mentioned earlier. 40 points. That's the advantage for the D's.
Put back into play. Gould won it down. Angus Brayshaw there at the drop for the Demons. Hands it back to Langdon from the logo southern wing. Kicks around the body. He wanted Neil Bullen. Young spoiled it down, but went as far as Petrarca. Hands it back to Neil Bullen. Great effort. Andrew Brayshaw runs him down. 29 disposals tonight. 10 marks and now 7 tackles for Andrew Brayshaw. He's on a losing team, but he's battled away. Kick back to the southern wing. At the hands of a pack. Henry couldn't gather. Angus Brayshaw could. Gave it to Lever. Broke one tackle. Surrounded by Dockers. Actually just walks it over the boundary line as he was tackled by Taberner. He'll be holding the ball. And Fremantle will have the free kick at left half back. It's just a matter of the margin, really. Can the Dockers add some respectability? Melbourne by 40 points. Freo sent it towards left half forward. Off hands, it spills down to Frederick. Came towards Mundy. Kick was smothered. Petty sliding out, knocked it to ground. Angus Brayshaw tackled by Frederick. Ball jarred out again. Petty with it once more for the Demons. Hands it off to Viney on the logo. Kicks towards right half forward. Oh, Chapman was there, dropped it. Wiedemann couldn't take it cleanly. Petrarca sweeps it inside forward 50 to Fridge. Pops it over the top to Pickett. And he marks right next to the right hand behind post. He'll play on. Snap with the left. Kick his third. A little bit of icing on the cake for the Demons late in this game. 3 for Cozzy Pickett, 12 for Melbourne. 12-12-84 to Fremantle, 5-8-38. Melbourne's lead is 46 points, 23 gone in the last on Grandstand AFL. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Exciting player, isn't he, Cozzy Pickett? I was watching the game a couple of weeks ago when they were up in the NT and he kicked
against Port.
He's fantastic, and just his ability to get out the back of his opponent towards goal. He's so electrifying and explosive, and again, just a little shove to Walker. Walker loses his footing and he gets that much space in the matter of seconds. Smart, great goal awareness.
Umpire puts it aloft. Darcy brings it down. Viney steals it. Kicks on his left towards half forward for the D's. Bouncing ball. Cox paddles it away. Sparrow onto it. Gathers. Snaps inside attacking 50. Looking for a marker. Fisted away by Pearce. Stays in play. Chapman. He knocks it out. A throw in the left forward pocket now for the D's. Luke Jackson downstairs getting some work done or speaking to the doctor's bridge.
Yeah, just a late concern here. He's come off and he's chatting to the doctor. It looks like it could be maybe his jaw that he's pointing at, but keep an eye on it.
Darcy knocks it down to Ryan. A high ball towards halfback for Freo. Attacking at Walters. Walters will carry it out. A throw in right at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. The D's leading by 46 points. 12-12-84 plays 5-8-38. 24 and a half into the fourth.
Put back into play. Darcy tried to take clean possession, slipped through his grasp, hit the deck. It's going to be locked in here. Oliver diving on top of Darcy, who had earlier dived on top of Petrarca. So left half forward from Melbourne. Umpire sends the ball skyward. Darcy won it down to Sarong. Tried to get it to Aish. Dropped it. Sparrow's hand pass intercepted by Cox, though. Back to Darcy, to Cox once more for Fremantle. He'll kick towards the commentary wing. Attacking the football is Hibbert. He wanted it more. Won it down for the Demons. It's now with Petrarca. Got it on to Rivers. Ran by Brodie. Hand pass over the top to Jordan. Back to Rivers. That was slick. Kick Was smothered, though, by Henry. Rivers looked to send it inside forward 50. Henry had other ideas. Was able to knock it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. About 60 out from Melbourne's goal. Getting to the left of our broadcast position in this final turn. Bridget Lacey again downstairs.
Luke Jackson's just heading off with the doctor now. He looks to have a little bit of a limp up, so one to ask the coach about after the game.
Certainly is looking a little bit sore as he makes his way towards the rooms. Focus of about 6 stories in the West Australian today. Clearing kick away for the Dockers from the ruck contests. He's towards the boundary line. It was Brodie with the clearance. It's going over for another throw-in. 12-12-84 Melbourne score. Demons well in control. Freo 5-8-38, 26 gone in the last.
Darcy and Gawn. Gawn with the tap onto the footy acres. Now Oliver steals it, gives it off to Gawn. Gawn whacks it inside, attacking 50 for the D's. Bouncing ball, Fritsch onto it. He loses it in the tackle. It spills out. And a throw in left forward pocket for the D's. 46 points to the good. Stephen May comes to the bench. Umpire spins it back in. Darcy trying to knock it down to Brodie, picking it up Alex Pearce. He loses it. Pickett. He picks it up, then spins into a tackle, loses it in that. Oliver eventually shovels out a handball. Young spins out of a tackle, loses it. Holding the ball. And Oliver's shoved over by Blake Acres. Be lucky not to give away 50, but it's going to be a shot on goal for Clayton Oliver nevertheless.
Quite a night for Oliver. Only the 20 touches, but luckily you've got the likes of Varney and Petrarca and Brayshaw that have been able to get their hands on the footy and done a lot of damage inside and on the outside. But I suppose that's the positive of this fantastic Melbourne midfield. You know, when one doesn't get too much of it, the others step up, which again has happened tonight.
He's having a season. Clayton Oliver. As Cara mentioned, hasn't had his biggest night, but a set shot here. And he's out to the right. It's coming back. It's right to the line. It's touched on the line and through for a minor score. 12-13-85, plays 5-8-38, 28 minutes gone, final term.
47 points. The Demons lead by. Sarong for Fremantle. Kicks to the commentary wing. Marked there by Taberner. Hands it off to Ace running by. Needs to get rid of it quickly. Closed down by Petty. Just got the kick away before the tackle. It'll bounce over the line for a throw in at right half forward for Freo. Fremantle wearing their retro jumper from the away seasons of 98, 99 and 2000. They'll have no joy wearing it tonight. It's gone. The kick away as far as Sparrow couldn't take it cleanly. Mundy gathered it off the turf. Gave it to Young, then to Aish, back to Young. Got away from Sparrow. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Gawn stretches, can't mark at the back though. Petty was clean enough. Was able to get a hand pass away. Eventually with Salem, who kicks down the commentary wing, wanting Wiedemann. Can't get a hand to it. It's over for a throw-in, right where the interchange gates are. Northern wing here at Perth Stadium. 12-13-85 the Demons, 5-8-38 the Dockers. 4 more points to the Demons in season 2022 coming up.
Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Handball away to Brodie. Now going after it. Young shovels out a handball towards Mundy. Eventually Pearce bursts through. His kick towards half forward. And the mark taken by Lever. So Lever will send it out towards the wing. Coming across, Ryan's able to take the intercept mark. Dockers fans want 50. Ryan moves it on to Collier. Collier will go short. Taberner on the lead. He juggles it. He almost drops it, but he completes it. 40 metres out. On a slight angle left of centre.
That's the first inside forward 50 that a forward has led to the
Come
foot.
at the footy, hey.
And it's only taken, 4 quarters. The siren's about to go. So, yeah, just a lack of connection tonight for the Dockers.
So Taberner will have the shot after the siren. It won't matter. Back at the venue of their premiership triumph, a red and blue letter night for the D's, the kind that could ignite their premiership defence. The D's demolished the Dockers by 46 points at Perth Stadium.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgotten, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So rumours of a Demon demise may have been greatly exaggerated. They come west and they go back home with 4 more points. They led by 13 points at quarter time, by 27 at the half, by 42 at three-quarter time, and they went on to win convincingly in the end. A 46-point victory over one of their fellow top 8 rivals. It's a big win for the Melbourne Football Club.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgotten, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
It was round 20 last year where the Demons began to build towards their drought-breaking flag secured here at Perth Stadium. They won 7 straight games to claim the 2021 Premiership. Will it be similar in 2022? The goal kickers for the Demons, Bailey Fritsch with 3, Cozzy Pickett with 3, 2 to Charlie Spargo and singles to Langdon, Melksham, Jordan and Wiedemann. While for Fremantle, on a night to forget, Frederick with 2, Walters with 2, Logue kicked 1. 12-13-85 to Freo's 5-9-39. It's a night for Melbourne to celebrate as they continue to lock away many of their big-name players. Angus Brayshaw, the latest to commit long-term this week. He had a night out as well in the wet weather. 28 disposals for him, as the Demons will go to celebrate with their supporters at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. Emphatic response. Questions will now start to be raised for Fremantle. We'll talk about the Dockers in a moment, but the Demons, Sharad, Kara, they answered a few questions tonight, and with Lever and May in the same team and both finishing the game, which is of course something that didn't happen with May being injured the last time these sides played when Fremantle were victorious. They were impressive tonight when it mattered. They were cleaner, and on top of all of it, the messaging, which I know Ben brought up at the start and you both said it as well, they were going to be ruthless tonight, and they were. Assess it for us, please. Cara, Sharon.
Yeah, I think that ruthless hits the nail on the head, really. I think they came out from the get-go. They were ruthless in their execution of the game style they wanted to play. It wasn't just ruthless in the way they attacked the footy and you know, the thought that kind of first pops to your head when you think of ruthless. They were ruthless in how hard they worked defensively, how hard they worked to set up their structure behind the ball and force Fremantle to play a game style that they probably didn't want to, which was kick down the line and rely on a contest, whereas when Fremantle have been up and running so far this year, it's been taking the game on, using the ball by foot and run and carry. They just shut that down from the word go, and the ruthless was maybe ruthless on each other and their expectations, what the mindset was when they come to the ground. You don't know what the actual mindset was for ruthless, because they didn't come out and smash bodies and you know, try and be over physical in any way. They were just clean when they needed to be. They took away the opposition options at every avenue and just executed so clean throughout 100% of that game. I can't think of them fumbling, can't think of them missing tackles. I'm sure it did, but, nothing that kind of sticks out in your head. And I think it was a real professional outfit that came with a game plan and were ruthless in their execution.
Yeah, I think tonight we saw the Melbourne of old, and I mean old, last year, earlier this season, when teams really struggled to get the ball through their defensive press, which again Fremantle did tonight. They went back to the basics, which has worked well for them, the last 12 to 18 months. They were disciplined. Everyone was on the one page, and they were connected throughout the entire ground and for the 4 quarters. So it's a nice, impressive win.
Let's go down into the Melbourne rooms.
Yeah, they're a very happy club at Melbourne tonight. Yeah, really pumped coming into the rooms. All the staff giving them claps as they come in. Lots of shouts from the players. Angus Brayshaw, just the straggler. Here we go.
I reckon there was a bit in that.
Sometimes it's, not particularly that song, but they're just almost perfunctory. You just have to get them out of the way. That was not the case.
Well, questions have been asked. They've had some poor performances to their standard and to the standard that we've, I suppose, known and grown to know over the last season. They came out here with a clear purpose, a clear goal, a clear game plan that was well executed for 4 quarters. And the stat for me, they had 48 less disposals, but they were almost 1,000 more meters gained. Yeah. So they clearly wanted to get the ball and move it forward.
Not stuff around with it. Be
Correct.
Clean and sharp and efficient. It was an efficient display tonight, and it was a defensive and offensive outfit. It wasn't one or the other.
No, correct.
Their defence led to the way they wanted to play in offence. So shut down the options, force them to kick where we wanted to have numbers. They worked really hard to set up defensively in front of Fremantle, and then as soon as they got them to do what they wanted to, got numbers around there. I said it numerous times during the call, but they had so many numbers at every contest, and you'd look and they'd be clean on the ground, come up, and they'd have someone right next to them, bang, and then they were away.
It's a miserly effort from their defence to hold Fremantle to 39 points. And
just
Scrooge-like.
The way they kind of pivoted across that defensive 50 with May and Lever, it was almost like they haven't played much footy together this year, have they?
Yeah, I think they've finished
3 or
5 games.
Yeah.
This will be game 5. They've actually finished together.
Oh, there
on
you
the
go,
ground.
5.
It was a completely different feel with the way that they were able to control that back line. One of them was always free at the back of the contest, and then if someone was free and Fremantle managed to get through, they were so quick to press the ball coming at them that it made the Fremantle forwards just irrelevant, really.
I think that's from when Fremantle beat them, is that correct?
Yeah.
So when they were going well, they were all up and about. And then when May got hurt in the first quarter against Fremantle, from that point on, which is when the questions have started to come, they just haven't been able to put games together. In fact, their defence hasn't been settled at all.
Haven't they come out and said he's most important?
Yeah, Max Gawn did an interview on the ABC and essentially said that present company excluded. He said May's the most important player in our team. And then shortly thereafter he was injured, and that was obviously a significant blow for the D's. They do need both of them, and let's not understate what Petty does down there as well to allow them to
he allows them to do it, doesn't he?
Yeah, to allow them to play like that, as you said, Chaz. So, yeah, it looked like they were back to their best. You could get a sense during the week that they were going to come out having regrown their horns as demons, perhaps, and I think they were similar to that tonight, weren't they?
Do you reckon internally they're sick of people questioning their capabilities?
Well, possibly, but the easiest way to make the nightmares go away is to give them to someone else. I mean, they've only won 3 of their last 8 games, so I think the questions are pretty fair. They lost 3 in a row. They lost to Geelong. They lost to the Western Bulldogs with wins over Brisbane, Adelaide and Port. So the questions were fair. It probably did upset them a little bit. And all champions and athletes, as you two would know, they find ways to motivate themselves. They like to tilt at windmills and try and motivate themselves with things that aren't even necessarily the case sometimes.
Oh, definitely.
Nothing like being told you're not good enough.
Yeah, that would massive fire in the belly. You'd want to prove everyone wrong.
It felt like Petrarca was almost the instigator of that tonight after what looked pretty innocuous from Darcy, just to kind of get right in his face. And
he looked angry after, didn't he?
Not take a backward step. And not that it's for show or anything like that, but it's almost like, I'm not going to take any crap tonight.
It looked like they went after Sean Darcy a little bit.
Yeah, he looked a little bit beaten up around, didn't he?
Looked like they'd sort of made a point, let's cut the head off the snake, and they decided to try and go after Sean Darcy, I thought, anyway.
If you're listening to us on the app, by the way, on the AFL app, jump across, get on the ABC Listen app now, because that app might be finishing very shortly, but in just under a minute, the ABC Listen app, you'll find the AFL Extra. You'll be able to continue to listen to our post-game for another half an hour here at Perth Stadium. I'm not sure what this means, but I know it will be brought up again. In the wet, Fremantle has slipped up again. Gold Coast, Collingwood, and now Melbourne.
Yeah.
Is there anything in that, or is it just one of those random things that happen where, your team just, if it rains, they lose?
No, there's something in it, because I experienced it. And
when was that?
At West Coast.
Yeah.
We couldn't win in the wet one year, and it got brought up, and we don't have any rain here over summer. Like, you literally go into the season having had no skills practice under any wet conditions. Whereas, over East they get the odd, week or two through summer where it still rains every so often or something. And then when it rains here, it really, really rains. Like, the ball turned into a bar of soap. It got so bad that I think we lost. I don't know if I've told you this, but I swear I had. But Adam Simpson resorted to the eskies with baby oil in them and water. And, we would be out there doing just the fundamental skills, ground balls, marking, but we definitely felt like we weren't able to perform at the level required when it got wet, because we just couldn't train it enough. It wasn't frequent enough for us to, go out there and go, it doesn't mean anything, because you can't go out there and go, geez, the ball's going to be wet, whereas it shouldn't even matter. Never even thought about it when I was playing in Melbourne. It was wet. Oh, it's just, it's going to be a bit colder.
The interesting thing, I think, more so than that, is the trend in recent weeks that their ball movement has just completely dropped off. So I spoke about it during the broadcast. It's like there's a complete lack of dare. I mean, their mark to play on percentage in the last few weeks is 18th. Their kick to handball ratio is 17th. And their percentage score from D50 is 18th. They can't move the ball at the moment. So why is that?
Oh, I think teams have had to do more homework into how to stop Fremantle, and when players get better and start showing more patterns in the way they play, it gets easier to shut that down. Players have running patterns, players have ways that they like to acquire the ball, and as soon as you pop up on another team's radar, they go, this is all you got to do to stop this. You got to try and find another avenue to be able to do it. So all it might be is that the player who is being stopped by an opposition player just has to find another way to get the same result, but you might have to come from a different angle. Could be that simple.
Yeah, it feels like
it's not like JL's changed their game style. He wouldn't be going, don't move the ball with pace. They'd just be getting worked out.
Yeah.
Well, it was similar to Melbourne when Fremantle knocked them off, and then they lost a number of games in a row. Teams, when you're up there at the top, you're the hunted, and teams will, turn up and almost play have a grand final like mindset because they want to knock you off. And Fremantle have been playing some good footy, but teams, you're right, are starting to understand how to beat them. And from Fremantle's point of view, you probably need a couple of different plans up your sleeve when teams do play the way they do and beat you, and how you combat that.
You can't go out there with game style A and expect it to work week in, week out. You got to have game style A, B, C, D, and then if A gets chopped off, you go, all right, we're going to have to do this. Whereas at the moment, they've come so far this year and played great footy, but you got to remember that it's it doesn't happen in 1 year. You got to kind of work it out bit by bit, and maybe they're just at that little bit of a hurdle where they got to train some scenarios, train some different setups coming out of their back 50, because that's what I reckon's really missing is their defensive 50 exiting. So do they have to train a few things, which is so hard in season because all of your focus is on recovery.
Yeah.
And it gets really, really hard. And then the coaches have got to try and implement it with breakdown drills, which is where you're kind of doing a small portion of a whole ball movement drill. And then you get, and we used to whinge so much as players because you'd go, give us 10 minutes, not 7 minutes of full ground. And it's like that little extra bit of 3 minutes of training can make a huge difference come the weekend.
I like what you mentioned there, the scenarios. I completely agree. They've almost got to have it, and I'm not saying they don't, but almost plan to what teams now are going to, or how teams are going to play against them.
Yeah.
And have some scenarios up their sleeve. If this happens, then this is how we're going to combat that. If this happens, this is how we're going to combat that. There was I didn't see any real shift or change in the way that their ball movement changed, their pressure changed. Clearly their mindset didn't. It was kind of just plateaued out the entire game. So that's something definitely, again, maybe needs to get looked at. But you're right, in season it is quite tricky, hard, isn't it, to get that time into those specifics.
You get your main training session, you're on the track for 50 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And that's where you get to execute all of that. The rest, your Monday, Tuesday is made up of recovery. You do a lot of game review and things like that, but then your actual amount of time, especially hard for a WA team where you travel 2 days before a game, it's so hard to train scenario and practice different skills.
Sharrod Willingham and Cara Antonio, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Let's head down into the Melbourne rooms. Bridget Lacey.
Thanks, Clint. Yes, I've got Ed Langdon here with me, back in familiar territory, Ed, and that was a really nice response from the group tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to come back here. We sort of viewed it as a bit of a home away from home with the final series last year, so yeah, it's good to come back and perform well.
What was the messaging during the week? Because we heard a lot about ruthlessness, etc., but what did you say amongst yourselves as a group, and did you feel like you really executed that tonight?
Goody sort of put it on the table at the start of the week with some pretty damning stats. We've given away a lot of leads this year, and that's something we really prided ourselves on last year, is really capitalising when we had a lead. So that was a big focus tonight, and as you could see, we did that.
Absolutely. So I suppose you played so well in the first half, but probably the message was at half-time, don't let this slip again.
Yeah, exactly. We knew how they wanted to play, and we sort of dampened their offense really well, and we knew they were going to keep pushing and almost move the ball faster and faster, so it sort of played into our hands and worked really well for us.
I know you've still got some really good mates on the opposite side of the fence. Was there much said out there tonight or during the week?
Not a whole lot. I'm sort of on an island out there on a wing, so I only cross paths a few times, but it's always nice to see them.
The guys upstairs have got some questions for you as well. Our experts tonight are Cara Antonio and Sharrod Willingham.
Ed, Sharrod here, mate. Congratulations on a great win. From up here at work, it looked like you guys worked really hard to get to the contest and you forced them to kick down the line. Was that one of the areas that you thought that if you can take away their ball movement would go a long way to getting your game on your terms?
Yeah, absolutely. We knew they didn't want to kick down the line, especially with Big Maxi there. So every time we could force them down the line, it was a big win for us. And anytime you can dampen a team's ball movement like that, it sort of really dampens their energy and spirit. So that was a big focus.
So I suppose, like Bridge just said, the focus being on being ruthless, was that it didn't look like you guys went out there to be extra physical or anything. And I said a couple of minutes ago, it just felt like you guys were ruthless on each other in the way you wanted to execute your game plan, and you just you were ruthless on taking away Fremantle's strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. We often speak about not trying too hard. It's in big games like this, it's very easy to sort of over try, and so we try and bring the heat as much as we can, but be really smart about it, and I think we definitely did that tonight.
Ed, Cara Antonio here, congratulations on the win. It was mentioned before the game, Lever and May, I think they've only played 5 full games together. How important were those two tonight? They had a number of intercept marks and possessions and just kind of set you up from halfback, nullifying Fremantle's forward impact.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no secret how important they are to us, and if you can stop a team's aerial presence or, on the contrary, actually dominate the aerial, it goes a long way to our ball movement and how we want to play. And, they were great tonight.
And there's obviously no word of a lie. Questions have been asked of your footy club and over the past probably 5 to 6 weeks. It looks like you had a bit of your mojo back as a group tonight, but how important is that win, I suppose, for the next 3 or 4 weeks leading into finals?
Yeah, very important. We had a great start to the season, and then, each team's going to have their challenges at different times, and Goody sort of spoke about this being our time now with a month to go. To really stamp ourselves as, the team to beat come finals. And, I thought tonight was a step in the right direction.
Ed, did it feel like Freo had something for you that they could resort to and change, or did they stick with what they did and you guys just ground them right down? Did you come into the game thinking this will be their plan B and they just didn't execute tonight, or did you guys just hold them so tight to their game plan A that they couldn't change?
Yeah, absolutely. I think... we know how they want to play. They changed a few things at stoppage, a few little tweaks, but they stuck to it, and it sort of played into our hands because the more desperate a team gets, the more we prey on that. So, that worked really well for us.
Can you just elaborate for us on that, Ed? So Fremantle can't move the ball at the moment. So what are you stopping when they're trying to move it from, say, half-back?
Yeah, well, we had a huge focus this week on stopping the switch. We know... they love to switch the ball and take a lot of uncontested marks. So we sort of spoke about, any time we can force them long down the line and they're kicking it to Stephen May and Max, it's a big win for us. So we shut the switch off really well. They got a couple, but whenever they did get the switch, they were held up again and then had to go down the line.
They had no second options from that one, did they?
Yeah, no, they didn't, which was, great coaching from Goody and the coaching group.
Ed, you mentioned how you're playing out there on a wing and it's like being on an island. The modern-day wing role, it can be so ruthless. It can be so unrewarding. You can run out there all day, have 8 touches and have done a really good job for the team. How would you articulate it to people?
It is a hard one. It's, You've got to have a coach and a team that really values what you do. It's pretty easy as a wingman to go and chase the footy and, come home with 30, but I don't know how effective that is for the team. So, Goody often says to me that I don't care if you come home with 5 touches or 35, just keep playing the way you are. It helps the team so much. And all the boys are exactly the same. So, if you're part of a culture and a team that really values what you're doing, it makes it pretty easy.
And you just play 100% game time for the whole day, don't you? You go to the far wing from the bench and just stay out there all day.
Where the runner can't get to you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get any feedback, which is great.
But that is true. It's 100% game time.
Yeah. I don't think I've come off since round 3.
Round 3, the last time you came to the bench. That's ridiculous.
I didn't even need a break then either. That was...
How many Ks are you doing per game?
15 or 16, I'd say.
That's good going.
Decent.
How did you find the surface tonight, Ed? There was a lot of talk in the build-up, and we know that Melbourne weren't able to train on it during the week. What was it like out there?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk. It actually wasn't as bad as it was cracked up to be. I thought it was okay, given how many teams have played on it. So I'm sure, the next few weeks it's only going to get better and better.
One last one, and Cara sort of touched on this, but last year it was at round 20 when you really fired up, you tilted the flag and ended up with a premiership. Do you feel you're in a similar spot this year to get going from here on out?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some really big tests in the next 3 weeks, but we love that. We love bringing it on. You want to be playing good quality teams heading into finals. It's a really good litmus test for you to see where you're at, and it's certainly time for us to really stamp it to the competition now.
Appreciate your time. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Cheers, Gus.
Ed Langdon downstairs joining us here on Grandstand AFL. Beating full-time Melbourne 12-13-85 to Fremantle 5-9-39. A 46-point win to the Demons in front of 46,313.
Pretty incredible, isn't it? Round 3, the last time he came to the bench.
I can't believe that stat.
I'm just looking at the distance, so it's actually not coming up at the moment on the app, but he was number 1 for total distance covered throughout the game, number 1 for high speed, and also number 1 for total sprint efforts.
It's
everyone on the ground. Yeah, incredible.
Freakish runner.
Well, he does that role so well because he works so hard defensively, gets down and blocks up that the forward 50 open side, so that the forward doesn't have anywhere to kick to. There's no lead to. There's no space. But then he also pushes so hard offensively and puts the ball inside 50. It's a really, really tough role to play in terms of work rate, but he executes it really, really well.
Let's have a look at some of the numbers. I want to get them in because Bridget will wander across and try and get someone from Fremantle. We'll also try and bring you a little bit of one of the coaches' press conferences when we can. But, Ben, what do the other numbers tell us?
The D's beat them up around the football, plus 26 in terms of contested possessions. The clearances were even in the end, inside 50s, a 2-to-3 ratio favouring the Demons, 60-40 overall. Some of the marks inside 50, 14-8 the way of Melbourne. Marks overall, Fremantle 92 to Melbourne 64. Disposals overall, Fremantle 391, Melbourne 349. Leading ball winners, Brodie 35, Mundy 35, Viney with 33, Petrarca with 30. The D's by 46 points overall. The hitouts, 37 to Sean Darcy, 28 to Max Gawn, 7 to Luke Jackson.
Spoken a little bit about the Demons. Bad result for Fremantle, not just with the points given up to Melbourne, but where it might leave them from here on out. They're a big chance of dropping down to 7th if results go as you would suspect. Sydney have got GWS tomorrow. Carlton have got Adelaide tomorrow. You would think, for whatever this is worth, because we know how many upsets have been along the way, but nevertheless, with respect to both Adelaide and GWS, Sydney and Carlton in the 8 at the moment, they both win. They both jump to 52 points, and Freo find themselves dropping down to 7th on the ladder. It's a costly result for them with some really challenging games to come. The Western Bulldogs at the Docklands next week, then the Eagles at home, and that is a home derby for them, and GWS in Canberra to wrap up the home and away season. What do you do if you're Justin Longmuir from here on out? Because the trend, I know Ben loves the trend is your friend, but he's right. The trend since the bye is now 3 losses, 2 wins, 1 draw. And things just haven't seemed to have gone right for Fremantle since the bye. What does Justin Longmuir do to try and turn this around? How can they adjust?
I think it's probably just what I said as the game finished. You've got to go out and try and come up with a couple of different solutions in terms of ball movement, because when they move the ball well, they look incredible, and their ability doesn't disappear. It's just coming up with different ways to have the same result. So they've got to go. I don't know, that's probably where it does come down to Justin and the coaching team, because they've got to go away and look at and go, all right, how's Melbourne beaten us? Who they lose to last? They drew to Richmond.
Lost to Sydney.
Lost to Sydney. How have they stopped us? What have they taken away from us? And how can we re-implement that into our game? And you can't reinvigorate a team at round 20 of the season, because it's just impossible. You've got to take it back to what's stopping us from doing what we were doing well.
Why are Fremantle so poor at delivering the ball inside forward 50, though? Because it might not be the delivery, that might be unfair. It might be what the forwards are doing, but too rarely tonight did we actually see a forward lead.
But that's because of the way the ball's coming.
So that's my question. So where's the problem there?
There's no fast break from your defensive 50 where you hit someone up in the middle of the ground, and even if it is slow, if coming from defensive 50 to the wing or something, or I don't really like it when it goes to the wing, but you've got to stay corridor, and that's what they were doing well. Then they had a handball receive, and it's not a mark play on that person playing on. Mark, go back, use someone to run and carry, break the line, because that's the only thing that catches a defender off guard, because you don't know where the ball's going to go. That player running straight at the goal at their teammate has got everyone to choose from, whereas if they're able to just pin them in over there, that's a defender's dream, because you know exactly where the ball's going to go, and that's what Fremantle are being led down. They're getting channeled a certain way and defended in a certain way that's forcing them, restricting them of options.
And the clearances as well. Again, Melbourne really suffocated them inside. They weren't allowed to go out the front of the stoppage, which they have been in previous weeks. And when you're getting pressured at the source, they I think, it was even in the clearances, but
We got nothing from them, though.
they were hacked. They were hacked out. They were pressured kicks or handballs out. There was nothing clean. So, again, kudos to Melbourne and the work and the homework that they had done. But I think it's twofold. I think it's the ball coming in, but it's also that as I keep mentioning, that connection piece. It clearly wasn't... they didn't seem like they're on the one page tonight. And again, to Melbourne's credit, they obviously stopped the ball movement in the way that Fremantle wanted to move the ball, and how they have been, and why they have been so damaging is that switch kick or the one down the corridor to open up the game, and they just weren't allowed to do that. And as forward, you get frustrated because it's not coming in cleanly, but there's got to be another way to goal. You can't just have the one.
And the thing that happens with coaches, they'll go, all right, if we're not winning clearances, let's bring another player up there around the ground, get another number, we'll outnumber them at the contest, and then we'll be able to run it out. But that's not working. There's no one to kick to.
Yeah.
So it's like a catch-22. You've almost got to go, all right, have faith in our forward structure and let the people who are in that stoppage win the stoppage. And it's like I said, in terms of the structures and the way a team plays, they might have just clicked onto the structures and the way that the midfield is working, and so now they're going to have to go, all right, what do we change in our stoppages? Sam Mitchell was one of the best stoppage and structure players, but he changed it up every week because you can't become predictable.
I feel almost ridiculous in asking this, but he was the story in the build-up to this game. So not asking about him at the end of it feels like we haven't sort of put the bookends on Luke Jackson, who had to limp off the ground. We don't know the seriousness of that, but how did you assess his performance tonight? Because everyone in the stadium was watching Luke Jackson tonight, which is very tough on a young man who's not doing anything wrong other than just deciding where his future might lie.
Well,
as Kat said, the players are just going to go out there and do their due diligence. What if you're not going to go and listen to offers from other clubs? You're mad.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Everyone would.
If someone's offering you a better job, you're going to take it.
Well, the same job, but for more money.
Yeah. So even worse, you're not having to change job. You're doing the same thing for more money. You'd be ridiculously silly not to look at anything, especially a player of his calibre.
Did you feel that he handled that pressure well tonight?
I think early on he was jumping really well at the ball. I love the way he attacks the ball. He doesn't wait for anything, launches at the ball really high, and his ruck work is probably not his biggest strength. His ability to get around the ground and be that fifth midfielder is what I really like in Jackson. And him to come out, he didn't have a huge impact in the game, but he was still out and about. You still noticed him.
He didn't really need to, though, did he?
He didn't need to. And that was, we were chatting. It was a really, really even contribution from the whole of Melbourne, which I really like as well. I love it when we're kind of going, Viney was a pretty, he was a bit of a standout because of his impact early on, and then was just able to kind of chip away. But when a team like that can play so well, and you go, who were the best players for the night? That's really, really good.
If Jackson goes to Fremantle, though, he's a forward, I would have thought.
Pinch hit mid.
Yeah.
Pinch hit ruck
and
mid.
So, correct.
Because he's a ruck mid.
Correct.
Is that the best spot for him, though?
In Freo, I think so.
What do you mean?
He's only kicked 2 goals 6 times in 46 games.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's a.
Well, he's not playing solely in the ruck at the moment for Melbourne. So, I'm not sure he is that.
I find it interesting.
That's why I'm not sure he
so
fits.
So you reckon he'll come to Fremantle?
Well, but that's why it doesn't make any sense to me, because I think they've got that spot covered. So
you're not. I don't know why he'd be trying to replace Darcy, because I reckon he's a great rucker.
Yeah.
No, we've spoken about this on Sports Talk now for probably 2 months. In that, if you recruit for needs, Darcy's a terrific ruck, and I know he's been a little bit down on form, but he's a terrific ruck. So you don't recruit Jackson for that. If he's a forward, the team that he's currently at play him in that role quite sparingly, and they know exactly what he can do because they see him at training every single day. So if Fremantle are prepared to give, and again, this is all speculation because no one's actually ever going to say it officially on the record, 2 first-round draft picks for a guy who doesn't really play forward
or ruck. So are they making a potential mistake by trying to target someone who's a good player and has played some amazing footy? Mind you, he's played 40-odd games, and just trying to get someone because they can get them home?
Yeah, and that's the great question.
He also might be an even better version of Mark Blitzarves, who's a unicorn at the moment. Like he can play on the wing, he can play on ball, he can tag, he can go in the ruck, he can play down back. He can do it all. Maybe that's what Luke Jackson becomes at Freo. Maybe they're smarter than all of us. I don't know, but I think the sense you get is that Lob's going, and they see him as a replacement for Lob.
Yeah.
Is he able to play that role? I don't know.
But does he want that role? Does he want to be the key forward? Does he want to be?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I've no doubt that he would like to return home, but I don't think that's.
Has he got a big family here?
He does. They're a really close knit family. He's got a ton of friends, but that doesn't mean that you can't do that much further down the track. The question with this is, with what Fremantle may have to pay, and if I'm Melbourne, I'm saying, hang on, we've taken this guy at pick 3. He's already shown what he can do. You'll be handing over 2 first-rounders, maybe something more.
And the other issue is, even if Melbourne are back-ending the deals with Oliver, Petrarca, Brayshaw now, there's still got to be a fair chunk of that salary cap that is being taken up at the moment with Gawn, with Lever, with May, with those other 3 that I've mentioned. So you'd have to think there'd have to be a discrepancy in the money as well, particularly if Freo are clearing money because Rory Lobb's on the way out. So
is Lobb out of contract end of next year?
Yeah,
next year, which is why they will have to they'll get something for him if they trade him.
But no one at Freo has strongly denied that Rory Lobb's come to the club and asked for a trade either, which, if he hasn't, it's the easiest story in the world to say, no, Rory Lobb hasn't come to the club and asked for a trade. And it's very much the speak of, he's a contracted player, he's required. So
yeah, it's what's not said rather than what's said. Luke Jackson looked okay down in the rooms, is the report from Bridget, so that's good news for the Demons at this point in time. Speaking of the Demons, let's take a little bit of Simon Goodwin's press conference.
Yeah, look, it's obviously important for us to play the way we did tonight. I thought defensively from last week to this week was completely different. We were ruthless around how we wanted to defend. We were really strong in the contest, and that's how we build our footy club and how we build our game. And I thought tonight was the urgency and the intensity that we need as a footy club, and it was on show tonight.
Is it the best you felt you've played since that 10-game winning streak earlier in the season?
Oh, yeah, in some ways. I think there was a real urgency about the way we played tonight. We've won 4 out of the last 6. So we feel like our game's been trending in the right direction, and certainly last week was nowhere near the level that we want to play at. But I thought tonight, that's the style of footy we want to play more consistently. And, we knew it was time to start to really build, and it is time. And as a footy club, we know what it's going to take, and it's going to take an effort like we saw tonight, more often, more consistently, and there's a bit of a ruthless edge about us tonight.
So just good defensively as you've been, if not this year, for a long time, not just your back 6, but midfield and that back 6?
Yeah, I think it was right back to where we expected to be. I think we're second in the comp for points against, so we've been pretty strong defensively for most of the year, but tonight was to another level. It was all over the ground. It was in the front half of the ground, it was in the back half, and I thought our desperation to defend and win contests was back to its really highest level, and the level that you need to win big games. And we knew the opposition that we were playing against, the quality. We saw it early in the year when they beat us at the MCG, and I thought our boys rose to the occasion tonight.
We saw Luke Jackson limp off late, and he also looked properly at times in the second half. What can you tell us there?
Oh, he just had a little knock late in the game. He got checked by the docs and he's all clear. So there's nothing wrong with him. He'll be fine. He'll be ready to go next week. And I thought he performed really strongly. We put him in the ruck, first ruck tonight, enabled Max to play a little bit more forward at times. And I thought between the two of them, they did a magnificent job, both aerially in the ruck but also ahead of the footy for us. So Luke was a big player for us tonight.
There's Simon Goodwin downstairs. We'll try and get Bridget Lacey, who's working very hard in the Freo rooms, to get someone for us. So what we might do now is get our votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year and the Christian Medal.
Alrighty, the one tonight we've given to Petrarca, the 30 disposals, went at 87%. He had 16 of those were contested and 7 inside 50s. The 2 tonight, Angus Brayshaw playing that different role inside was fantastic. 28 touches, 6 tackles, 9 inside forward 50 entries. And the 3 tonight we thought Viney, just outstanding from the get-go. He ended up with 33 touches, the 6 tackles, 16 contested, 4 clearances.
And the Christian medal votes?
Yes, the Christian medal. Thought Sonny Walters was pretty good with the one. His effort and intent when the ball was in his area was fantastic for 4 quarters. The 2 we've given to Aish. Again, a different role inside. He had 28 touches, went at 89% and 9 tackles. And the 3, Andy Brayshaw was really, really good. He had the 30 touches, went at 93%, 10 marks and 8 tackles.
Thank you, Cara Antonio, with the votes for the Footballer of the Year and the Christian medal. Repeating, or should say rather than repeating, let's go through them again. The scores: Melbourne 12-13, 85 to Fremantle 5-9, 39. Fremantle's second lowest score of the season. Melbourne winning by 46 points in front of 46,313. Tomorrow, if you're in Victoria, Tasmania, and SA as well, you'll hear The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. If you're in South Australia, Aaron Bryans will have SA Grandstand for you. If you're across here in the West, you'll hear Sports Talk with myself, Mark Duffield and Mick Malthouse. Tomorrow, the games to go through, and there's a few intriguing ones as well. I've mentioned 2 of them already, but the early game, Collingwood will be hosting Port Adelaide at the MCG. Then the Swans and the Giants, one that Fremantle fans will most definitely be listening into very closely. St Kilda hosting Hawthorn at the Docklands. Geelong at Cardinia Park against the Western Bulldogs, so 1st against 8th there. And then the Adelaide Crows are at home to Carlton. A win for the Blues will see them, along with if Sydney get a win as well, jump above the Dockers, relegate the Dockers down into 7th spot. Sunday games, Gold Coast take on the West Coast Eagles. You'll hear that in most parts of the nation. The Sunday footy forum for others. And the other 2 games on the Sunday, Richmond against the Brisbane Lions and the Bombers take on North Melbourne. Sum it up for us, Ben Cameron. What did you make of tonight? I think it's a tough one for Fremantle, a great result for the Demons.
Yeah, I thought it was the kind of win the D's needed to get back to that ruthless football which they spoke about all week. Putrid, really, from the purple.
This is harsh. They played a lot like the 1999 team that wore that jumper out there today.
I don't think Freo would. I think that might be a touch harsh. I think it was more impressive from Melbourne, and they're just restricted Fremantle. And I know you're going to say Freo didn't throw enough back at them.
I like hyperbole, Shaz.
I don't think that was
question, Kaz.
And alliteration as well, by the way.
Quick question on the jumpers. So 32 of them. Do you reckon David Mundy has kept every single one of them in his cupboard?
No.
I'm going to ask him.
Big cupboard. Thanks for your company.